Welcome, gentle listener. I am Baldermort, your faithful servant, and I wish to introduce you to the factions, forces, and faces of the Warhammer 40k setting, the grim darkness of the far future, where there is no time for peace, there is only time for war. And today, I now enter a brief period where I take a rest, regroup, and start writing even more. But I do need a break. Alas, I have the urge to do some personal projects in writing, possibly even a novel. So we'll be attempting that in my period off. No, it can't be Warhammer. But hopefully some will think it of worth, if I manage that first draft. A dream for decades, and I have few of those left, so best get on with it, as they say. You never know what you can do until you try. Hence, as usual, I will be releasing some compilations of my own wee stories to tide me over. YouTube can be a harsh taskmaster, and videos need to be uploaded continuously. So, in this period, I put out collections to paint or sleep with. I hope you enjoy this compilation for what it is, and I thank you, gentle listener, for all of your support over the year and years. You truly have changed everything in my life. Thank you. I can only hope that I have made some kind of beneficial impact in yours. Now, to the stories. Between the time when chaos broke Cadia and the return of the sons of the Emperor, there was an age undreamed of. And unto this, Kronan, wearer of the jeweled crown of Aquilonia, upon a troubled brow. It is I, his chronicler, who alone can tell thee of his saga. Let me tell you of the days of high adventure. Kronan and the Smeldar Pirate Prince, Part 1. Now do remember to leave a hearty digit upwards or a truly orky comment, as this one has a voting opportunity in it. Oh yes, it does. For the narrator, or something like that. For your tubes, a very tricky, and otherwise, who will hear the glory of the cunning one? Nobody, that's who. So, if you love the tales of high adventure, do hit me up, or share it out there amongst the grots and snots. It's educational, don't you know? And so it was that we rejoin our hero, Kronan, lord of all of Aquilonia, big boss of the entire cunning Waaagh. And what a day it was. Some time after where we had left him, if truth be told. Yet, that is the best way to begin a chronicle, in medias res, or something like that. For Kronan awoke from his slumber, and verily, he leapt from his bedroll with a spring and a flourish. He positively bounced to his ablutions, jumping up and slapping a few of the hanging grots in his tactical simulation floating mobile in his elation. He had a very satisfying movement, then on to arranging his hair squigs with the brush of his palm. Being as loyal as any other part of the Waaagh, the hair squigs parted perfectly and made him look as epic on the outside as he felt on the inside. Not that Kronan did a lot of searching around inside himself. Well, apart from when he took out his emergency field generator and let Tiddles give it a quick lick clean. But that was incredibly infrequently. And nary did he have the time to do any self-reflection. Well, more than looking to see if his hair squigs were obeying his wishes, which, as we have heard, they always did. Kronan slammed open the doors to his inner sanctum, and his guards snapped to attention, meaning they snapped whatever they were tinkering or playing with, and gave him their full attention. The cunning one did not like to wait about, and these days he was an orc possessed. Never had any seen him so jaunty, not even in the old days of his first steps on the meandering to power, did Kronan seem so electrified. Okay, sometimes this was due to an internal short and a few wormies of power crackling out and demi-frying him. But mostly, this was due to his left arm tinkering about when he was not looking, turning things on and off, well, when he was wearing his super mega shiny armor, at the least. So, Kronan was known to go about without it most of the time, and few took him any less seriously, as they had all witnessed, quite frequently and regularly actually, due to the mystery of truth, his ability to scrap, even in the buff. Had he not slain Tooth Smasher while wearing only a long cloth, or something like that? Anyways, Kronan was about his business with gusto, as he practically tap danced his way to the bridge of the Orcs of Omen, ready to read the reports of the day. And he was not disappointed. The rest of the Waaagh was in fine fettle again. The deck crew leered at him as he bounced through the doors and took reports before ascending the 20 stairs up to his command thong. Sat there, he began to chortle at the most up-to-date battle reports. Oddly, for any other race in the entire Milky Way galaxy, the elan of the entire Orc formation was through the roof. Now, what was odd about this particular set of circumstances was the absolute kicking that the Waaagh fleets, their starships, had received for the last month or so. I mean, anyone else would be holding doleful, melancholy meetings with lots of self-recrimination about their tragic and near-total lack of progress and cataclysmic losses for bugger all in return. Meetings possibly terminated by the sound of a darker shot going through the back of the highest-ranking officer's head when the doors had just closed. Well, in those cultures where honour was still a thing, I suppose. But not the greenskins, for they were the worshippers of the true gods, Gork, and, most importantly here, the lord of cunning brutality, Mork. For Mork was the patron god of Kronan and the entire Waaagh. But they were truly enlightened and believed in the both of them, of course. Nor was that the end of the matter, but that is for later, so let us push on. In any case, this was certainly not how things were playing out in the Waaagh, for they were having a whale of a time. They had been shot down, shaken, and starships sunk for weeks unending, all while the enemy slipped away and rarely had the courtesy to stick around to take their lumps in return. Others might have given up. Others might have plotted a course around the region. Others might have slunk off and wept about it, but not the greenskins. No, this was the most fun they had had in ages. Now it could indeed be vexing when the Smeldar turned tail and fled, but all were grinning and laughing as they did. For all, deep down in the core of their being, they knew that Kronan would lead them to victory. And it was such a great lark. For what some might not understand about the Orcs is that they don't actually want a walkover, where the pathetic worshippers of the Juice God might not care where the scrap came from, where the forces of the gaudy Emperor were looking for a quick and decisive but easily won fray, and where the Smeldar wished for high glory but very few casualty events. This was not the yearning of the greenskins. Where was the fun in duffing over someone who was half your size or ability? Okay, there could be some titillating moments where you get your personal best scores for a scrap, but did they even count if the participants were weedy? Few believed this was so. Thus, the Orcs were far more interested in a good hard fight. Now, this had not actually been in much supply of late. The slaughter of Toba and his vile red Orcs was more like a walkover due to the numbers. Yet, it was a holy event and had to occur. But the actual shooting and stabbing were over rather quickly, to be fair, and the arse-starters had been a worthy foe. Yet, there had been so few of them present that it didn't last for nearly long enough to truly satisfy the boys, and definitely not enough for the cunning ones' taste. The battle with the Toe Empire and the sentient Psychopherne had been all darker little chopper action. It was okay, they guessed, yet it had been some time since the last real fight. The bashing and slashing of the buggins on the Orcs of Omens. Now that one indeed had been fun, but again so few could get involved that it seemed semi-elitist in some regards. So, this one was very satisfying for all, as it was indeed a horrific barney of legendary grandeur. And this was no surprise at all, for these were not crafty world Smeldar, no. These were the Smeldar Corsairs, the toughest and most coarse of all Smeldar sheeps and their commanders, and even amongst their kind, the piratical forces of Yain's Blonde were legendary. These were the best of their kind, and by Mork's raucous rump were they surprisingly and satisfyingly fighty. Sidebar: the Smeldar fleet. Now it is a rare being that knows the secret history of the Corsair fleets. Even Kronan was not aware of this matter, as it was not denoted in his data slate, which of course we will get to anon. For the Smeldar Corsair ships were actually the original Smeldar fleet. When most of their delinquent race were lolling about on a huge magic mushrooms and imbibing them as much as often, or were wading knee-deep in the juices of their own depravity and performing acts that required great athletic prowess but sickeningly few morals, it was the rarely stable who either left their empire's worlds in massive crafty worlds to ply the stairs and trade doilies wherever they went, or something like that. Also, the right nutters who purposefully slunk back into a tree-hugging existence. These were called the exobites, and they just lounged about at the very edges of the galaxy. Yet, there was one group that were not religious nutbars or ravening crochet buffs, and these were the Smeldar Corsair fleets. Their name must have evolved from their lack of provisions, like body-enriching hairspray, one might presume, but in reality, any Smeldar that was more concerned about dishing out whoop than self-maintaining their quiffs and golden locks were to be considered to be a threat indeed. And the Corsairs were the most adept at void warfare as was possible, for they had maintained not only the gear, their powerful stair sheeps, but also the discipline and centre to make best use of them. In other words, the Corsairs did not fuck about, and they were the truest sons of Eldernesh there ever was. Well, since Adrasta went AWOL anyways. End sidebar. And they were exactly what Kronan and his Waaagh had required at exactly the time they needed it. For Kronan, Admirals Hackbar, Grandmouth Tartan, and Daka von Smashhoven all agreed. If they could trounce the Smeldar in the void, then they could literally take on anyone or anything. And so it was that they went about the learning at a colossal rate of absorption. Well, not that they had much choice in the matter, really. The lessons most often being the slow twisting of burnt-out hulks, cruisers, escorts, and battleships. Yet, with each engagement, the cunning one was growing. He knew it would not take long. Yet, most would have thought and almost prayed for it to be quicker. Not so the greenskin leadership. They really enjoyed every second of it all. For the lesser orcs, this was a true barney, something to write home about. Not that any of them would put it that way. Mostly because none but the mech boys could write, and also because none of the orcs had left more than a scant skeleton crew left on the worlds that they had conquered thus far, let alone on Orquilonia itself. Now that isn't to say that there was no activity in the stair system of Kronan and the Waagh's birth, Orquilonia, for nothing could be further from the truth in this regard. Despite his moving the vast majority of the Waaagh from its origin and out into the wilds of space, Kronan had left a segment of his boys and sheeps there, and they were very busy indeed. For they were out in the many asteroid belts around the world and in the darkest outskirts of the place. Millions of orcs were completing one project, the creation of a vast array of rocks and, of course, more kill cruisers. But there were even more of them now, as Kronan had come up with another wee additional task. Well, to define it thus is far from truthful really, so I shall amend it. For as each kill cruiser or rock was completed, the remaining boys and mechs were reallocated to Kronan's new secret project. A plan so cunning, only a few of his inner circle even knew about it. Yes, that cunning. And it was to be a game changer when they finally reached the mega bundle they were all heading towards, or at least so Kronan thought, or hoped even. But if things did go tits up, then Kronan had a perfect fall guy to throw in the way of any potential backlash. Ha! I know I am teasing you, gentle listener, but some things are not to be revealed too early. You see, it all began one day when Kronan was perusing his beloved data slate. As usual, he had done preparation work before he embarked on this particular leg of his, legend, and he had indeed looked up details that might be held about the Smeldar, which of course we shall get to in due course. Yet, Kronan was smacked across the gob with a very rare flash of ideas, and his fingers slipped across the screens and brought up the one thing he had never thought to look up before: his own people. What did the Humies think of? The greenskins, the orcs. And he was amazed. He read for days uninterrupted, and he came to the single conclusion. Bastards. Little handle-tugging bastards. The sheer cheek of it all. Well, to be frank or earnest, they weren't too far off the mark most of the time. Yet, upon absorbing its contents thus far, he could now see the sense in what he had witnessed before. He now knew what the Humies had always been up to. The culls, to keep the Orky numbers down. The bombs, the burning, where possible. They knew too much. Yet, despite this, despite underestimating the orcs frequently, and despite owning most of the worlds in the skies, the Humies feared the orcs. And Kronan investigated why. They were indeed most unpleasant in their view of the glory of the greenskins. Yet, they recorded when they had been spanked by them also. And Kronan now looked onto the data slate and read about other Waaghs. How they had attacked, what they achieved, how they failed, how they were finally stopped. And Kronan was enlightened. But bugger, thought Kronan initially, because many an assault would do exactly what he believed he would do in the same circumstances. Well, if he was not a practitioner of the dark arts. And so it was that Kronan absorbed these details like a squig snaffling handles from Humie corpses. Then he read ancient segments of the data slate, and more about a beast. And a new thing, something he now wanted more than anything he had ever seen. Well, apart from perhaps, just perhaps, the gold ones. But this new thing, he wanted at least one, at the very minimum. Thus, every last boy was sent to work on the new thing. Oh, yes they were. And Kronan had a new role model. Oh, he would always be like unto a star-struck youth at the mere mention of Gazgul, the prophet of Gork. Yet, he felt he could learn as much from this other hero of Orkydom, this beast. And when he was ready, he then took all of this information, all of these details, and discussed them with Eyes-Up Newtone and Grand-Mouth Tartan. Before long, he had bedazzled them so much that the Grand-Mouth had almost believed that this was his idea in the first instance, and Eyes-Up was, well, he was ensorcelled. His mind went into so much activity that Kronan and Tartan could practically hear the gears moving around in his head as his slack-jawed saliva pooled beneath him. Kronan broke this reverie and asked Eyes-Up if it was possible. And so, Eyes-Up nodded in the affirmative with such vigour and joy that his head near came off. Thus, work was now afoot on this secret project, which they all agreed would be called the Tartan Doctrine, whatever that meant. And if things turned out to be a total balls-up and ended a crapper plan than walking up to a sororitas abbey with a party-sized pot of yogurt and requesting an orgy, then Tartan could take the fall. If things turned out as Kronan and Eyes-Up hoped, then Kronan could just reveal that it was his idea, and it was his toy, and thus gain the accolades. And thus the work began. Kronan would miss Izap hanging around, but, helpfully, the big mech had managed to gain a few understudies that would be able to carry out any divinely inspired alterations that Kronan came up with. The pair were called Allbot Eisting, who was known for his exceptional skills with all things bot-related, gargants and the like, and Stepan Squawking, who was known for being under many a console while repairing them, thus he was often stepped on, which then, of course, made him squawk a lot. In any case, they were both working with Newtone and had learned much from him, as they were deep in his counsel, whatever that means. At the very least, they could maintain Kronan's new mobs of cunning mobiles. But let's push on. Anyways, life on the Waaagh fleet had gone steadily forward as Kronan hatched his plans. But Kronan had to absorb the information he had garnered about his enemies, the Smeldar. He went unto his most sacred spot, his Axis Mundi, his chamber of secrets. And he recognized the new setup was quite to his liking, really. For once, not so long ago, Kronan would have a huge amount of grots hanging from the walls in tiny cages, waiting for his use in the dark arts, for these were his thinking grots. Yet, as we have heard last time, he now had a profound appreciation of the little blighters. Not that he was ever above or not understanding of anyone who would rip the head off one for backchat, rudeness, or simply being in the way. But he had to admit the wholesale slaughter of his fellow Orkoids for his cogitations seemed so sacrilegious, really. Hence, he instituted a new way of doing things, as he had done so often before. Now, instead of empty floor and chain-festooned walls filled with grot, he had a totally different setup. He walked into his room and marveled at the new decor, for he had a thin walkway to an elevated center, steps leading up to a plateau on which stood his most comfy thong. Below him were huge ranks of stools on stone plinths, each a seat for one of 100 grot-sized rumps. And as he sat on his thong, he pulled the lever of summoning. Out of a half-dozen new doors slowly processed a myriad of orderly grots, each clothed from head to toe in robes that delineated their rank and purpose. For it was now known across the entire Waaagh that to step on, thump, snaffle, or smuggle away any of these particular grots would get you an almost instantaneous visit from the Mystery of Truth and Kronan's Black Legion. Each of the grots now stood or sat and looked up at their lord, and he, Kronan, raised his hand into the air, and thus they began.
No, no, no. No, no, no.
Sang the wee grot, and so it was that the process began. The height, the ambience, the knowledge. And Kronan began. He began to think. For Kronan had indeed also looked up the Smeldar in his data slate, and now was his time to prepare himself for the confrontations to come. He had learned so much of dire import. He now knew of the end times, what the Eldar called the Bananarama. He knew of their main factions also, the Corsairs, as we have heard, but also the Dork Smeldar, the denizens of Kumarag, or something like that. Also the dancing ones, the hardy pins. Kronan suspected their legs must have been hardy indeed, for them to perform such acts of acrobatics. But they were not on the menu in this particular scrap, for the Corsairs might also have some of the crafty worlders with them. Not only did they have a magnificent line in scrapbooking, doilies, crochet and knitting, one might presume, but they were also very crafty indeed, which meant that they would be cunning. And Kronan was up for it. Oh, yes he was. There were so many of them as well. Crafty World Same Hand, Crafty World Beer Tang, Crafty World Ice and Den, Crafty World Ooh-wee, and Crafty World a la TikTok. Yet they seemed close enough to be considered as one, despite how many may have adjusted their war paint between these different cultures of Smeldar. And they were a tragic bunch of oddies again. They had the Fartseers, which Kronan was particularly worried about, if truth be told. For now, he had to contend not only with the Emperor potentially watching him crap, but also this bunch of weirdos loitering about whenever he let out a body burp. Not wonderful, really. But also, if they could predict the future, it could be tricky to get them to stand still for a good punch in the face. They were the warlogs, understudies of the Fartseers. Presumably they were made of trees, and no doubt good at logs and sticks. But let's avoid all of that, as we have already covered them in a previous sidebar. The Smeldar had so many funny boys. For, like the orcs, every single one of the prancing pricks could be counted on in a scrap, or so the record showed. So at least they had that in common, because Kronan could never understand the humid designation of non-combatant, unless it was to signify the big chest-eared ones. But no matter. These Smeldar were called the Guardy ones. They also had Storm Guardy ones, which was passing odd that they would have specialised boys for a scrap while it was raining, but then it was written mostly by Brits, so that was less of a surprise than one might imagine. And the Smeldar must have feared the rain, as it would probably play havoc with their meticulously arranged hairdos. They had Wind Raiders, which Kronan worried about. They must surely have worked with the Fartseers. But what on Orquilonia would the Smeldar do with all these body exhales? Kronan could not even guess. Flatuthergy is my own postulation, but moving on. There were the Strangers, who were kicked out of the crafty worlds for some infraction or another. One would imagine it was a dropped loop in a particularly challenging cross-stitch, or something like that. They had Waaargh as well, which did look a bit like the waif units. He supposed that they got their name by their spindly frames, yet they were deemed to be more rugged and macho than any of the other Smeldar forces, according to the Humies at any rate. There were waif guards, waif blades, waif lords, and waif knights, even a waif seer, but that seemed a tad odd. What did those ones do? Hang around looking in the mirror all the time? For they themselves were waifs. The Smeldar seemed so unspeakably silly. They had burp hunters, their equivalent of the ducker jets and bombers of the greenskins. There were rave serpents, where all of the little Smeldar came out as if it were a party. There were fire prisons, which strangely seemed to be concentrated on firepower and not incarceration. The Smeldar were indeed pointless. They could simply not make sense of their own language, it appeared. Then, with the rabble out of the way, Kronan's eyes widened and his maw became juicy as he saw the succulence of the next entries. For the Smeldar did indeed have warriors who thought they were odd. These ones would practice warfare all day and night, and this, Kronan thought, was more like it. They were the arse-picked warriors. There were the growling batshits, and they seemed entirely crazy, as they were the smaller ones, the ones without second noses, but they did look nippy, and those blades of theirs were hardly diddy, very choppy indeed, hence potentially a worthy foe. The dire Revengers were a little uninspiring, but accurate, he guessed. The Dark Heapers were fun as well. He would have to introduce them to his tank busters. The Shiny Spares were also nippy. They rode about on jet bikes and had long stickers that he simply knew would be ouchy. Kronan leered as he thought about what Dacker von Smashhoven would do to their widow wings of spares. Oh, yes he did. The swiping dorks and burp spiders were also intended to be deeply tedious, he noted. They could bounce into the skies or the burp, and hide where necessary. Thought Kronan. They could be really annoying if he didn't play his cards right. He did read up about some form of scorpions, which sounded cool indeed. Lots of stabbing and poisoning, he thought. But when he read that they like to lounge about while engaging in industrial action, he instantly moved on. Pah! Pathetic. The fire dragoons seemed like they might be fun, well, to watch at least. They had melty action in their lances, and this seemed like it would either be hilarious when you got amongst them, or the quickest way to be metamorphosized into a pool of bubbling ick, as tragic violence had been by the Buggins. And Kronan read of void beavers and star or sky beavers of the dancers. Shallow seers, death pesters, and solitaries were amongst them also. But he did not think the hardy pins would be involved, so for the present he ignored them. Kronan sat and cogitated. He had so many orcs in his armies. He had many a specialist that he could use to thwart the Smeldar. Krunkelstein was one, but also Grinner. For Kronan had continually thought about that green beam that came from the freebooter's hat. Something was most definitely up with that particular piece of headgear, and Kronan would unpick the riddle and then use the orc boss to his advantage. And so he thought on. And eventually he knew what to do, and that, dear listener, was to take it as it comes. He knew just enough to know, was just about wise enough to know, that he did not know it all. And thus the war against the pansies was begun. Yet, even as Kronan set off on his sojourn, so too did the first expeditionary fleet, led by Admiral Hackbar. With 16 rocks and a few hundred stair-sheeps of the line, Hackbar flew off in search of the legendary scrap that Kronan had prophesied. While Kronan would claim each and every stair system between Orquilonia and the Bundle, it was Hackbar's job to take his forces and scout ahead. And there, in charge of the hordes of boys stuffed into every nook and cranny of the rocks, sheeps and escorts, was the only orc Kronan could trust with a job. Isaac Newton was working on the secret special job. Madnut Krunkelstein and Ducker von Smashhoven were required for the battle against the Smeldar pirate fleets, of course. So Kronan had to send one of his more naval along to shore up the chain of command and make certain that his instructions were followed to the letter. And much to Kronan's disappointment, he simply could not entrust this mission to any of the others. Hiawafter was barely sentient, Milton John was far too unpopular, and Nog Smasher, who he called Appledon, was as inept as he was violent. And so it was that Kronan finally caved and put one of his best mates in charge of the entire thing. For he had every knowledge that Hackbar may be nominally the titular commander of the fleet, but would need someone to put some fire under his feet to keep him in the action. The gutless wonder indeed. Yet, when the orcs were on the world, had been sent down to prepare for the coming of the Cunning One and the main force, there would need to be a boss of unquestionable loyalty, so that definitely negated Grinner the Backstabber, but also of such phenomenal power that he could maintain order through violence alone. And none other than Gitsquisher McMurder would match up to this near-impossible criteria with the useless wastrels that surrounded him. Now Gitsquisher had a formidable reputation. Had he not commanded a flank in the battle against Toba and his Whiffy forces? Of course he had. But more than this. McMurder had also been in charge of the first contact rituals. Hence, all who had joined the Waaagh after his appointment were already well acquainted with the way he ran things, and more than aware of his fightiness. Also, McMurder had indeed been working on some truly impressive skills while in charge of the rites. He had a backhand slice second to none but Kronan himself, and he was canny enough to know when not to push his luck. Kronan would miss him in tedious meetings, of course, as Gitsquisher would unceremoniously push the button on his arm, and the clang of it falling away from his body always gave everyone a comical laugh when things were getting tiresome. Of course, It was always side-splittingly funny to all when he took said unattached arm and beat someone to death with it if they continued to drone on. Gitsquisher always seemed to know when Kronan was getting bored, and his actions had saved the Cunning One from overexerting himself when he had already invoked the rule of 3 too many times in any deeply grating day. Nor would the fleet not mourn his loss, well, as much as any orc would. For, between his usual duties, McMurdo had become a regular in interviews for the questing adventuring teams who were clearing out the Orcs of Omens. His personal favourite team was, of course, the most popular of them all, and for good reason. For the Slay team were hilarious, and almost impervious to the casualties other parties seemed to suffer. Cannibal, Mad Dog, Mug, Bloody-Hard Barracudas, and their mascot, the Grot, Carrion, were always the height of carnage and entertainment. Yet even when interviewing other teams, Gitsquisher McMurdo was always avuncular and mostly supportive. Well, encouraging is probably more the word really. Supportive sounds more bra-esque, as one can imagine, so that was definitely not it. McMurdo was encouraging. Yes, that's more like it. His breakdowns of the events and incisive questions thereafter would be missed by the entire Waaagh, Kronan knew. But needs must when the Squiggoth charges, as Kronan was still trying to get others to say. When they all gathered in the bay to see off old Gitsquisher, Kronan was stoic, but Tiddles was crying a tsunami of tears and wailing like a canine that had lost its master. He hadn't, of course, because Kronan was quite evidently and obviously his true master. Yet the gigantic ball of teeth howled like his heart had been broken before he charged out of the bay, taking with him all of the tiny little copies of himself, as a wave of squigs bound after him, also lamenting, though they didn't really know why. And it was then that Kronan stepped forward. In his hands he held a colossal sword of astonishing providence. And Gitsquisher McMurdo's jaw dropped. He looked to his big boss, Kronan, and then back at the blade, as Kronan held it out to him. McMurdo knew that this was not a permanent gift. No, this would forever be the blade of the Cunning One, for it was gifted to him by their guard, Mork himself. Hence, this was an honour beyond honours, for the Cunning One, Kronan, was tasking him to take it and draw first blood with it. He would be the very herald of Kronan. But the gift came with a mountainously suffocating weight of responsibility, for it meant that, by taking it, McMurdo would be agreeing to give it back. A boulder of duty was placed upon him, one he could never escape from under until he had indeed returned the blade to Kronan, for it meant that he had to survive to do this. He could not throw caution to the wind and join the front lines. He could not get involved in the place he loved to be most, the deepest, messiest centre of any fray. Yet he could not deny his lord, his boss, his leader. Gitsquisher took the weapon in his hands, which dropped quite a bit actually, because Kronan was such a strapping big boy. He made everything look so easy, and so, well, did he really? But the weight of the weapon was far more than McMurdo was used to. Another minor little inconvenience. Without months of practice, there was no way on Orquilonia that McMurdo could wield this huge bastard of a chopper. The first chopper, or no. Hence, he could not be painting himself blue and charging into the enemy with it at any time soon. Kronan had hog-tied McMurdo like a festive spit roast. Now, some might say, crumbs, is McMurdo that clever to have fathomed all of that in the one go? Well, it is regularly known that the head is often more capable than the heart. Or was it the other way round? In any case, the actual realization of the duty did indeed only dawn on him as time went on. Yet this was only the frontal cortical stimulation that was the justification and realization of what his heart had heard all too well. He knew this to be true, ever before he understood it. Thus did Kronan grant him great honour, by handing him Hackneyen, the first chopper, signalling that he was the very hand of the Cunning One, and none on this small excursion, this scouting force, could even conceive of challenging McMurder's supremacy. But then, Gitsquisher was not a name he took lightly either. He liked to reinforce the name as much as it just came by nature. Hence, McMurder was meaty, fighty, and bitey enough to cow all resistance anyways. The weapon, the first chopper, was a signal. It was a sign. It was also a perfectly good reason for Kronan to make bloody well sure he did follow up old McMurder, just to get his holy artifact back. Hence, it was also a sort of promise from the big boss to his warrior. Yes, I will be back for this. So rest assured, you are not some expendable like the Grots are. Ha ha. But of course, nobody else would give any gifts. Nobody else would part with any of their hard-earned bling or booty to another. Hence was the prophecy fulfilled and the legend of Kronan enriched. For noblesse oblige was indeed the expectation of the king. In this case, that was inarguably Kronan, and he acted like one. More simply put, only a true king gives his stuff out a bit, because he's got to show how much he already has, eh? Hackbar was given a glare and a nod by the Cunning One. He didn't mind, most knew. All Hackbar really cared about were those beings hiding around corners or in the shadows, ready to jump out on him. A weirdo. But such is life, that it takes so many forms and faces to make the sum greater than the whole of the parts. Or something like that. Either way, Kronan did not trudge after they had all watched the shuttle head over to the Gutless Wonder, Hackbar's flagship. He strode with purpose. The forward scout fleet was prepared and heading out. In the distance, Kronan felt he could even begin to see the new thing worked on. But of course, this was a flight of fancy. He was millions of miles away from the incredibly rich mineral asteroid belts that were its present home, being built as close to the source of materials as possible. Kronan really did want at least one before the main event, yet he left them to work in peace. He had bigger fish to fry, as the Toe Empire hate to hear, but hear it they must. For this was even more popular a saying since Ramalama Ding Dong 4 than his own needs must when the Squiggoth charges thing. Even though most had not taken part in the butchery of the blue thingies, the liar cast, or something like that. Well, the entire Waaagh had seen the footage, so pretending it would not stick around was not really on the menu, unless Kronan struck the combat footage from the massacre of the Toe Boys from the VidNet. And even with the mystery of truth and the entirety of his Black Legion, even Kronan was not unwise enough to pee directly into the faces of his own adherents or fans by doing that. Moving swiftly on, Hackbar and McMurder now corralled their forces together, then ripped a huge tear into the burp, and off they went. Now, Hackbar was no stellar cartographer, and none were any of his boys. Hence, it had been agreed with, well, or directed by pain to be inflicted by the Cunning One, that they go as long as they could, then popped out of the burp and have a shufty around. Kronan was very specific about what they were looking for. It had to be a Hume system. There would be arse starters, imperious gravy, anal mini tantrum, and entire odors of the Adipi Sorority. The smaller Marines, with the white hair and the big ears under their torso armor. Those ones. For Kronan had known their ways, had marked their passing. Or so, he had read standing orders to hightail it to this system without delay. But in any case, McMurder and Hackbar were instructed to watch out for anyone or anything that displayed the banners of the Departamento Mini Hordem, as they were likely to be able to stop the fighting somehow. Okay, Kronan was not sure how either Hackbar or McMurder were to discern these potentially killjoy filth, yet they were forewarned, and thus forearmed. Which is a bit of a silly statement, really, because you don't really need prior knowledge to go outside with your arms on your torso now, do you? Upper or lower? No, because that would be silly. So why being warned? would help with any of this was anyone's guess. Yet it was part of the dialectic mos meorum, thus it had to stand. And so it was that Kronan finished his immediate work, and then went off in search of Tiddles. For he had not seen the Avatar of Teeth since he charged out of the bay in floods of tears, the soppy old sod. Now Kronan knew that McMurdo had been ingratiating himself with a ball of dental fury with tidbits, especially tasty grots and the like. Now Kronan did initially think that McMurdo was trying to slick the palm of Tiddles, in the hopes of one day trying to take out the cunning one while he slept, or something like that. You know, the old "I bribed the guard doggies with sweetmeats" affair. But no. This is not that kind of tale, and the orcs are not that sort of bunch. Because no orc, bar that wretched bucket of vomit Toba, would ever want to take power via anything other than watching the light die in the previous boss's eyes while they stood over them victorious. After an epic scrap, of course, but that part is practically a waste of time to actually state and to keep adding. Sorry. So Kronan wrote off his suspicions as some form of weirdness, coming from reading his data slate a bit too often as of late, his mind almost being infected with the wimpy thoughts of the lesser races. He would have to watch for that in the future. Hence, Kronan knew that it was just because Gitsquisher and Tiddles had a real bond. Not one as established as betwixt master and pet, but one blooming up to the level of first cousin who turns up every weekend for a sleepover and likes the family pet type terrain. Or so, because Gitsquisher did not have a pet of his own, which Kronan always thought was ludicrous. So he might have just been filling in that urge while remaining ostensibly unfettered, untied down, with the responsibility of owning his own. Yet Kronan was now wending his way in pathways he had never trodden before. Yes, it was because he was a strapping lad, and these smaller, dingier tunnels were cramped and rather low for his prodigious girth and height, but also because it was where the lower orcoids dwelt. Squigs, snots and grots, that lot. Kronan ripped a lumen off the wall to gain more visual acuity, yet it predictably went off as soon as it was separated from its housing, with a customary shower of sparks, of course. Kronan could not see well at all, and he hated squinting, so he grabbed a bundle of cloth from the ground and quickly fired it with his backup surprise hand burner. Alas, there was some squealing from the bundle of cloth, but Kronan paid it no mind, as the struggling made the reflected light more interesting, and of course, the shouting in agony did calm his nerves in such an unfamiliar locale. Probably a snot, mused Kronan for about 2.3 nanoseconds before moving on. And Kronan searched the underdecks of the Orcs of Omen, not too deeply, as that might have him bump into one of the adventuring parties that still stalked the inner corridors. And although a surprise massacre by the cunning one might be hilarious on the short term, on the long, it might not do to total party kill a famous gang via death by Kronan, and it was not precisely the kind of fame Kronan needed at the present. For now, more than ever, there would need to be a slowing of the self-crumping in the fleet. They were engaging the Smeldar, after all, which we will get to, I promise. And so it was that Kronan stalked the dark and dank deep rooms and tunnels. Now he witnessed more and more scrawls across the walls, for these were performed quite obviously by the snots, for the blood-daubed frescoes were too low to the ground to be orcs or even grots. And Kronan stopped for a second, as he thought of how he really should put a stop to the intersheep origotmy displays. But he shrugged. Life could not be too easy for the wee grots. They needed their trials as well, if they were to be as fighty as he required, as he desired. Thus, the catching of the test pieces, i.e. the grots, would keep them on their toes, avoiding the runt herds when they came out with their bags. And anyways, there were not that many runt herds that were at the level to compete in the games and display of skill. The grots had it pretty good under his new regime. Oh, yes they did. Well, apart from when Madnut Krunkelstein believed he could perform mech stuff as well as all but eye sting. Kunkelstein had proposed that the use of grots could power the sheeps and make them faster. Alas, even when he shoveled 10,000 grots into a furnace in one day, there was no marked change in the velocity of the test vessel. Ergo, he was talking utter tosh. This was, of course, the last time anyone listened to Madnut when he was utterly pie-eyed and 3 sheets to the wind on grog. And Kronan did almost consider correlating that the level of good counsel compared to utter bollocks spouted was somehow intrinsically linked to the amount of booze the weird boy had consumed. Go figure. Anyways, Kronan lurked and stalked in the darkness, and he saw the markings the snots had made on the walls. Now most seemed to be an excellently religious devotional, for there were many images that were unmistakably Gork and Mork. More Mork, of course, as this was his Waaagh. Yet there appeared another image amongst them all. 2, in fact. One was again, unmistakably, the cunning one, Kronan, which was good and right, for was he not the prophet of Mork? Of course he was. But there was also Tiddles, and his depictions were a tad on the large side for Kronan's liking, and as he walked on, he saw that the scrawls from earlier were probably older, and as he got deeper into the darkness, the newer murals were going apace. Yet the prominence and colour of the pictures had changed. The adored bloody frescoes of the Orb of Teeth were getting larger, and Kronan could see that there was another light flickering at the end of a long alley come walkway. He quietly snuck up and peered inside. And there he was. There was Tiddles, sat on a huge collection of cushions. Well, Kronan hoped they were cushions, as otherwise they were snots, and they were allowing him to sit on them, which meant some would invariably snuff it under the pressure. Around Tiddles were also Squigs, of course. He rarely went anywhere without a congregation of the little balls of hate, but now they were joined by Snots, and the Snots knelt on the ground and raised their hands over their heads and then moved them onto the ground, bending their bodies to prostrate themselves on the floor. They were not just idolizing, not just paying homage or deference. They were praying to Tiddles, the avatar of teeth. And Kronan did not know how to feel about any of this. On the one hand, there were only 2 gods, Gork and Mork. This was known. Yet, were there others? Had the Greenskins been lied to about their entire culture, their entire history? For even Kronan had to admit, were it not for his excellent chronicler, then none would truly know of his tale in the future, and he had never heard of another boss having one. Ergo, that word again, eh? He worried that perhaps the orcs had always had more gods, and had just forgotten. Perhaps there was one for the grot. Perhaps, just perhaps, Tiddles was indeed the avatar of teeth. Was he actually the prophet of the Squig god? Did they have one? Kronan trudged on, deep in thought. Then he stopped, and a sneaky bellow of body burp erupted from his poo pouch unbidden. The tight gantries and tunnels really concentrated the bouquet, and Kronan had tears of mirth coming down as he could not escape his own flatus. And he could see why the Black Legion despised him expelling his grunts into the outer chamber before heading into bed. Sniggering for the next half hour or more, Kronan headed up to the far less weird or challenging region of the ship that was populated by his own kind, the orcs. All spiritual considerations now gone, washed away in the tears of his mirth. And of course, it was then that the klaxons flared up again, and all of the lumens on the ship turned red. They were under attack again. Well, probably not the orcs of Omen itself, but outlier elements of the escorts at the least. And Kronan ran to the bridge to enjoy the hilarity. He did so love shouting, "Fire!" It was somehow life-enriching to see so much Daka released after his one-worded order. Now this is what being a boss was all about. the darker. And so it was that Kronan leapt through the doors of the bridge as soon as they were opened wide enough, then bounced up the stairs towards his golden command song. Lights and shapes, chevrons and icons of a dizzying myriad appeared before the cunning one as he flipped on the noosphere battle schematics. The fop was at it again. A small sortie of Smeldar ships was now harassing the edges of his fleet. Grandmouth Tartan was already acting to contain as many sheeps as possible, bellowing at them to hold course and fire when the Smeldar came in close enough, and that's it. Yet the juicy opportunity for a scrap was so difficult to resist, and Kronan face-palmed comedically to Tartan as they both saw a gaggle of kill cruisers and brute ships head off after a picket passing harassing Smeldar. A puff of fumes came from one of the sheeps, and it was clear to see that they had dropped their bomber and fighter wings to engage with the pansies. Alas, this was always a crap plan. For as studious as Ducker von Smashoven had been in their tutelage, the fly boys were still utterly rubbish out there. The Smeldar escorts dipped behind the shadow of a moon, and it didn't take Mork's own cunning to figure out what was coming next. And practically on cue, out plopped a set of Smeldar fighter pilots. They danced and weaved around Kronan's fighters, outnumbered at least 5-1 as they were, yet their speed, agility, and accuracy meant that the Smeldar were darting in and out of von Smashoven's fighter wings and pulling them apart in detail. Yet Kronan was now a bit better versed in this situation than of late, and Tartan was getting properly exercised, as this had been the third raid today, and today was a slow one. As the kill cruisers caught up with the swiftly diminishing Orky fighters, the Smeldar did not even peel off and scarper as usual. It seemed that their amount of orcs was getting to the enemy. They used to be satisfied with just stripping off some fighters and maybe cutting up a few escorts per raid. Yet, as more sheep of the Waaagh had made it through the burp and arrived at the new muster points, the Smeldar must have realized that their pinprick stings were simply not doing anything to cease the greenskin onward rush. And things had not all gone the Smeldar's way either, for Kronan and Tartan had identified the regions they most often came from, most often retreated towards. Okay, the crafty Smeldar had wandered them down many a dead end and, of course, a set-piece slaughter. Yet, the Waaagh had pushed into some systems and just rushed for habitable planets or asteroid belts where the scallywags might be hiding. Then the collected fleet would simply bombard the place with darker from many hundreds of ships. Inexorably, some of the dainty Eldar vessels or bases were there, and scrap missions had always chortled hard when they did find the remains of Smeldar sheep, bases, or floating decompressed bodies. Hence, these seemingly minor events to the Eldar were huge morale victories for the greenskins, and it certainly kept them in the fight. And so it was that the Smeldar cutters that buzzed the fleet were not running, but turning on their pursuers and slicing some up with their deadly rays of heat and death. Yet, one of the enemy's sheep was caught between two Orky vessels they had smashed, only to be jumped on by a good Orky ram ship. The smaller Orky vessel was mostly shorn in half by the nimbly reacting Smeldar. Joy of joys, though. The remaining half of the brute ram ship half dug into the nippy Smeldar sheep and disgorged its contents. That being a payload of deeply angry and very fighty boys, and few Smeldar sheep could survive such a boarding. Kronan grinned a cunning leer as he thought of the carnage that must be ensuing on near every deck, stairwell and bay of the Smeldar sheep. It was glorious. He was almost jealous when he then ordered the Orcs of Omen to fire its long-range missiles into the escaping Smeldar cutter. Oh, they would get away most often, but 1 in 5 of those who were shot at by this level of missiles at this proximity? It was in the lap of the gods, of course, but Kronan grinned again, and even more wolfishly, as 2 missiles of the wave slammed into the second Smeldar sheep and transformed it into a lovely plume of multicolored fire. and the rest of the Orky kill cruisers caught up to the boarded Smeldar sheep and sent over more boys to help out. Their fighters, having nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide, would end their days taking out as many of the Orc jets as possible. Or so Kronan thought. Yet, all the Greenskins knew, as they would hold the space after the engagement and could thus salvage anything left behind, he knew that all of his own fighters and bombers would be almost instantly replaced. It was one of the tasks he had given specifically to Stepan Squawking to maintain and increase the flight wings. And then, on the very edges of detection range, a lone fighter appeared. Again. Dipping in and out of detection range, it was the Smeldar fighter Ace, the ones the Orkies called the cast iron Bast. For his fighter was smooth and metallic, unpainted and grim. Well, for a Smeldar vehicle anyways. It glittered in the distance, forever beckoning, forever just out of range. The self-same cast iron that had been witnessed to take out scores of Orky flyboys in engagements. The self-same cast iron Bast that had used precision shooting to cripple a half-dozen sheep of the line, even smashing the bridge of one kill cruiser and mauling it so badly that it was practically scrap. And all now looked at Ducker as Smashhoven then looked up at Kronan. Again. Now Kronan knew exactly what was going on. The boss of the Winds of Waaagh did this every single time that this particular fighter Ace came into the scopes. He would just stop everything he was doing and just stare up at Kronan. He did not cross his hands over his chest. He did not tut. He did not whine, moan, or complain. He simply looked up at the cunning one. And every single time, Kronan utterly ignored him. He did it so well that he was never ever caught looking down, even in the region that Ducker stood. Never. But now, could he do it? Because it was at this moment that the fleet saw what they had done so many times before. As the cast iron Bast now sped towards the furball that was almost wrapping up, and he was on them in a minute, weaving between streams of good Orky Ducker, turning impossibly in space and eviscerating those chasing him, before then flipping around again and hunting down stragglers or even entire groups of 3 or 4 Orky pilots. Each pass he killed 1, then 2, of Von Smashhoven's flyboys. He was tearing the entire formation to pieces and slicing them up like a kebab chef with a line of customers out of the door. It was utter carnage. Yet, Kronan did not look down at the stock-still boss of the Winds of Waaagh. Now, Kronan was not actually averse to losing some of his boys, no matter the station. Oh, he would miss the camaraderie, of course, but as no truly Orky Orc fears death, there was no situation where they did not at least consider that casualties would be left behind on the battlefield. For Waaagh had its price, and it was a price the Orcs would pay with a smile on their lips and a song in their hearts, or something like that. Yet, to lose Ducker now did seem to be such a huge waste of talent, for none of the other flyboys came even close to the skill and ability of Ducker von Smashhoven, something Ducker had proven himself in great detail, as he had previously been in a few sorties of his own, and Kronan had never stopped him then. And von Smashhoven, despite what anyone might say about the Orcs, was a greenskin in a trillion. He was a genuine genius when it came to flying, and he had even shot down 5 Smeldar fighters in the last month, which was the highest in the entire fleet by 4. To be a fighter ace amongst the cunning Waaagh, it was only required to kill 1 Smeldar fighter, which previously would have been a surprise. But the Smeldar were actually quite good at fighting, mused Kronan often. Oh, they were useless in most other regards, with all their crafting and dancing and crying and poetry. But, thought Kronan, when push came to shove, they weren't half bad at void warfare. Now, this may be just because he had not really seen them in combat in other arenas, but the proof of the pudding is always in the tasting, as they say. and few boarding actions had not met with success. Hence, they were certainly not as choppy or stabby as they were good in a pilot's cockpit, whatever that was. And the cast-iron bast was having a whale of a time, Kronan could see, as each pass saw more of the chevrons of his own fighters disappear. And still, Dacre stood. Still, Dacre von Smashhoven stared. And Kronan sighed. If Dacre was blasted out of the darkness by this cast-iron bast, then who on Orquilonia would train his new flyboys? Who would keep them in check? For even other speed freaks were barely similar to the flyboys, and every time one was put in charge of a flyboy wing, they were either killed in uprisings or got their entire squadron slaughtered on the first engagement. Dacre von Smashhoven was too important to Kronan and the entire Waaagh. Yet, this could not go on forever. And Kronan was not wrong. He could feel it. He could see it out of the corner of his eyes. And today was the tipping point. Today, it mattered. For today, it was not just Dacre von Smashhoven. As one after another of the bridge crew now stood at their stations, they were not looking at their screens and data screens. It was like an infection of the ick. It had passed from one bridge underboss to the next. And now, for the first time, even the screaming of Grand Mouth Tartan could not quell the event. They all did as they were instructed, but then immediately, after this action had been performed, they returned to looking up at Kronan. All of them. They just bogged at him, dramatically. Some might slowly slip their view to Dacre, waiting at the base of the stairs to Kronan's thong, then return their view to Kronan. It was not narrowed-eyed of rage or contempt. Of course not. It was not eyes looking at him in scorn. No one would dare. The closest Kronan could place it to was the same wide-eyed imploring that he had seen on the face of Tiddles before the assault of Ramalama Ding Dong 4. They were all imploring him. The cast-iron bast flew dramatically through the wreckage of its last kill, like something from a 70s sci-fi, then escorted the last Smeldar fighter with him and headed out to beyond detection range again. Near all now looked at their screens again, their heads all solemnly and slowly returning to their work. None now looked up, bar one, bar him. And Kronan knew. He remembered the lessons of the Squig games. He understood his people. This could not go on another day. It could not, or he would lose him. He had seen it before. When an orc was prevented from crumping, was denied their very birthright, it killed something inside of them. So Kronan was without choice. If he did not let Dacre do what he did best, Kronan would kill him, as surely as a blast through the windscreen with a macro cannon blast. A slow and pathetic death. And Kronan could not do that. So, Kronan moved from his golden thong and brought himself up to his full height as he walked down the stairs. At the very bottom, he turned and looked down into the face of Dacre von Smashhoven and said one word. Just the one. Tomorrow. Dacre von Smashhoven bowed to the Cunning One as the bridge exploded into paroxysms of undiluted joy and cheering. Kronan went back to his chambers to plan his next moves, yet, even before he got there, the news was out. Whispered from sheep to sheep, Kronan was pretty much sure that every last greenskin in the fleet would know by the time he had finished his repast. And he was not wrong. But he was slightly miffed when his din-dins was disrupted, for he did like to sample the vid displays while eating. But, of course, the mood swiftly passed. The show he was watching cut out. Blackness. Then, vids of the cast-iron bast were streaming across the entire fleet, across his screen. Then, suddenly, the screen went black again. Then a single sigil appeared on the screen, with a green Orky flag fluttering in the background. It was a sigil of the winds of Waaagh, the icon of Ducker von Smashhoven. Kronan could hear the screams of adulation from his black legion just outside. He knew the selfsame screams were erupting aboard every stair-sheep in the fleet. They really did not like this cast-iron bast for certain. And who doesn't like a grudge match, a Rwengi killing spree? Nobody worthy of the mention, that's who. Well, that was that. If the cast-iron bast turned up tomorrow, it was on. There was now nothing Kronan could do to stop it, as every last greenskin in the fleet went into anticipation mode. Kronan and the Smeldar Pirate Prince, Part 2. The Dogfight. And so it was that Kronan, the Cunning One, Lord of all of Aquilonia, burst from his room with all the gusto of our previous retelling. For, despite the deepening issues with the battle against the Smeldar, the spirit of Kronan was irrepressible. He bounced along, humming his heart out and barging tiddles as they speedily processed towards the command deck, as he did every morn. Well, to say morning on a stair-sheep is rather a misnomer, really, for, as we all know, there is no night or day when you are not on a rotating ball of mud. But using it as an indicant of the Cunning One having just had a bountifully blissful night's sleep is all important. For without a good kip, what is one truly capable of? Certainly not one's best. And it was of fundamental import that the Cunning One be at his abject pinnacle, his zenith, at this time more than any other. For things had not exactly gone to plan over the last few weeks, and all this had rather a deleterious effect on the whole Waaagh. Now one might recall that there was much adulation and commensurate anticipation at the declaration that the elder ace pilot, the cast-iron bast, who had been tearing up the flyboy wings for over a month, would indeed be facing his match. He would be taken down by the only orc in the entire Milky galaxy who could possibly hope to get a job done, that redoubtable legend of the cunning Waaagh, an alumnus of the more naval Ducker von Smashhoven, the lord of the winds of Waaagh. Alas, this had not been the case, but it was not for a want of trying. Every day the cast-iron bast would wend and weave its way through the void and attempt to pick off as many good orky flyboys as possible. Yet, whenever Ducker von Smashhoven and his elite flyboys, the winds of Waaagh, would scramble and fly to meet the rapscallion, the cast-iron would turn tail and leg it. Not to say that there was any true need for lower limb strength, for engines were employed on his craft, not some form of weird conceptualization of the Flintstones, where pedal power would be a major contributor to the velocity gained. Although, truth be told, some of the odd boys had indeed attempted to make this a thing. But, as usual, much grog was involved, so it ended up being a festering pile of squiggoth dung as far as plans were concerned. Not as utterly contemptible a failure as that of Mad Nut Kunkelstein's previous attempt at grot-powered engines, but hardly anything that would make those involved beam when it was brought up by their contemporaries and rivals, which of course it was, both frequently and regularly. But let us push on. To be earnest or frank, the issue was gaining more of an effect than anyone would previously have believed possible. It was much akin to the entire Waaagh feeling cock-blocked, really. You know, where two potential paramours are eyeing each other furtively and definitely up for it, only to have one of their facially hideous and deeply celibate pals make sure to sit between them and waffle on about the most tedious, redundant and tortured terrifying tidbits of trivia until the moment had well and truly passed. A level of frustration that ends up in either a renowned and unique work of art or, more usually, some form of mad rampage that punctuates in the protagonist being either incarcerated or deemed whiffy by their entire friends group or wider community. That level of frustration. For it was now pretty much clear to all involved, being the entire greenskin population of the Waaagh, of course, that the cast-iron was fit, as they say in uppish social strata. So, if the bast would not engage, how was there to be the promised Barney? and there is nothing in the Midway Galaxy more annoying to the greenskins than a bundle denied, a punch-up put off, a colossal crumping cancelled. And nerves had now begun to fray a bit of late due to this. Now things on the macro level had actually been on the rise, for Kronan was now getting to grips with matters, and even Grandmouth Tartan seemed to be blooming in his admiralship of the greater Waaagh fleet. Not that anyone would have put it that way, of course, for it is exceptionally condescending and needlessly verbose in a feat to refer to anyone or anything with testosterone involved to be blooming. But that was beside the point. In any case, the battles of the last leg of the action had been going much better than before. But, as is so often the way when being cock-blocked, one cannot take pleasure in the fullness and cheapness of the pints provided, nor the deliciousness of the food gathered and shared, when one is zeroed in on a rare chance of getting one's leg over, as the humans would say. And so it was amongst the sheep of the Waaagh, for none truly cared for the improved results in the line ship engagements, the sinking of the enemy capital ships, nor the devastation of so many of their ports of call and hidey holes. Not while the cast-iron Bast was still thumbing his nose at the flyboys, and having his way with them every day. Oh, there was much rejoicing, as if a group of much-hated bards and players had been consumed during a winter night, but it was always subdued compared to the results gained on the day. There was no avoiding the issue. The cast-iron Bast's constant survival had been chipping away at the enjoyment of the entire event, and this could not continue. Daka knew it. Madnut knew it. Even Isaac, who was still all the way back in the Orcolonia system, knew it. And Kronan was all too aware that something had to be done, needed to be done, or this one wretch would topple the entire elan of the Waaagh. But how to get this done? Now Kronan had always considered this more Daka von Smashhoven problem. He needed to learn and improve on the fleet level. It was Daka who needed to work through all of this. Yet it had now snowballed to the extent that Daka was summoned to a secret council, with not just the more naval, but others, and Kronan himself. That serious. And so it was that he did indeed attend. But he came prepared, for Daka had not wasted his time in between sorties, and he was well aware of the chagrin of his people. For he shared it, nay, he was the very epicenter of the storm. He felt the rage and frustration more than any other. Now, as previously stated, Daka von Smashhoven was an orc in a billion, perhaps even more. But the point is, he was also a cunning lad. How could he have been in such close proximity to the cunning one, and not have some of it rub off all over him? Needless to say, rubbing off was a natural effect of being around Kronan. Good job that they didn't have handles, but let us not dwell on this phrase, as it is not as harmless in all quarters. And so it was that Daka had himself been watching the depredations of the cast iron for quite some time now, so he was ready. Now, throughout Daka's own deliberations, he had identified a few tiny nagging issues when dealing with the Smeldar reprobate. The cast iron was inarguably faster, almost beyond belief to state, and bordering on affront to the very guards, that a speed freak would be so outmatched. But Daka was a realist, which is an astonishingly rare gift for a greenskin. In fact, only Chains Grond, the Orc of Mystery, was better endowed in such matters, and being an Ardad himself, Daka would never demur from the unvarnished truth, or a varnished truth even, which you would generally consider to have had more time put into it. As many of us know, varnishing things can be a dashed tricky business. But in any case, it was another unpalatable truth that the cast iron was also better armed. His accuracy and penetration were a thing to behold. In fairness, none had seen penetration of this kind outside of a direct hit by a bank of macro Daka cannons. The sort of depth that would make the most hardened worker of the night wince and claim that they had a dicky tummy, or some other equally risible excuse to not participate in the pre-planned and paid-for event. How about experience? It did not shame Daka von Smashhoven that he had also received a charmed life and a meteoric career. and in the last few weeks alone, the cast iron had clocked in no small hours of flight and fight. Now Daka did consider taking up some of his most promising flyboys and having a few practice events. Yet this could be construed as a lack of confidence that he could trounce the perfume ponce. A mistake to be certain. The catalogue of evidence would seem to make this a suicidal event. Now that might bother some other races, but not the greenskins. This was more like a challenge to the vast majority of them. Yet Daka did not fear death whatsoever, but he did so enjoy his time at the side of Kronan, witnessing scraps like he had never dreamed possible, and he wanted that to continue. Also, this rapscallion had done in for quite a lot of his mates. Revenge would taste so good. Like better than a top-shelf grog that was usually reserved only for the cunning one. That good. So how to beat the odds? How to prove the Smeldar were weedy, even in their own forte? Now, he did have some excellent ideas. Not that he would have put it that way either, as Kronan was known to have a strong and very stabby and stompy reaction to anyone who wore any form of headgear, but also to anyone infringing on his monopoly on think stuff, of which ideas were the most dangerous, of course. For none could forget the terrible carnage of Thinkmas. Well, those who survived it anyhow. And so it was that Daka decided to concentrate on the two things that he could affect. The first was the time and place of the scrap. Well, if he gained the compliance and endorsement from the Cunning One and Grandmaster Tartan. The other was the very nature of the battle itself, for he could be outflown, outpaced, and was at a marked deficit in the realms of accuracy. But there was one realm where he could claim absolute dominance, and this was the basis of his new approach to the scenario, to the slaying of the cast iron bast. So, Daka welcomed the summons more than anyone in the history of formal meeting arrangement. I mean, he was all but immune to the rule of three, as he was a member of the more naval and deep in the Council of Kronan, whatever that means. Hence, he was not likely to be turned into kibble for tiddles, unless he really screwed the pooch, or really sorted out by challenging or deriding the Cunning One, which was as far from his mind as is possible for such an ardent and loyal boss to his ever-victorious big boss, Kronan. Now Daka was rather confused at the meeting itself. It went well, of course it did, for the very bedrock of cunning was the ability to absorb and utilize information, and Kronan was the champ at this particular type of thing, so he understood Daka's proposals far deeper than anyone else, and almost instantly. It was more the fact that Kronan demanded that Madnut Krunkelstein downed a bottle of grog after every truly orky statement, and seeing as it was a meeting of Kronan, Daka, Madnut, Tartan, Milton John, Appledon, and even Bub von Butch, there was an abundance of orkiness that could fill a volume of the Encyclopedia Britannica, or something like that. Hence, Madnut was very swiftly as pie-eyed as a student whose gate crashed an open-bar marriage or other opulent social engagement. The rivers of boff that issued from his gob were now making it look like the meeting was occurring in a particularly unattended or cleaned paddling pool. Despite this rather strange decision from the Cunning One, the proposals of Daka von Smashhoven garnered near universal agreement. Of course, Madnut Krunkelstein's input was less than helpful, as he remained the only naysayer in the entire congregation. But Kronan did not seem to be even remotely interested in what the head weird boy boss had to contribute, so his objections and suggestions were flagrantly ignored. And so, Daka had his green light, so to put it. And what better endorsement could a good orky orc require to know that he was indeed blessed by the very gods? Now, this was not the entirety of the event, for Kronan had something even more pressing in the offing, it seemed. And this was indeed the reason for his strange diktats to Krunkelstein. For as all now began to wade their way towards the door, Kronan bade them to follow him to their next location, which surprisingly was one of his most well-appointed dungeons. Now when I say dungeon, One should not think of the kind where some dilapidated antediluvian reptilian with immolating halitosis was ensconced on a bed of shiny bits, awaiting some plucky band of youthful gallants to defeat them, and subsequently realised that friendship was the greatest thing that they gained on their journey. Nor the kind of dungeon found in the dork city of Waaargh, where all sorts of vomit-inducing sadism was to be ultra-sexualized, in some way to give catharsis to the vast swathes of writers of the setting who simply can't get some. No. This was a much more workmanlike environment, where only the most pain-inducing things were held, but all the kind you would be able to describe to a grandparent in an attempt to shock them, while utterly ignoring the fact that they've probably forgotten more about unsavoury practices than you will ever know in this age of puritanical prudishness, or something like that. Anyways, the room was large and well lit, so all could see exactly what was occurring. And so it was that they all ventured inside to witness a thing that many had considered an absolute certainty, and only wondered why it had taken so long to come to this point. For there was Grinner the Backstabber, chained and being slowly turned over a spit of lovely warm coals. Not enough to truly cook him, but certainly enough to make it increasingly ouchy as he rotated for full all-over-body coverage. And Kronan now got Appledon, better known to most as Nog Smasher, the new leader of Kronan's Black Legion, to explain the situation to Grinner. For the cunning one had waited long enough. He now discarded his caution and got to the point of the matter, and Appledon explained to Grinner that he had 3 options available to him. Option 1. Grinner could tell Kronan exactly what he wanted to know about the strange hat of his. Option 2. Kronan would order Madnut Krunkelstein to rip the information out of Grinner's head. Now this threat was punctuated by Kronan indicating the pie-faced and still vomiting Krunkelstein. For all know that mindy-windy stuff was incredibly difficult, even at the best of times. To attempt to do this while at least 9 sheets to the wind, there was less chance of Grinner getting out of this compos mentis than a squigoth controlling its posterior after being fed half a cargo container's worth of laxatives. Option 3. That Kronan would let him keep his secret and his hat. Alas, this would require Kronan to staple it to his head with the same level of diligence and effort as he had done with the stalk exchanges of the Bad Moons so many, moons ago. And, alas again, Kronan would then be required to make certain it never came off by severing the head of Grinner and placing it on a spear, so that he could plant it wherever he was, as an honorific to his promise to Grinner. Now much chortling occurred while this was all going on, of course, for Bub von Butch had no love for Grinner, and nor did anyone else who originally hailed from Orcolonia and knew of his base betrayal of the cunning one. So, if Grinner was considering imploring the cheap seats for support, he already knew he was off to a non-starter. And so it was that Grinner the Backstabber now divulged the strange powers of his headgear, and the very secret of the magical bean of St. Hungo. Not that he knew the tale of its origin, or even the name St. Hungo the Well-Endowed, but he related as much as he could about the operation and benefits of this exceptional head accoutrement, the hat. Now truly satisfied with great avuncular jocularity, Kronan then smashed the chains of Grinner and freed him with a mere flick of his mighty wrists. Now Grinner did not immediately give thanks for the bountiful clemency of his lord, for he was a tad preoccupied with howling and jumping out of the fires he had landed in. But when he had rolled around on the ground a bit and slapped out the flames, he did indeed fall on his face in supplication to his master. And he was even relieved to be told that he would retain the use and ownership of this hat and its potent prophetic peen. All Kronan wanted was him to share in this treasure. For the moment at least, Grinner was well and truly out of the fire. But he would not have free rein of the fleet anymore, for Kronan would utilize his advantage in the engagements with the Smeldar. He needed something to even the odds, and this was most certainly it. Hence, Grinner was given the run of the Orcs of Omen and informed he would now be standing in for Kitsquisher McMurder in interviewing the remaining parties, all still clearing out the innards of the vast sheep. But he was never to leave, unless he was accompanied or was directly ordered to by the Cunning One. Of course, Badnut was crestfallen when he finally understood the statements made about scanning Grinner's mind, related some 10 minutes earlier, and then attempted to please his lord by enacting the process anyways. Yet, the helpful buffet of the Cunning One made him relax to the ultimate extent, as he was not clean out. Grotz, of course, were instructed to lean Madnut onto his side to make sure he did not expire on his own vomit, and then he was given all the time he needed to recover from this gargantuan drinking sesh, which was, allegedly, quite the achievement, actually. Now things were truly coming together, for the deadlock had to be broken. Well, hopefully, the exact same word could be used in the very near future about the entire Smeldar fleet. But this was another matter altogether, where Daka had been considering the microcosm of his epic struggle with Adarin and Gower, the Deathbird. Kronan and Tartan had been considering the greater battle against Yane's Blonde, the pirate prince of the Smeldar coarse hairs. Well, more to put it, that Kronan had been considering it, and Tartan had been shouting a lot, as was his wont to do. And Kronan had identified 3 issues, as 3 was the most elegant number in his estimation, as we all know. Yet these were deeply annoying realizations, for they seemed to be wholly unresolvable, even to the Cunning One. Issue 1. Irrespective of the activities of Daka von Smashhoven, the entire Waaagh had taken a thrashing for an extended period of time without complaint or large-scale revolt, for one reason and one reason alone. They truly believed in Kronan, and he had stated categorically that he would lead them to victory. So a crushing defeat of the Smeldar would need to be in the offing, and pretty soon to boot. For, after Kronan's recent exploration of the past escapades of his people via his treasured data slate, he knew that if a Waaagh ran out of forward momentum, well, it would fall apart like an anal minitantrum formation when you have dropped a squiggoth on it. And that was pretty darn fast. Needless to say, not the optimal outcome he was looking for, and certainly not something to be lauded. What would he say to the great Gazgul Mag Uruk Thraka if he ever met him? No, this could not be permitted to happen. So Kronan needed to dish out a hiding to the Smeldar. Issue 2. After a mighty cogitation, he now realized that he simply did not have the time to root out and slaughter every last sheep in the Smeldar fleets. Even if he were to dish out a humongous whooping to Yane's Blonde, the simple fact was that the Smeldar were tediously adroit at running away and hiding. It was vexing in the extreme to admit that any other race, let alone the pandering pansies the Smeldar, were more able than his greenskins at anything. But if he was being honest, which he always was, of course, then this was the thing he would least like his boys to be able to best their enemies in, meaning buggering off mid-scrap and, yes, hiding. Now this, of course, brought up memories of the running for cover and the gutless wonder, and Kronan did wonder how his first exploration fleet was faring. You know, the one with about a dozen rocks being led by that hapless oddie Hackbar, and one of Kronan's oldest and most able adherents, Kitsquisher McMurder. But there simply is not enough time for us to go into the activities right here and now. Of course, I shall regale thee with their tales soon, but it would muddy the waters too much today, and nobody likes muddy waters. Not really. Well, mayhap the Swamp Thing, but that is a sidebar for a totally different setting and channel, so let us push on. Issue 3. Kronan now had a burgeoning empire in his rear. Not to say that he had a fiefdom in his posterior, but he was moving further and further away from his utterly undefended supply lines and main bases, which will provide subsequent reinforcements. If he beat the poop out of the Smeldar, but did not end them, well, the Pointies were known to be horrifically petulant, and some of the worst losers in the Milliway Galaxy. Hence, Kronan knew that he would be leaving his supply lines and his empire completely open to reprisals and raiding by the uppity, prancing, priggish Smelter. And this simply would not do. What if they stopped his construction in the Orcolonia system, or any other of a few dozen worlds he had conquered that were amply endowed with fresh crops of boys and muggins each and every month? For the replenishment of his forces was now a concern, as he had a divinely inspired feeling that this epic scrap he was heading toward would not be over swiftly, and it would be the kind of lark that it would be positively barbaric for him to not share with as many of his people as possible. What kind of a big boss would he be if he did not cater to the needs of every generation of his greenskins, even those not yet harvested from the grounds of Orcolonia? He would be a churl and a tyrant to deny them such life-affirming action, and that again simply would not do. Hence Kronan was flabbergasted. Again, not something he would have said himself, but of all the flabbers that could have potentially occurred, this would definitely be the most ghasted. And it was definitely not like the riddle of the boxes, not one jot. And Kronan did conceive that he had been coasting a bit, really. After his revelation on how to overcome that riddle, he had almost universally applied it to near every nut he had come across. But he now needed more. More information, more cunning, and more ideas. Hence, Kronan delved again into his most cherished treasure repository, his beloved data slate. And so it was, he searched now, not for just basic information, not for other segments that could be categorized as part of what he liked to call the menu. No, he went deeper, ranged wider and further than he had ever done before. He donned his head-thinking grot, Phyllis, who was perfectly sized to not only keep his noggin warm, but also adept enough to remain still, and less required to readjust to the movement of Kronan's head. Now, this seems like a simple enough task, but of all of the thinking grots in Kronan's vast collection, Phyllis was by far the most stressed. Sidebar: concerning the suitable traits for a head-thinking grot. Now one might think that a head-thinking grot would be some form of leader amongst its people, a grot who could lord it over all others, but this is not the case. For a head-thinking grot was indeed one that Kronan would summon to place over his head while perusing his data slate. Now this was done for many reasons. The most important was simple enough though, for Kronan wanted his hair squigs to take a break, and he now really did feel that he needed to be at peak thinkiness while absorbing the information he garnered from the data slate, but also to make certain that he was not infested with the thoughts and predilections of lesser, weedier races, as seemed to have happened before. Hence, he now used his head-thinking grot more and more. Now Phyllis had much to train in when not on Kronan's head. The first, of course, was bladder discipline. For more than a few of the supposedly sacrosanct thinking grots had become a repast for the cunning one at his first discerning of anything wet and pongy trickling down his back, or even less appropriately, his face. But poor Phyllis was also put through its paces by the runt herds, with regular stints on an angry and particularly bitey squig. This was, of course, so that Phyllis retained its composure and placement on the bunts of the brilliant one when he moved about the place. For even when sat and contemplating, Kronan was as active as any orc and constantly leaning forward or back, belly laughing or looking at the ceiling in consternation, in a way that mimicked a perpetual motion device based on the motions of a toddler on amphetamine sulfate. Thus, Phyllis was a grot trained to an inch of its life, for it had much responsibility. If Kronan was to decide that he did not like the new way of doing things, well, if he was peed on once too often, or Phyllis fell off his head in the midst of a particularly tricky and important cogitation, well, his present attitude to the grot could well alter and revert to his previous predilections, meaning massed burnings and firings of grots into space or walls, or the space between walls. And none of the grots really wanted to return to the old regime, despite it being the most natural of orders for the orcoids. Only Kronan's high opinion of the usefulness of the grot prevented mass orogrotmy displays, and all the grots knew it. Hence, Phyllis was under intense and immense pressure, not only from the runt herds, but from its peers as well. Poor bugger. Sidebar over. And so it was that Kronan, suitably attired with Phyllis, delved deep. And what he found was a load of absolute tosh. Well, for the most part. As stated previously, Kronan had an exceptionally low view of the vast majority of the so-called information inside the data slate. The humans seemed to be totally consumed with collecting and collating utter drivel. Yet, even they could sometimes be counted on to have noted something of actual genuine use. And so it was that Kronan discovered two particularly interesting tracts. One was titled The Art of Waaagh. The other, a seemingly updated version of the same concepts, purported to be written by the gaudy emperor himself. And Kronan did actually lose some of the fleeting respect he had for that horrific peeping Tom, as he had named this odd book the Pimpimpia Belly Toaster. Now Kronan was buggered if he could take it seriously with a moniker like that, but he mused that perhaps this was a most important lesson. To see beyond the obvious, in this case the preposterously silly name, to get the truth behind it. And Kronan read this at length. Now he had to admit that most of it was utter tosh, and far more of a manual describing how to actually motivate humies to do what the orcs did naturally, to fight. And in no small way did Kronan feel some pity and revulsion at the lengths required to motivate the humie boys. I mean, one segment admitted that they needed to have a river or lake behind them, so as to dissuade humie warriors from buggering off before the battle had even begun. Kronan scratched his head in consternation. Well, more to put it, he scratched Phyllis, but the effect was the same. Yet, in amongst the droning tedium of sheaves of wheat and the oft-deployed mention of non-combatants, whatever they were, there were indeed some interesting ideas he could absorb into his overall battle strategies. Okay, the vast majority of it seemed far more about avoiding or limiting losses, which was deeply confusing to the cunning one, but some insights really could do with being tested out. And what better time than now, in his confrontation with the Smeldar scum? They had proven to be a much more worthy adversary than he would ever have hoped. But it was now clear that he needed to take this so much more seriously than any land campaign. For if it were on a planet or base, then, as a last resort, he could just simply jump into the lines and work his way towards the enemy leader and cut his smegging head off. And this realization was what Kronan had been waiting for, searching for. This moment, this information, this change in perspective. Why not? Why could he not change the very nature of the battle, so that it more matched his natural wishes and strengths? But how? How could he do this? And in his mind's eye, he saw the pieces all coming together, which led him on to the lightning bolt, the most potent thought he had ever had, now zapping his brain and coursing through his every sinew. How to resolve not just a conundrum, but how to eradicate all three of his issues at the one stroke. Yes, this was a stroke of pure, undiluted genius. Now, all he needed was a little energy and a lot of luck. Yes, he did. And so it was that the cast-iron bast started his rampage of the day. Yet, this was not a day like any other, for the orcs had prepared a wee welcoming committee. Not for the cast-iron bast, of course, for he was wholly and totally owned by Dacker von Smashhoven, and it was truly hilarious. Adarin Angau, the Deathbird, flew into the fray as he did each day, yet this time there was no fighter screen defending the fleet, and it was like a red flag to a bull, whatever that was. Hence, the Deathbird decided to punish the capital ships for not giving him more appropriate snacks to snack on. The cast-iron bast, the Deathbird, flew into one of the flanking formations and caused absolute carnage. Well, for a one-man Smeldar fighter at any rate. He twisted and twirled like a hardy pin in the air, diving down to avoid banks of docker fire, tearing into the bridge of one kill cruiser, burning the face off a few of the sheeps as they tried to close ranks to overlay their firing solutions and create entire banks of fire. Alas, the cast iron was too swift, too skillful to be taken out so easily. Yet, with every blast and every dodge, the orcs on the defending sheeps still grinned, for they knew the plan. And they knew that the cast iron was actually being played, stitched up like a kipper. For as he pranced and lanced, darting and diving, something else was going on entirely. And, as with so many other days, the cast iron bast took note of the new player in the skies, and turned tail and fled. For today there was no huge bank of the winds of Waaagh flying at him. No, there was the one single solitary fighter powering toward him. It was, of course, Dacker von Smashhoven. And the words of his seer screamed into the memory of the Deathbird, the cast iron bast. Fight not the green lord of the winds, duel not with the Hoven. The one who comes at you alone shall be your undoing. He will hunt you down like a wounded Gyrinx. He will not be as Faushu, but as the bloody-handed god. Whatever that means. The prophecy was coming true before his very eyes. But how? This one fighter was a mere orc. The cast iron or deathbird, whatever you prefer really, turned tail and pegged it. And in the cockpit of his heavily adjusted fighter, Dacker von Smashhoven lit up a stogie. He leaned back and put his feet on the steering thingy and snacked on a snot. The cast iron banked away and dipped behind the shadow of a moon, the one he had come from only 2 hours before. And as he was cut from the starlight and looked at his screens, his wee Smeldar face dropped like a lead rhinoceros. His eyes widened until they were like saucers. Not huge ones, I mean more like toy ones really. But either way, like saucers. As Dacker chuckled, for he knew exactly what the Smeldar saw. And this would be 24 kill cruisers with accompanying fighter wings, all of them floating about, with any lights on their sheeps turning on and off in succession. This permitted the cast iron to not only know the true joy of the orky party that was going on aboard each shape, but also it nicely illuminated the floating scrap that was a cast iron bast's base ship previously. Of course, the cast iron swept away to a distant comet. Again, Dacker just nonchalantly used his left boot to alter his trajectory as he trailed after the bast at a healthy distance. The cast iron zoomed forward, but soon banked away again as he flew over the comet, and there was another set of 10 kill cruisers, and smaller support sheeps, of course, all doing pretty much exactly what he had seen only a short while before. They were circling around like sharks waiting at a catch, as the cast iron once again saw his support ship in absolute bits. For the Greenskins had located this rapscallion support ship days prior, but they had waited. And they had made sure that they could get to the enemy unnoticed by the system in general. Now to say that this precision short jump through the burp to get the drop on the Smeldar had been without cost would be a terrible lie. For in truth, over 24 orky sheeps had been lost in the moon's surface and the comet's trail as burning squished wrecks. But heck, who said anything as fun as Waaagh would be without its cost? And it was a tithe the Greenskins would pay gladly. His base sheep gone, the cast iron was now a stranger in a strange land indeed. For everywhere he turned, flotillas of orky sheeps lurked, laughing as hard as they could, of course, but he was not to know that. Perhaps knowing he was creating such hilarity might have brightened his day and made it all worthwhile. Although this is incredibly unlikely, for the Smeldar were total killjoys, all knew. But all of this aside, the cast iron, the Deathbird, Adarin Angawa encompassed his doom. He could not believe it, was aghast at the reality of his situation. Not flabbered, but definitely aghast. Anywho, he knew that he could not escape, and that lone fighter was coming after him, hunting him like an amble through the tunnels of the night sky. So, resigned to this battle in the face of destiny, the cast iron turned around and gave it some way. If he was to go out, it would be in a blaze of glory. Or so he thought. But he did not really understand the situation until he got within Ducker range. For Ducker von Smashoven was not flying a usual fighter. No. He noted the cast iron was coming in, taking his boots down, flicking away his stogie, and dropping what was left of the snot. He grabbed the sticks of the craft and leaned in. Smashhoven was going to enjoy this. He opened up the comms and bellowed his one-word instruction. Fire! For what he flew was indeed an ultimately altered and augmented Wasbomb blaster jet, and the very first of its kind in the Waaagh. Smashhoven called it his flying fortress. For it was ludicrously large, having entire cadres of grots sitting in seats aiming its plethora of weapons in near every direction. And by Mork's cunning cranium did they enjoy their job. The fire coming from it was truly astonishing, and overlapping fields of fire crisscrossed nearly every angle and elevation in every quarter. The cast iron noted the wars of firepower and turned tail to bugger off. Yet, this instinctive action would be moot, for he had nowhere to run to, baby, nowhere to hide. And, with the resolve of his warlike people, the cast iron turned back with a daring maneuver of his own. He would play chicken, whatever that was, with this huge, nasty, ugly, orky fighter. He ploughed through the void towards Ducker von Smashoven and poured fire of his own into it. Bright lance fire slammed into the flying fortress and scorched its flanks, punched neat and wide holes through its wings. Yet nothing seemed to stop it. The entire Waaagh gasped as the Smeldar pilot placed a perfect shot directly into the cockpit of Ducker von Smashoven. Yet, to the elation of all, and the surprise of all but one, Ducker seemed to survive. How? The top of the cockpit was mostly destroyed, and he was open to the void, of course. Yet he just grabbed his helmet and donned it. And, astonishingly, he was not burned with crispy mushroom-flavoured wisps of smoke. And both Ducker and Kronan grinned at exactly the same time. Did this Smeldar really think he could take Kronan's best flyboy from him without so much as a fight? For Ducker had been loaned that most secret of all of Kronan's defences, his backup shield generator. But we shall not discuss how it was given, nor where Kronan told him was most cunning for it to be held. Well, we know, but let's not dwell on it. In any case, the momentary elation of the Smeldar for his prodigiously skilled and accurate strike made him lose concentration for a mere second, and this was enough. As Ducker von Smashoven ducked the fortress down to the exact level and course of his enemy, and the cast-iron bast's eyes widened for a second time in the same hour, for his intent was to fly along the hull of the base of the fortress and take out as many of the gunnery spheres with their little grots in them, then fly away and continue to dissect the thing in front of its fleet. The last act he could do before he would be swarmed by orky fighters. Yet, the poor sod had banked on the pilot being crispy fried and thus unable to pilot his craft. When the fortress ducked down and fired into him, the Ducker ripped the wings clean off of the Smeldar fighter, both of them. The last thing the cast-iron bar saw was the grinning mug of Ducker von Smashoven as he gave the ancient salute of the pilot. In more common parlance, he flipped the Smeldar the bird. Then Smashhoven pressed down on his big red button, and about 70 missiles erupted from the bower. It was like watching a hedgehog being shot with bazookas. The poor sod was blown to such tiny fragments that it looked like a merchant banker's nuptials, as he had been transubstantiated into confetti. The cast-iron bast, the Adipi Arse, the deathbird, was destroyed. And the screams of adulation that went up across the entire Waaagh were akin to the last scene of The Return of the Jedi. You know, the good one, with Yub-Nub in the background, not the later one, with the panning shots from across the Empire cobblers. The cunning Waaagh was elated, and so too, of course, was its lord. For Dacre von Smashoven had not just done it the Orky way, by strapping so much firepower onto his bobber that he could probably dig his way through a planetoid. No, it had been done the cunning way. And that, thought Kronan, was how it should be. For it was a sacrament unto Mork, and that is why it had worked. Now Dacre von Smashoven was getting a tad nippy in his new open-topped bomber, so he brought it back to the ranch, as they say. And there he was lauded by all, and even Kronan, who was usually a bit put out by anyone else getting wholesome praise. Just this time, he was as encouraging as any other. The day had been won, and the Smeldar had been put back in their place. And this was no small thing, for it was all part of Kronan's stroke of genius. Now, not a stroke like being suddenly unwell and your face melting a bit, or the kind where one is in the shower for a bit too long. No, this stroke was a divinely inspired accumulation of all of his knowledge and his cunning. For now, he was to initiate his biggest plan of all time. Its complexity so dazzling it would have blinded a star. Kronan was about to end the campaign with a Smeldar in one final decisive action, and he could barely contain his enthusiasm. Tomorrow was going to be a good day indeed, or he would be slain like a bug on the windscreen of a Bugatti Veyron. But what is life without a bit of risk to match the rewards? Boring, that's what. Tonight, the entire Waaagh drank grog in the name of Dacre von Smashoven. Tomorrow would be the end of it all, or the beginning of the strangest and most cunning campaign ever waged by greenskins since the ancient Waaagh in Devon. Or something like that. And so it was that we rejoin our hero, Kronan, big boss of the cunning Waaagh. And today, he had really earned not just his name, but the adoration of the entire Waaagh, the sum totality of his people, the Greenskins. For today was the day that he would close his fist around the neck of that prancing dandy dipstick, Yanes Blonde, the Smeldar pirate prince. Oh yes, he would. He could practically taste it. Not to say that he knew the taste of Smeldar or anything, for there was some reticence to consume these jumped-up jackasses. None could really put their finger on why it was considered so uncouth to snaffle the Smeldar, but nor did any question it either. So Kronan did not know the succulence of the Smeldar, but the point stands. Grinning from ear to ear, Kronan watched as the enemy flagship got bigger and bigger as he powered towards it. The darkness of the void was lit like a nightclub at the height of disco, with lances and missiles flashing across the skies. Each light was a discharge of planet-melting energy, each missile larger than a motorhome, as the stair fleets tore each other new ones, as many as possible as they duked it out. The pure, unadulterated joy of it all. The pandemonium Kronan had unleashed was of a scale and grandeur he could scarcely believe. It brought a tear to his eye that so much carnage was being unleashed at his merest whim. But that, of course, was hardly the correct descriptor, for none of this had been easy. None of this had been simple, and none of this had been done on a whim. This entire event was proof of the efficacy and lethality of the invocation of the dark powers of Kronan. It was the culmination of weeks of meticulous Orky activity. Well, enthusiastic might probably be a better word to use, but it is purely to dramatically reflect that this had been a Herculean task, which is sort of apt, as old Heracles was never known for his considered wit or wisdom, but amply endowed in divinely engorged power. Hence, I should definitely use it more often as an adjective, as it seems to be incredibly appropriate for the tales of high adventure. Anywho, Yanes Blonde had fallen into Kronan's trap. Oh yes, he had. Now was the time for the coup de grace. which is just a foppish French way of saying that you were going to put someone or something out of its misery. But even that was not particularly accurate, as we shall see. For Kronan was to declare his levelling up, to show his upgrades, to demonstrate that he was indeed not just an initiate or neophyte of the arts. No. When he began this story, he was but the learner. Now, he truly was the master. But this must be all very confusing, so let us get back to where we left off, for now we know that there is something juicy coming up at the end of the chapter. And so it was. The Ducker von Smashoven had finally dealt with that rapscallion, the Deathbird, the cast-iron bast. Mano y mano, von Smashoven had outthought and outfought the Smeldar ace, torn off his wings and then shot him down, enriching Ducker's name to the collected memory of the entire Waaagh. It was a feat that had been weeks in the making. The elan of the fleet bounced back like a baseball made of flubber after being hit by the Hulk. The raucous celebrations went on for days. Days in which nary a single Smeldar sheep could be made hide nor hair of. They were hiding, or more likely, they were rocking back and forth while weeping and howling at the loss of their hero, the Deathbird. But, in truth, the Smeldar were also gnashing at the bit for a healthy dollop of payback. And this is the way of Waaagh. For the Smeldar did not see that the death of the cast-iron bast had been payback for the execution of so many good orky flyboys. Yet they wished for payback on the person given for payback, which meant that they would not admit that this had been totally fair and square. And if they took payback for payback, then surely the greenskins would match them and require even more payback. Like fractional reserve banking, it was a cycle that could only end in utter misery and destruction. The cycle of strife continued. And it had to until either the orcs or the Smeldar were all dead. Or so many would usually believe. Ha! But this is not a tale of low or even mid-adventure, but of high adventure. Hence, listen on, and we shall get to the best bits later. Honestly, you'll love it. And so it was. The Kronan now put into place his grand stratagem. Having checked and rechecked his logs and sticks, arranged everything as he needed, bullied, bawled, and bashed until he was semi-convinced that the grot lickers amongst his command staff were actually on the same page. Well, more likely the same book, which was about all he could hope for, really. But in any case, he had cogitated long, and knew what he had to do. So he did it. And that would mean a delay of a week or so, as elements of the fleets took up position. Of course, Grand Mouth Tartan was overseeing all of this, because it was boring to the Cunning One, and Grok's work was for the underbosses and admirals. So, this left Kronan with a period where he would not only have to create his own entertainment, but said entertainment would also have to maintain the forward momentum of the Waaagh. He was asking them to be that most difficult P-word of all to even consider for the greenskins. Patience. And when one takes such a toll on the heart of his boys, well, one must also give. It was the rule of the ruler, the duty of the king. He would have to put on some circuses. And Kronan was immediately assailed with a phenomenally excellent plan. For it was only yesterday that he had witnessed the odd and hilarious repercussions of a simple diktat. For all knew that Kronan had missed old Gitsquisher McMurder. Not that oddie Hackbar, the admiral of the Forerunner fleet, but Gitsquisher had been a real blow to lose. For he was so very good at keeping Kronan chipper. Whenever things got too tedious, he and Kronan had often gone on a bit of a rampage. I mean, not a real one, as that would be incredibly hard to justify and near impossible to hide, even with the mystery of truth helping out with less than savoury events. But the two of them were positively gargantuan, and unquestionably the most meaty and fighty in all of the Waaagh. Oh, Nogcrusher often went about stating he was harder than McMurder, but nobody believed him, not really. Hence, when Kronan had become bored or a bit snappy, Gitsquisher often invited him to a game of grot ball. Now this was a simple but very fun pastime. It involved a grot, of course it did, and about 10 of their beefiest bodyguard types, and a lot of blood. They would line up facing one another, and then a grot would be given to one side or the other, who would then need to rush past their opposing side and put the grot in the net at the end of the field. It was small and raised, so it was not always as easy as one might think. Plus, many a grot had become squished when shot too enthusiastically at the wall or board around the hoop-like net. And of course, none were permitted weapons. Well, officially, but definitely no ducker was allowed in any of these grot ball games. Why ball, one might ask? Well, the hoop net was very small, and crushing the grot into a ball usually made it far easier to get them through this net. In any case, the carnage would be instant, as the teams would pull each other apart getting to the grot. And McMurdo and Kronan really enjoyed wading through their teams into the opposition. Many a time had Kronan given McMurdo the kind of thrashing that would make most lose their stomach contests across the floor. But Gitsquisher was a hardy orc, and his self-healing abilities were second only to Kronan. Now some had wondered if they should not be calling this particular sport Blood Bowl instead. And somewhere in the multiverse, Nuffle awoke. But this was laughed off by both Kronan and Gitsquisher as patently daft. The blood was always just a side product of the real event, the acquisition of the grot. So grot ball it remained. Yet, with Gitsquisher McMurdo away, he had found some events so tedious that Kronan had invoked the rule of 3 so much that said meetings had become rare indeed. Although this was almost blissful for about a day, Kronan realized with a sinking flop that he was actually neglecting his people. For they had discussions before when needed, so his increased rejection of the cries for wisdom, cunning and leadership was not a proper sacrament to his guard, Mork. But how to make things slightly less tedious had always been the goal, and it happened all on its own. For at the end of one particularly long and grating meeting, Kronan had waffled on about McMurdo's lack of a pet. It showed a lack of character, stated Kronan, now a bit bitter towards his friend McMurdo out of pure loneliness really. Kronan had gone on and on about it. Hence, yesterday, he was awed, for he was expecting another congregation of chaps that would bore him endlessly, and he simply wasn't up for it today. He was already stretching and warming up for the kicking he was about to dish out when the bosses all processed into the huge tent-adorned bay. For Kronan had this place altered so it looked like the interior of a tent, as had been the Orky way on Orquilonia for ages past. It made him feel more at home and reminded his bosses and boys of their roots. And Kronan's eyes widened, and his lips curled into a massive cheery grin, for he witnessed a pageant the like had never been witnessed before. For the more naval had visited all of the highest-ranking bosses and discussed with them how to raise Kronan's spirits. Hence, they had come to one hilarious conclusion. They would fulfill the wishes of their lord. Yes, they would. And so it was that each of the bosses walked in as usual, but this time they all had something with them. A pet. Kronan beamed at each as they took up their places and then sat. As he went around the table, each one stood and introduced their pet. Daka von Smashoven sat at the cunning one's side with the rest of the existing more naval, extended his gloved hand and showed off a spectacular beast. For he had on his arm a squighawk, who he introduced as Squawk von Smashoven. Isaac Newtone was next, placing his pet on the table before him. It was a robo-grot he called Roland. Madnut Krunkelstein took out a rather weedy but exceptionally cute squig, which he called Erebus. Now Gitsquisher was not present, so Hypocrates had temporarily been elevated to the more naval, Kronan's inner concilium, and he brought out a particularly engorged and mutated squig with incredibly sharp teeth. It was certainly not the size of Tiddles, but it had throbbing veins and corded muscles, and looked like it was wearing more eyeliner than a goth kid in high summer. It was a vampire squig. Yet all knew this pet, Vlad von Vroomstein, had been supping on the oddest concoctions Hypocrates could, concoct. Hence, anything could be happening within that blood-sucking ball of hate. Now, Hackmar was not present, but he was not missed either, and the only other admiral about was, of course, Grandmouth Tartan. Tartan had brought a clear glass bowl of water. What swam inside were a shoal of rippy fish he had dubbed the Hunger. Then it went on to the lesser bosses. Grinner the Backstabber had a cyber squig parrot he called Laserbeak. Melton John had a strangely painted grox. None could understand it until he gave its name. It was Gareth the Golden Grox. Now Bub von Butch had originally wanted to use Henrietta, his hair squig moustache, as his pet, but everyone had groaned and told him this was minimum effort and unlikely to endear him to the cunning one. Hence, instead, Bob von Butch brought his secondary pet, ever-popular Patsy, the Ambull. Hire Wafter was an easy one, as he simply brought in Munchington III, his Squigosaurus. Step-on Squawking had a strange lizard thing that changed colour. It stood like an orc, but was about as small as a grot. He called it Stink the Skink, and he was right. It was a rather odd, pongy thing. All but Eye-Sting then brought out his own thing, and many looked on in confusion, for he introduced Mr. Drofo, his tiny humie. It was a runtling, or something like that, but it seemed extraordinarily heavily armed for a pet. It had darker and armour, and a weird glint in its eye. None derided it, but none took a shine to it either. Now there came the minimum effort slackers, or outright morons. It was hard to tell with these two. For Colonel Stinker had brought Flynn the Favoured, which was his favourite crack grenade. An Appledon, or Nog Smasher, the head of the Black Legion, brought along Rocky, which was, uninspiringly enough, a rock. Not a pebble or boulder, it was definitely a rock. In fact, many later commented that although Appledon was indeed as dense as that which he was mastered over, Rocky was the most rock-like thing they had ever seen. Go figure. There had only been one pet that the Moor Naval had outright banned, and this was the assistant of Chains Grond, Orc of Mystery. For big-eared Penny, his humie slave, which of course he called an assistant, was not well liked. For it swore a lot, and I mean a lot. Usually that might be slightly irritating to many humies, coming from someone so well, endowed. But she knew absolutely no limits. Her foulness made even the greenskins blanch. Hence, she was disqualified, and Chains Gone refused to attend in protest, as he pointed out that Mr. Drofo was far more dangerous than Penny ever could be. Yet, as one would expect, he was utterly overruled, and nearly had his head exploded by Madnut, but Ducker talked him out of it. One Smashover knew the uses of Chains Grond, even if Madnut did not. So he talked him down by placing his boot into Madnut's rump repeatedly, until they had left the temporary dwelling place of the Orc of Mystery. And Kronan was enthralled. As others now kicked off the meeting and went through things as quickly as possible, Kronan watched the interactions between the differing pets and what hilarity it caused. Ensorcelled, Kronan could not get enough. Alas, this meant that he kept calling meetings over the next day. It got to the extent he would add even more points to the itinerary, just as one meeting would wrap up in a blatant attempt to elongate matters. For each meeting was now raucous, as none of the pets were particularly well trained nor obedient, and their close proximity to one another would cause obvious conflict that would then escalate, so their owners would mimic the interactions of their pets. RE, when one pet accosted another, the owners were almost instantly dragged into the fray. To lose one's pet was one thing, to eat one's pet another. But to have someone else's pet eat their pet? An affront that no truly orky orc could allow to stand without answer. Now, Most got into at least some barging, apart from the oddities. Patsy the Amble was avoided by all but Munchington, and they eyed each other up, along with Tiddles. But both knew, on an intrinsic level, that the avatar of teeth was the big boy on the block. It was Erebus that was left alone by all. Perhaps it was his cuteness. Perhaps he was just not seen as a threat. But none interfered with Erebus the Squig. When Gareth the Grox near stepped on him, the little ball merely looked up at the huge lizard, and it backed off in seeming terror. Deeply odd. Yet things were now getting counterproductive, for Kronan had set all in motion and was literally hanging about to kill time. But his underbosses had been given tasks, and the cunning one would expect results, no matter what. So again, they were in a conundrum. Not that anyone would have put it that way, but the truth is as it is. Hence, Darker von Smashoven, ever showing he was the most ardent and able student of cunning, devised a plan of his own. The bosses needed to entertain Kronan, but also needed to get things done. So, somehow, they would need to perform some form of relay race or tag team event, where they all took it in turns to rat the big boss for a time. And he hit on it. A pet show. This would not only entertain the Lord of the Cunning Waaagh, but was bound to provide endless mirth to the entire fleet and every greenskin on it. A win to be certain. All they had to do was come up with tests that would best reflect the spirit of their sidekicks. It was noted that Rocky and Flynn the Favoured were unlikely to get many points, but they proceeded anyways. For it was known that there was no true way to be fair with such an eclectic congregation of oddies. But they would try. When Kronan was called upon to judge the contestants of the morrow, he was elated. He retired early and took out his data slate, just to check things again before he entered the land of Nod. What a good day he would have tomorrow. So he made sure he would have no fleeting, nagging, bugging concerns to distract him. So he perused the plan yet again. And it was a total work of arse, as the Humies said. Now Kronan had identified his 3 issues previously. 1. The Waaagh needed a massive victory against the Smeldar, a massive one. Yes, the defeat of the cast-iron Bast was a good morale-raising event, but it was not a set-piece fleet action, more a sideline than anything. Issue 2. He did not have the time to devote to hunting down and sinking every sheep and slaying every Smeldar. If he took time out to do this, with the Smeldar ability to scarper and bugger off as it was, his Waaagh would fall apart under the weight of inertia. And issue 3. He had an empire now. If he simply cruised past the Smeldar region and left them alive, they could cripple his supply lines and raid the living heck out of his practically defenseless backfield holdings. An enigma to be certain, but one he now felt he had cracked, and in the most cunning way possible. A legendary feat that would be worthy of inclusion in the annals of the Greenskins. Not since a war in Devon had there been such a cunning move. Now, all he had to do was pull it off. Now, not in a handle-tugging Humie way, but in a good greenskin orky way, of course. And so, he perused his steps to the slaughter, his incredible plan. He would need to negate the ability of the Smeldar to scarper, and this was no mean feat at all. He would need to negate the advantage given by their fartseers. Prophetic power was always slanted towards the pointies after all. But perhaps, just perhaps, he had what it took to even those odds, now that he knew the secrets of a certain headgear that one of his bosses wore. He would need to negate the Smeldar's reluctance to actually come out and fight, and their main instinct seemed to be to bugger off as soon as anyone turned up who might give them a real fight. Unsurprising in many ways, for the Smeldar were known for being tricksy. Yet, when they were forced, or even chose to, their ability to scrap in the void was second to none. And crumbs had Kronan lost a lot of sheeps to these scallywags. The list went on and on. The bloated boar, the rampaging wretch, the sordid slaughter, the rugged rock, the vengeful sprite, the green one, the last charge, the burning breeches, the bestest ever. All battleships of gargantuan power, all sunk in the last 2 months as the battle drew on. And the list of crippled battleships was also horrific. The Captain Pugwash, the Brutal Bugger, the Crimson Crucifier, the blatant disregard for safety regulations, the Burning Bushes, the Vicious Velocity, and the Extermipotimus, all had seen better days and been left at conquered worlds for repairs. Even the Mork Rampant, previously known as a running for cover, had to be sent to dry dock for a complete overhaul. The list of sunk kill cruisers and escorts mounted to an eye-watering degree. Over 80 ships of the line had been annihilated by this time, although more flotillas joined the Waaagh practically every day still. Appledon now being in charge of first contact rituals, the losses were stacking up a little too fast for Kronan's liking. He had indeed improved in his lordship of the sheep of the line, and Tartan had come on in leaps and bounds, yet they were still not actually winning enough matchups. Of course, when the Smeldar bases were located, and they put up token forces to defend them, the carnage was truly life-affirming, and Rawingi was in rich supply. But this was not nearly often enough, and Kronan had gone through more dangerous episodes of deep cogitation to attempt to deal with the issue. He had built on the revelations of each session, always maintaining the use of Phyllis, the head-thinking grot, for after cogitation, what he now called understanding sessions. For thinking was dangerous enough. He had to make sure he did not miss out on any of his lightning bolts of understanding. Hence, he had worked his brain more than he had worked his body of late. Yet, it was also going to be worth it. Ah, yes, it was. For Kronan now spread his fleets out. He had been studying the Primpimpia Bellitosta, as we have heard, and he put some of his new knowledge to the test. The cunning one would create a huge net, as was described under an entry that mentioned a great Humi admiral, Pompey the Great, how he had swept the seas of pirates and their ilk on Terra, whenever that was. Hence, Kronan had his blueprint. Over the next weeks, his ships would get into position, then begin to constrict. He knew that there were 10 good Orky ships for every one of the Smeldar, and this shrinking noose would force them to either engage in strength to attempt to break out of the encirclement, or they would retreat again and again until they had nowhere left to go, and nothing they could do but accept a massive Barney to decide the matter. Kronan knew that either way the Smeldar prince, Yanes Blonde, would be in a stick, for he knew that if he retreated from this region, the Greenskins would destroy every last base, station, hidey hole and port he had used for centuries. And it would not sit right with such a proud being to simply roll over and accept their eviction from the stars. No. If Kronan knew anything about this princeling, it was that he was an egotist, and he would not give up without a glorious fight. Kronan only had to get him to decide exactly where he would wage this main battle, and then he would close the trap and deal with things as he always knew he should have, up close and personal. No buts, no glory hole, as Kronan believed a human said. In any case, it was going to be a doozy. All things in place, all things prepared, checked and double-checked, Kronan now reclined to rest his head. Of course, he was interrupted by the squealing of Phyllis as he leaned backwards onto the grot, but managed to counteract his downward movement and raise suitably for wee Phyllis to escape and trot back to the grot blocks set aside for the chosen ones, the thinking grots of Kronan. That out of the way, Kronan slipped into a deep and restful sleep, giggling as he attempted to predict the hijinks of the morrow. Now Kronan had a weird night, if we can be honest, which we always attempt to be in the Chronicles. For he was awoken in a very odd way. Kronan heard movement in his inner sanctum, but he did not move himself. He merely half opened one eye. He did not know what he expected at this point. Perhaps a minion of Bashtor or Toba, or even she who thrusts, sent to hack off his head during the night? Or maybe someone else. for all knew how truly bow-liquefyingly terrifying a Waaargh in full swing could be. Needless to say, he had even considered that colossal pervert, the Humy-Goddy Emperor, might have sent an assassin to do the job. But then, how on Orquilonia would said thug get into his personal quarters? So, Kronan was somewhat relieved, and equally disappointed really, that a scrap was not in the offing, for he could now clearly see two forms moving around his room, well, added to the grots that always moved around on his ceiling in his grot aerial mobile, as I have related before. One of them was a huge ball of spite, which could only be Tiddles, and he crooned softly at the smaller thing that was wandering about the place with some form of muggins in tow. A small thing, orky enough by the whiff, so this had to be Tiddles' pet, Happy Len, who had, as instructed, gained his own pet, a snot called Arthur, who had in turn got his own pet as well, the mouth squig, Bernard. Of course, Kronan was shown all of these things yesterday, when Tiddles wandered up to him and opened his maw wide to permit Kronan to see Happy Len holding Arthur, who was holding Bernard. It was like a deeply twisted nesting dolls arrangement that made Kronan laugh until he shat, which is no mean feat, even for someone as avuncular and generally jolly as the cunning one. And so it was that Kronan espied these two familiar friends wandering about in his room. He could not help it. He had to know. Kronan had to know. As the two wandered off into some huge sliding door that Kronan was never aware of previously, there was just enough time for him to roll up and then through the door as it closed, the two conspirators marching off down the back alleys of the sheep. They did not notice him, which was quite a feat. But then, Happy Len was humming one of his jaunty ditties as Tiddles chomped his teeth together to the tune, adding an amazing level of depth to the entire affair, as it seemed to go perfectly with their footsteps, creating this strangely beautiful arrangement. Long did Kronan wander, as they went back into the lights of the normal thoroughfares through the sheep, and Kronan could see some form of box, with a long corrugated drooping thing coming out of it, a bit like a Humy handle, but with a flat area at its terminus. And he recalled how he had awoken. It was not just a movement. It was a loud rumble that came from this box. And so it was that Kronan did stalk them back into the region he had witnessed Tiddles being paid homage, as I mentioned last episode. But they did not stop there. The two wandered down even further, to a dark, dank region, deep in the bowels of the sheep. Kronan watched in awe as they all got to a huge hall that was covered in mushrooms and other fungi, and there, in the middle, was a deep and wide patch of soil, and out of the soil would burst small orcoids on the regular. Kronan now watched as Happy Len then took the box and unattached the long thing, took off its lid, and emptied the contents onto the soil. Happy Len and Tiddles then stomped on the spores and dust that came from the box, mixing it deep within the earth. Now Len and Tiddles began to walk around, picking up the small orcoid youths and checking them. When they had finished scrutinizing the being, they did one of two things. Either Len would shake his head dolefully and then lob the tiny green orcoid into Tiddles' mouth, which he quickly snaffled, of course, or even stranger, they would both beam at one another, looking at the cradled orcoid youth with real affection, then place it in the next room. Now Kronan could not see into the next room without revealing himself, and he would never know why, but, again, like when he discovered the cult of the Avatar of Teeth, Kronan backed away slowly. He did not want to be involved in whatever this was. He was about to turn to leave, when he saw one slightly older, larger orcoid come out of the other room. Clearly running away from Len, the wee grot chased after the youth and dived on it. But then, he did not beat the youth. He tickled it and incapacitated it with laughter, still doing so while Len then picked up the youth and drew it back into the other room. And Kronan saw the face of the wee orcoid. It was certainly no grot, snot, or squig. One day it would be an orc. It is all in the cranium-to-body ratio, don't you know? And Kronan felt an odd feeling as he looked upon the face of the orc. It was so familiar, but he could not put his finger on who or what the youth reminded him of. By the raucous sound now coming from the other room, it was feeding time, as Kronan heard the unmistakable sound of Tiddles doing one of his thunder chunders. A banquet indeed for such widow orkies. But how many of these youths were in the strange nursery? Kronan decided it was all a dream, as he refused to punch or pinch himself, and backed out of the nursery and trudged back to his bed. The looks on the legions' faces as he wandered past them, when none remembered him coming out, would have been highly amusing to the cunning one, if he were not in such a daze. He knew that little face. He did. Perhaps it would come to him during the pet games tomorrow. No matter, thought Kronan. With Tiddles and Happy Len involved, whatever it was that they were up to, surely it could only be to his advantage. And Kronan drifted off to sleep, the sleep of the just. And so it was that the morn came and the event began. Now each big boss had obviously been a part of the procession. All was displayed by the mystery of truth, so that the entire Waaagh could enjoy the proceedings. And what a sight to see it was! For each of the pets had been decked out in their best finery, and the bosses had hardly scrimped either. Each was positively dripping with muggins, gubbins, strutty stuff, and shiny bits. All wore their finest Penelope of war, and as much booty as they could fit on themselves. Which, seeing as these were the bosses of the Waaagh, was not inconsiderable. Seeing as so many of the points of the contest were distributed oddly, one of the places where these elusive scoring points could be accrued was in the first of the contest, and this was who looks more like their pet. Obviously, Kronan was to be the head judge in all of this, but a good percent of the marks for each contestant in each category would be decided by the howls of joy from the audience and the other sheeps of the Waaagh. For Kronan would ask for the reports from each of the main capital battle sheeps, and the volume of their shout would decide the amount of favour their votes would gain. Not that it was that scientific or numerically fastidious in its decision, but Kronan would at least take it into consideration before giving out the winning ribbons. As Kronan's favourite number was so esoteric, well, mainly because most greenskins could not get that far, but in any case, it was a magical number. Hence, only the very top 3 pet and owner combinations would gain points in any given round. Simple and effective, yet technical enough to shut out the majority of the viewership, as it has always been in such events. And so it was that the bosses paraded and Kronan deliberated. Now technically, he had 2 runt-herds with him to advise on his deliberations, yet Kronan could not for the life of him remember their names, nor did he inquire, for there was only one runt-herd that would ever truly matter to him, and now he was long gone. And considering that there were already over a dozen named central characters in the tale, I did not wish to overburden you with more inconsequential and one-off appearing names. Moving on. And so it was that the winners became pretty obvious right off the bat, for Docker and Squawk von Smashhoven had exactly the same expression on their faces the entire time. And the hooked nose of Squawk was the abject spitting image of Docker, the winner seeming to be right there. Yet, he did not take it. I mean, most of them were utterly ridiculous. Melton John and his groks, Gareth, were as different as 2 beings could possibly get. And Bub von Butch did try to pose like his Amble did, but even so, the similarity was fleeting even with this in play. Izap and Roland the Robo-Grot did no better. And Grinner and Laserbeak made a striking sight, but they were not exactly similar, even by Orky standards. The runaway surprise had to be Appledon, who most called Nog Smasher, for he had taken the time to paint himself grey and rock-like in both shade and pattern. And oddly enough, it was undeniable that he was the second most like his pet, Rocky. But the real kerfuffle kicked off when Madnut Krunkelstein and his pet, Erebus, did a wee dance routine. Obviously, it was a devotional stamping affair that was highly ritualized, which was no surprise coming from the head weird boy of the Waaagh. But when Krunkelstein and Erebus ended their last stomps, then both their eyes lit up with green energies, and they simultaneously lifted off the floor. It was a shoo-in for victory. For all now knew that Erebus was no normal orcoid, no normal squig. He was, in fact, an incredibly powerful, weird squig. The crowd went absolutely loopy at this last display, and even Kronan was found to clap at its end. So Madnut had come in first, Appledon in second, and Ducker in third. So Madnut and Ducker had swiped 2 of the 3 available positions early, the more naval, proving their dominance in all things, of course. There was only one hiccup, as Grandmouth Tartan asked for a recount. He honestly and totally believed that his pet looked far more like him than anyone else here, and not by some small measure. Alas, Kronan did not agree. In a move of utter genius, he then introduced Tartan to his pets by taking Tartan's hand and wrestling it into the bowl. Predictably, there was a lot of blood exploding out of the bowl, as the Rippy Fish really went to town. But Tartan took it like a champ, and just glared at the cunning one as this went on. He only needed his mouth, really, thought Kronan, and it seemed this feeling was reflected in the exuberance by the onlooking crowds. Yet, it was all necessary to make sure that there would be no more quibbling over the calls of the cunning one, and thus things moved swiftly on. Now the obedience test was a strange and incredibly difficult event as well, for it meant that the pet would be presented with the best treats possible, then be ordered to not eat them until their masters had given it permission. Now this round was very hotly contested. Not that we can say that for the majority of the participants, but for the frontrunners, it was close. I mean, there was zero chance that Bub von Butch was going to gain anything like obedience out of Patsy, his amble, for he had been ordered to stop giving it mushrooms before the event, so to replace this, it was usually being controlled by a strong chain attached to its neck and limbs and held by von Butch. Alas, when presented with some snots to eat, Bub von Butch was just dragged around the arena as the amble chased after the scrambling snots. And it did take a minute, actually, as the snots were way faster than the amble. Yet its endurance won out, and it squashed the snots and licked their viscera off its claws when they had simply no more energy to run away. Higher Wafter was considered to be a bit of a ringer in this event, yet Munchington III was amply and appropriately named, as he went berserk and wolfed down the snots he was presented in less time than it takes a GP to prescribe statins. Now Gareth the Golden had seemed like he would be an absolute titan in this field, for he refused to even look at the tasty hay the Grots had bought for its test. Alas, when Melton John gave it permission to eat, the doe-eyed moronic beast simply stared at him. Thus, Gareth was disqualified, as he had nothing to obey or resist in this particular test. And Kronan did send his commiserations to old Milton, but rules were rules. And Roland the Robo-Grot did no better, for he glitched and had to be dragged off to be recharged. Hence, he also was disqualified. Now Stinker and Appledon were also disqualified on this round, for neither Rocky nor Flynn the favoured crack grenade really had a horse in the race. So again, they had to forego the chance at any points whatsoever. The others came and went, but it was the last 3 that gave real difficulties all around. For Squawk von Smashhoven, again, was indeed well trained. And all but Eyestings Runtling, Mr. Drofo, just calmly took out his eating bib, knife and fork, and waited like a statue until informed he could tuck into the pie before him. It was impressive. Yet the weirdest thing was the clear winner. For again, it was Erebus. He watched the snots without moving, eyeing up Madnut Krunkelstein for his mark. Yet, when given it, the snots instantly exploded. Erebus powered over and opened its mouth, and the bits dropped into its maw. On control, power, and sheer panache, Erebus had taken its second gold medal of the day. Yet, things had begun to brew in the background. For Kronan was watching all of this live, of course, so he missed what the greater Waaagh had been seeing. For Vid Grotz had been watching behind the scenes and giving extra info to the punters. Hence, did the Waaagh spot when Erebus had previously locked eyes on Gareth, and both their sets of eyes had flashed. It was also when Erebus watched Vlad von Vroomstein, resisting his urges to chase after the snots, that one of them had bounced into the air and slammed down so hard that they had practically burst. Kronan did not spot the green lambent light that illuminated the snot before it bounced, but others did. The fresh blood filled the nostrils of Vroomstein, and he had been off. Nothing Hippocrates could do would stop him, and the Waaagh had seen this. So when the votes for the viewers came in, Kronan was shocked. He wanted to give Erebus first place, for the slaughter had been so fast, effective, and deeply amusing, yet the shouts for him were not exactly what he had expected to hear. For they did not all just cheer or boo. They exclaimed, "Cluck, Erebus," or something like that. Hence, the weird squig and its crestfallen master Madnut were only given second place this time. Still ahead of Ducker and Squawk, but only by a nose. So Mr. Drofo gained first place. He did not seem concerned nor elated, the ungrateful wee wretch. And speed was to be the next challenge. Now some contestants you would think would get disqualified instantly, but this was not the case. For all seemed more than capable of putting on the speed when required, although perhaps not always in the way one might imagine. Clearly, this did not apply to the rippy fish of Tartan yet again. His face was as long as one of those incredibly rare subhumans of the equines, horse-faced buggers who had very little to be cheery about, as they were often burnt at the stake for their lack of comeliness. Shumis were odd indeed. Anywho, there was one other immediate disqualification, but Kronan did allow the spectacle to occur, because it just seemed like a scrumptious laugh, really. For Bub von Butch wished to encourage Patsy the Amble by attaching its metal chains to the back of his megabike and firing off at his top speed. Alas, Bub von Butch was not known for his cunning or his smarts, and when he let fly with his throttle and pulled off, the Amble did not budge an inch. When the chains became fully taut, the inevitable happened, and Bub von Butch slammed over the handlebars and sailed through the air so high that he landed in the lap of Kronan. Well, he did for about 1 second, as Kronan then helpfully returned him to the sands of the spectacle with one of his most friendly uppercuts. When Bub woke up 4 hours later, he was not surprised in the slightest that he and Patsy had missed out on the top spots this time round. The diminutive Mr. Drofo, Colin the Stink, Roland the Robogrot, and Vlad von Vroomstein made laughable attempts compared to the high flyers. Now one might think that this would be a straight-up match between Squawk von Smashhoven and Laserbeak, yet there were some real ringers, and the event became far more exciting than anyone could have guessed possible. And the carnage, it was terrible. For indeed, Squawk von Smashhoven took off at an amazing swiftness, easily beating Laserbeak on the takeoff. But there were others involved as well, for it was all simultaneously done, with the exception of Bub von Butch, despite me running off the list of slowpokes. And many were agog at the secret skills now on display. Okay, when Appledon picked up Rocky and hurled it, many were concerned, but in the end, Rocky was not particularly aerodynamic, and the race distance was a tad more than old Appledon thought. So Rocky barely made it halfway before landing and rolling to a stop. But the real treat was the others. For Munchington III was a humongous beast, and he took off at a pace few could warrant possible. Now there were some signs of frothing at the mouth, but all considered this just excitement for the event, not the half-ton of combat stims that Higher Wafter had thrust down his gob like a parent attempting to stop their brat from talking through an amazing and expensive cinema experience by getting them to stuff their faces with sweeties and popcorn instead. Yet there were no real doping rules set out for this first pet performance, so none even raised an eyebrow at that. They did, but not at Munchington's prodigious speed. Yet there were 3 more contestants to catalogue and describe, and this is where the juice really came from. For Erebus was somehow using his green wibbly-wobbly powers to rise above the ground and shot himself, much like a cannonball, towards the other side of the arena. He outpaced even Munchington III, and even came close to the frontrunners. And there, Right in front of him were the next two. Well, one initially, for Gareth the Grox had made some form of life decisions while in between bouts, and it seemed that whatever pep talk that Melton had given to his beloved Grox was working a treat. The thing went from docile chomping to an explosion of rage and thundering stampeding down the course. He even had to dodge the vile cheating of Munchington, who tried to take a swipe of his flanks. But Gareth ran on unperturbed, as the swipe had taken the Squigosaurus slightly off its stride, and thus slowed it down. Yet it was Flynn the favoured that now came up the field like a champ. For Colonel Stinker had fumbled with his grenade launcher on the firing of the initial starter Dakar. Now, he brought it up to his shoulder and squeezed the trigger with glee. And Flynn moved towards the end line at easily the nippiest in the race. Yet a foulness was to occur. For Flynn seemed to decide that he was no longer willing to win this particular event for his master, Stinker. As Flynn sailed past Erebus, he subtly changed direction. Again, the infamy of it, for it was now clear that the Colonel had done absolutely no training with his pet, and that he had zero knowledge of the mindset of his crack grenade. For Flynn now gave off a great green light and dove up the bottom of Gareth, and, to the horror of all, he self-deleted by pulling out his own pin. Hence, Gareth and Flynn exploded with a colossal boom, and a spray of viscera that covered the entire course. All stood or sat aghast for a moment from the sheer shock, then gave the two an amazing send-off by laughing until some of them bled. And so it was that it ended as being Squawk von Smashoven in first place, Munchington in second, and Erebus in third. Now many believed that Laserbeak was taking it a little easy. Half-time commentary had also noticed that Laserbeak was never in eyeshot of Erebus in any part of the race, and vids even showed him hovering just behind the detestable Weird Squig throughout most of it. But then, he was the pet of Grinner the Backstabber. What else could one expect than for him to half-arse the event, and only do the bare minimum to save his own skin? Go figure. Alas, it now seemed that Patsy had buggered off for a wander-about on the ship, and from that point on, Bub von Butch was absent, but hardly any even noticed until the next stage was declared. It was strangely just after the announcement that Grinner reported that he had some issues on his warship and had to deal with them. And of course, this would mean that Laserbeak would not have a suitable master to support him, so he too would withdraw from the competition. Melton John was inconsolable, taking a special truck with people who then collected parts of Gareth for a quick cook-off. It was deemed that he should also recluse himself from the rest of the proceedings. He sniffed, nodded, then wandered off with the flashkits, all strumming or blowing into instruments as they went. Kronan was relieved, if truth be told, for Melton was deeply tedious, and Kronan had absolutely no understanding of how such a high-strung nitwit could wrestle control of the flashkits. But Melton had, so Kronan would continue to use him, and just cross his fingers that Melton was one of the first to buy the farm when they finally arrived at their destination. The bundle, to end all bundles. Kronan would have put in a word with the big guy, Mork, to nudge the probabilities, but he had not the tongue for it, so he did not. And things were now getting more tense in the behind-the-curtains region, for some of the pets were not as hopeful in the next event, but more than this. Some of them had this deranged concept that there was something deeply off going on, and that its genesis was the cute and happy wee squig owned by Madnot Krunkelstein. The fulcrum of all this seemed to be Erebus. Now that's not me mispronouncing Erebus. That is a totally different bag of excrement altogether. And so it was that the last event began, the first being fightiness. Now to be clear, that did not mean effectiveness, but fightiness. For even a wee snot can be lauded for their fighting spirit, even though they are almost universally of less use in a scrap than a party-sized bottle of lube. And the list of contestants was thinned out quite nicely. For Flynn had died with Gareth, Patsy had wandered off, which was a real shame, as she would have done amazingly in this trial. and of course Laserbeak had gone with Grinner. The fighting was about to begin, and Kronan could not wait. Alas, he had to, for this intermission was dragged out on purpose. Many wished to indulge in a flutter on this event more than any other, and the bets were being given and received in their handfuls. Teeth like a river exchanged hands before the get-go. Needless to say that quite a few brawls were coaxed into being by Orkies attempting to haggle the odds up or down on their favourite pet. A good time was had by all. Now the smart money was on Munchington III, a few bet on Rocky, but not many really. Yet there was now a growing betting block appearing from the Bad Moons, and they were all universally betting on Erebus. Some helpfully even admitted that they would be sharing their cut with Krunkelstein, but who knew why? Admiration, one would presume. Yet the betting now became very one-sided, and more of the bet holders were sweating as they watched the block put more and more teeth into the venture. And so it was that Kronan had a quick break back at his quarters. I mean, the bosses would need to say goodbye, good luck to their prized pets, for there were never any guarantees in a combat scenario, and the betting and clearing of the sands were also taking time, especially as he had to do all of this on sheep, and most sheeps were not known for their fresh sands repositories. But that was not his concern, it was for the masses, of which Kronan adored, of course, being the eminently perfectly principled leader of his people. Yet he could not burden himself with everything, and it would be unfair if he did. For how could all the other orcs contribute to the greater weal of the Waaagh if not for getting stuck in? And that was not just for the battlefield either, although this was, of course, the ultimate expression of getting stuck in, and what all the other forms were attempting to garner really. But in any case, Kronan now ate a bit, farted a lot, then picked out some heavy objects, and lay down to bench press some reps while he relaxed. He found himself looking at his grot mobile again, and this had the tragic side effect of opening himself up to ideas. Hence on rep 225, he put down his thong and hooked a few of the grots to take away their weapons. But then hit a few more buttons, and extra protection came out for the disarmed makeshift sheep, being grots of course. And he then got down and snapped off a few thousand reps more and disappeared into the void of space in his mind's eye. He looked at the harder but unable to attack sheep grots, and the other grots burnt and derided them at first, for they could not fire back, so the bravery of the still armed grots went skyward. But as time went on, and he was nearing completion of his circuit, he watched more carefully still as things began to shift. The armed grots were now getting increasingly angry, nay, enraged even, at the lack of effect of their burners, and those grots who were inside the heavy armour were apathetic at first, but now were very derisive to their ineffectually armed enemies, and the burner sheep grots would lean and rebalance in precarious ways just to get a better or different angle on their seemingly impervious enemies. They took more risks due to being so brassed off. Kronan then flicked another switch and took out his hook again, but this time returning burners to the armoured grots. But where the armed grots could not see, and when the armoured grots came within range, their enemies were practically falling out of their sheep to get to burn the armoured ones. Hence, they could not scramble back inside cover when the armoured ones then gave off a huge cheer and opened up, incinerating whole swathes of them. Kronan saw the truth of the matter, the hidden message the Mork was sending him, via the motion of his holy grots. Fully relaxed after his workout, and not even thinking to call for Phyllis, as he only had a few more moments, he dipped into the roster of Kazi squadrons. He was not looking for any name or rank in particular, and scrolled down just to gain a general ballpark, whatever that was, of the amount the Darker and the Mystery of Truth had managed to recruit. And he was both impressed and proud to see the list scroll on and on. The Kazi squadrons, most feared and honoured of all of the flyboys. None had even a snot's chance in a kin stronghold of getting out alive against the winds of Waaagh in an open dogfight, but that was not their purpose. It was not their calling. For the Kazi, as Kronan had dubbed them, were the most ardent of his followers. Like burning stars, they would shine for a moment only, then be remembered for all time. Well, this was intensely unlikely, considering the level of even object permanency in the Waaargh, but it sounded good to the youths. The first recruits Kronan had addressed personally. Subsequent cohorts would be shown the vid recording, of course, and in that first intake he outlined their task, their sacred duty. For the enemy might sometimes be well-armed and be supported by their own gods of Waaagh, and in those moments when the dung had hit the fan and they were all without a paddle, this was when the fleet would need the Kazi. Their leader and first orc to be sworn in was Kami, thus was the Kazi named after him also, but this would probably slide soon enough. Anywho, the Kazi were trained to avoid ducker fire and evade fighter patrols, or even just form a spear tip with their mass numbers to get to the target. Then, when within range, the Kazi would perform the sacred Headbutt with their fighters, and they would shine like a star for all time in the memory of the Waaagh, or something like that. Kronan and Smashoven now had full wings of the Kazi, and they would not be used as many would. No, for many had thought that the Kazi would be sent out early to mess up the enemy by getting in some fast first licks. But Kronan was the cunning one. He knew their best uses, yes he did. They were holy warriors of Waaagh. They would not be thrown away on a whim. Oh no, they would not. And so it was that Kronan rejoined the makeshift arena, and off proceedings trotted again. It seemed that random lots had not been given for the first round, but a sort of weight category arrangement, at least for the first round. There were some mismatches, to be certain. One that did surprise all with its speed was the very one-sided battle between the Hunger, Grandmaster Tartan's bowl of rippy fish, and the vampire squig. All laughed at Tartan as he sat there stiff-backed as Vlad von Vroomstein stalked over to the bowl. All held their breath, ready to bark out with their laughter when he did it, when Vlad would just kick over the bowl and stamp on the rippy fish. Alas, at the last moment, Vlad von Vroomstein lowered his raised leg and placed it on the ground. His eyes flashed a dark green, and then he placed his face into the bowl in some vacuous attempt to eat the rippy fish. But he had come into their domain, so they bit his face off in less than 3 seconds, the dead vampire squig falling back, toothless and faceless, as the rippy fish had removed everything he had placed in the water. Grandmouth Tartan simply sniffed and looked even more haughty, as his bowl of fish was the clear winner. The battle between Squawk von Smashoven and Rocky was predictably short as well, as the Squighawk dove on Rocky, gripped him, and lifted him into the air, and then dropped him from a great height. And Appledon's face dropped like a Disney stock portfolio, but he merely grumbled as he went off to take out his ire on his boys. A charmer, eh? The moment Colin and Mr. Drofo heard the alarm gong, they both moved. Colin the Stink drew his blowpipe to his lips and inflated his lungs, only to find that they had both collapsed. Across from him, the calm runtling Mr. Drofo holstered his stub pistols and turned his back on him. The Stink fell dead before Mr. Drofo had left the arena. Now that Laserbeak had withdrawn, Gareth was slain, Patsy had gone amble about, and Flynn had self-deleted. There was no suitable opponent to Erebus. But the top billing was the most fun, though, and this had to be Robo-Grot versus Munchington III. For the Robo-Grot pet of Isaac Newton, Roland was now decked out in a shiny new set of killer can armor. At first, Roland had the better of the engagement, as he fired his Grotzuka and glanced Munchington, taking off one of his tiny vestigial arms. But that was for about 2.5 seconds, as a Squigosaur charged him. Roland stood his ground and attempted to grab Munchington's lower jaw with his claw. His intent was to clamp down and tear it off. Yet Munchington III was a tiny bit swifter, and he enveloped the whole claw arm in his maw and bit it off. Oils and fluids spurted from the stump of the can, and Munchington then pushed it over, its wee legs treading the air trying to gain purchase on the ground. But the squigosaur gave no quarter, and bit into the body multiple times. Even as towels were being repeatedly thrown in by Isaac Newton, it did not end until Munchington had found Roland inside the can, and then done what he does best. Now Tartan and Smashoven felt that their pets had done all they could in this one, and would accept whatever results went forward. It wasn't that they didn't want to see a slaughter, it was just that it would take away from the main event. Squawk and the Hunger were clearly outmatched, and had cost quite a bit of teeth and effort to gain, let alone the time to train and maintain them, sunk cost and all that. And so it was that there were only 3 in the last round: Munchington, Mr. Drofo, and Erebus. So a 3-way was to be the decider. No cover, no hiding spots. This looked bad for all involved. For Mr. Drofo was not only sporting his twin auto pistols, but also a very nasty sniping rifle. He might get off one shot before things went sideways, so he meant it to count. And this huge bastard of a rifle on him was about the size a normal Hume would carry. Yet Mr. Drofo seemed to know what he was about, and he hefted it with ease. Munchington III scratched at the floor, circling and huffed and puffed, preparing to get at them in an instant. But who would he go for? His target was likely to die, giving the third person the chance to live. Or so it seemed, if that third person could slay Munchington. Big if. And there was Erebus, now looking wide-eyed and cute, harmlessly wandering about, naive at the crowds and spectacle. Yet, when its back was turned to the other contestants, and only the crowd could see its face, it grinned a vicious grin. And the chant began again. Pluck, Erebus! Pluck, Erebus! Or something like that. But Madnut did not seem even slightly concerned that his pet, and by extension he himself, was being derided by the crowds. Not just in the arena either, but across the entire fleet this chant came stronger and stronger. Yet somehow it seemed to power the horrific ball of evil. As the bong was hit, signalling the commencement of the battle, Erebus simply disappeared. Munchington had already taken a few paces towards Erebus, but skidded and realigned himself to Mr. Drofo, as he simply couldn't see Erebus. And Drofo sighted up his rifle and breathed out. His finger caressed the trigger, and the bullet shot out towards a squigosaur. It flew straight and true, aimed directly between the thing's eyes. Perhaps it would have slayed Lord Munchington III, if it had connected. But a strange green field appeared around the head of the squigosaur, and the bullet's force was sapped from it so much that it just bounced off the skin of Munchington. A gasp came from the crowd, and then shouts of hatred and infamy. Pluck, pluck, Erebus was chanted even louder, as Munchington III tore towards Mr. Drofo. The small runtling dropped his rifle and hauled out his 6-shooters. Both blasted out every last round in 2 seconds, but their power was not enough. They pierced the skin, but they did not cripple Munchington. And he came in and bit Mr. Drofo in half. Well, one half was everything but his feet, and the other half was said hairy feet. But half, I guess, is right. Well, thirds, but that implies even more equality in the 3 places, does it not? In any case, Mr. Drofo was well and truly had passed on. Erebus then unveiled himself, floating off the ground, cackling, as he looked down on the wounded Munchington. And, to the surprise of all, the squigosaur wasted not a millisecond as he dived up towards the green energy-wreathed squig. Erebus unleashed a huge column of green fire that struck down at Munchington, burning his flesh, melting his eyes, yet not stopping him. At the last nanosecond, Erebus was on the verge of being swallowed whole by the extended jaws of Munchington. The next nanosecond, he was behind him. He had moved as the avatar of Teeth had. He teleported. Erebus fired more, but Munchington III was dying even as he fell to the ground. And Erebus continued on and on, until there was nothing left of Munchington. He was naught but a shadow on the sands. Erebus had won his match, the title, and the entire contest. A new horror had been unleashed on the Waaagh, and the dark machinations and reign of Erebus had begun. Would that he was not slain by Tiddles there and then, for it looked intensely like the avatar of Teeth would do what so many wanted to be done. Yet, as Tiddles rose to meet the challenge of this upstart turd, Kronan gave him a quick buffet and instructed him to sit. Against his better judgment, Tiddles complied. Not that he had any better judgment, mind you. He's a squig, after all. Yet he obeyed his lord, and Kronan awarded the victory to Mad Nut Krunkelstein and his pet, Erebus, the weird squig. A whole day killed, as the bosses were now all lifted in spirit by a massive feast put on by the Cunning One. They had raised his spirits, staved off boredom for him, as he had done before for so many others. The giver had become the receiver, and Kronan was proud of the entire day, endlessly regaling all around him with his most favoured moments and pets. And what a good day was had by all. Now, on to the events of high adventure. Now, on to the final battle with Yane's Blonde, the Smeldar Pirate Prince. And so it was that the envelopment went apace, and the Smeldar were forced back time and time again. Rarely did they stand to fight, even for a few hours. They ceded ground again and again over the next days, until, finally, they were running out of options, as they were running out of space. You see, Kronan had thought of everything. And the Smeldar, they were actually astonishingly killy, yet they could not take a hit. Even the waif units, really. They were what the Humies would call a glass crayon, or something like that. Kronan was as certain about this as he could possibly be, well, for a greenskin totally guessing the motivations of a much smarter species. So, he checked as best he could. He asked the freebooter, Grinner, to join him for dinner. Oh, the backstabber was mightily skittish all evening, remembering his time on the spit, and suspecting that his quick retreat from the pet competition might have gained him further brown points with the Cunning One. Not brownie points, mind you, for those were generally considered to be quite nice. I mean, who doesn't like a brownie? Yet brown points referred more to the colour of one's trousers when meeting with Kronan. Not that Grinner had shared that with anyone but... Hand me my brown trousers, squawked Laserbeak, who then shuffled along his perch to be as far away from Kronan as possible. Yet the meeting went well, for Kronan got to the point and asked Grinner about freebooters and corsairs and what they all wanted. He explained that to fight a thing, to defeat a thing, one must understand that thing. A tiny bit at least, optimally, you know. And in one word, Grinner confirmed Kronan's suspicions. Oh, he expounded further, but it was all personal preferences from that point on, really. Grinner was not stupid for an orc, but that wasn't saying much. The competition being as staunch as village idiot candidacy in a hamlet of 3 people, the other 2 being doctorate holders in multiple academically esoteric disciplines. But the answer was simple. Booty. It all came down to booty. And why would it not? For did the Smeldar not have extra ears or second noses? Of course they did. Hence, booty in all its forms was their direst weakness. An Achilles heel that was in fact widespread knowledge across the Miliway galaxy, according to his data slate. Perfect, thought Kronan. He had them now. Their measure, their metal, and now their weakness was his also. Well, apart from their allergy to a good straight scrap, of course. These buggers didn't like it up 'em. Oh no, they did not. Hence Kronan knew that Yane's Blonde would stand for his treasure trove, or try to flee. But he couldn't. If he did that, he would be toppled as leader and replaced as swiftly as if Kronan himself had walked away from a good scrap. For the Smeldar were hoity-toity, and so full of themselves that to be defeated by an orc was out of the question. And Kronan knew this too. He had one chance at this, just a one. They would never fall for it again, so he made the most of it. He used more than 2 plans. He used so many, they would make me seem like a liar to list the overlapping plots and schemes, feigns and thrusts. He was, indeed, the cunning one. For he had watched the grots, as we have heard. He could feel the Smeldar's anger, their frustration, and he would use it. Yes, he would. At last, Kronan sent out one solitary sheep to the most likely position Kronan had estimated the enemy had their main station. He had asked Krunkelstein to invoke the toenail of Mork and to scry for that place. But Krunkelstein could not. The Smeldar were blocking him, and if that was true, it was definitely the central station that he needed. The sheep appeared out of the burp and transmitted a single message on repeat. The orcs claim the right of parley. It then gave a place and a date 2 days hence, and pandemonium broke out in the hearts of the Corsairs. Could there be a way out? Holy Isha, blessed mother, was this orc giving them an exit? But then the arrogance flared. What if the enemy was? Could they trust the word of a greenskin? The semi-sentient, hateful, barbaric scum that the Smeldar had fought since the stars first shone, some said. They were animals, surely. No, they were a bacteria, and the Eldar were the panacea. Yain's blood had seen endless wars without count, and he knew how to deal with them. Cut off the head, and the body dies. Most often with greenskins, by tearing itself apart and floating into obscurity. Small bands of raiders, all that remained, a nuisance, not a threat. Yes, decided the Smeldar Admiral, he would come, but he would come to end the matter. They were only orcs. And so it was that the 2 fleets met. One of the last pockets Kronan's fleets had yet surrounded, and not yet destroyed. For the Smeldar could jump away to a sub-dimension of the burp called the Web Bay. But they always needed resources. They left their holdings behind every time they fled. And they could not live in the Web Bay forever. Pride was the killer, though. They could not believe the luck of the greenskins. It almost looked like a full envelopment, but it could not be. It was random dumb luck and the sheer numbers of the orcs. Nothing more. The Smeldar fleet massed for the single throw of the dice. Those who had haunted and hunted these stars for centuries prepared their last to retain them, to retake them. Kronan and Grandmouth Tartan had everything worked out, and it began. Tearing a hole into the burp, Kronan's envoy fleet translated back into real space. They were met by contacts like they had not witnessed in all of the war so far. Yain's blood had scores of ships of the line out there, many escorts and cutters, entire shoals of fighters, and the Orky bridge crew grinned to each other as the fleet came up on their displays. Win or lose, this was going to be epic. Kronan stood on the bridge of the Squealing Piggy, with Grinner to backstab her, a battle sheep he'd bought, would you believe? But Kronan did record the booty gained by taking over an entire world. He'd split it generously, and Grinner had invested well. Top of the range, the Squealing Piggy was fast and nimble for its size. Hard ramming segments at the fore, and lots of darker bristling in near every direction. Grinner knew the way to fight as a raider. Overwhelm and escape. Yet, it was the best sheep for them both to be on, as it was going to lead the battle. It had been augmented by both Allbot Eye-Sting and Step-on Squawking. It had some juice all right, but also some of the most potent forward shielding and armour that Orkydom could provide. And the backstabber now had a fixed grin so wide, it was hard to see how he maintained it without pinning his face in place. which, on closer inspection, Grinner may well have done, but in any case, he had his powerful hat with him. This was it, the end game, or perhaps a weird new beginning. The Smeldar fleet seemed to pause, to make sure that the meagre fleet of the Greenskins was all the fools had brought. Then, with real verve, they fired up and swept towards the envoy fleet. They outnumbered the Orcs 3-1. It would be swift, or at least it would, had this been entirely the case. As the Eldar committed their fighter wings to the assault, they received a shock of their own. Their Auspex devices flared as they saw the countless rips into the void that tore out at every edge of the system. They were surrounded, not in a circle, but in a full globe. Near everywhere they looked, there was no breach, no gap. There were Orky sheeps everywhere. And the Smeldar knew that they were doomed. They had two choices now, as usual. Hold firm and take out the big boss, or flee and never return to this region of space ever again. But they were Smeldar from their boots to their buttons. They would fight, and Kronan respected that. Then the weakness was discovered, and the Smeldar sheeps moved as one. Half of their fleet slipped towards Kronan. Their other half went towards the weak point, the gap in the ring. From there, the Smeldar could clear the enveloping lines and then roll them up, annihilating the Orky Waaagh sheeps piecemeal, unless the Greenskins withdrew in good order and regained a formation. But these were Orcs. Unlike certain sects, withdrawal was not their way, nor was good order. The existence of both fleets now hung on a razor's edge. Kronan's order was simple. Advance. Full speed ahead. Grinner was still nominally the captain of the sheep, so he gave the orders to the crew. The entire envoy force was now aimed directly at the flagship of Jane's Blonde, the smiling assassin. Kronan nudged Grinner, who then undid a flap in his hat, and a lambent green light came out, showing the battle in perfect 3D. And it began to plot a course which altered every 3 seconds. But there was that pathway shown in bright green light. Grinner bellowed the exact terms and altitudes and headings, and the helm of St. Hungo guided the squealing piggy through danger to its destination. Banks of fire, missile swarms, lance batteries, long-range Eldar lasers, all were barely avoided. Not all, but most. And that which struck the piggy was not enough to shatter its void shields. A few, but never all, and they cycled back up again swiftly. The sheeps around the piggy were not only eviscerated with just the fire that was aimed at the battle sheep, but the sheeps around the piggy were often eviscerated from the fire that was aimed at the battle sheep. Escorts and kill cruisers burst like ripe fruit hit by a baseball bat in a circle around the piggy. But she always managed to slip through by the skin of her trotters. And the envoy fleet was being torn apart by the Smeldar fighter wings that now danced amongst them unopposed. The winds of Waaagh were elsewhere, you see. Yet, when they had come into knife-fighting range of the outer echelons of the Smeldar fleet, Kronan's sheeps opened their bays and released their response. Split-purpose Kazi elite wings came zooming out into the void, but they did not dogfight their opposite numbers. They rushed towards the enemy capital sheeps in front of them. But they had been fired out at such short range that the Smeldar could not avoid them. At first, they did not even try, assuming that the Kazi would fly around their large assets and be snuffed out one by the Smeldar fighter aces. Yet, when the first one slammed into the hulls, fins and sails of the Eldar fleet, the horror dawned on them. The Kazi were split purpose, as stated, meaning that one half of their number would escort the main thrust. They would sweep out to drag away missiles, or confuse or negate chasing enemy fighters. The other central half got the job done and slammed into the most vital positions of the Eldar sheeps. Well, the ones most decorated, spindly or dramatically underlit was more accurate, but this proved more effective than the Smeldar had suspected possible. And the piggy ploughed into the heart of the Smeldar formation, dodging the scrap and explosions now erupting all around it. as the Kazi formed a pathway, and the sheeps behind the piggy launched everything they had to clear the way further. The smiling assassin was repelling a wedge of the Kazi, when frantic fire from not only its point defense, its fighter screens also, but even the main weapons were directed at these fanatical ramming craft. The Smeldar were used to orc ram sheeps, but not this small. The carnage of burning and blasted sheep rotating in space. The firepower between the smiling assassin and the piggy made it impossible to see what was happening. Hence, the squealing piggy slammed through one last wrecked Smeldar cruiser, and it was upon the flagship of the Smeldar. Unloading at near point-blank range, the piggy raked fire across the assassin, collapsing every void shield one after another. Coming about as fast as they could, the smiling assassin now concentrated all of her own fire on the piggy in response. The sheer skill and accuracy of the Smeldar elite craft was breathtaking, even to Kronan. He nodded sagely as he saw the fightiness on display, and in seconds, both sheep were open to the void, armor all that was left to protect them as they traded broadsides. Yet, now Kronan made haste for the bays, and he charged into the waiting boarding pods. Isaac Newton's knockoffs were not as fancy or simple as their Adipi Arse ones, nor as reliable, safe nor protected, yet they were plentiful. Kronan had over 100 of the Black Legion with him in a score of pods, and off they went. Across the system, the second fleet of the Smeldar was gunning for the gap with everything they had. Yet, just as they could taste their breakout and subsequent Waaargh, the horror got worse. For a huge rent in the burp opened, and out blurted the Orcs of Omen. Not a single escort or support vessel. She did not need it. And with that one move, the Orcs had plugged the gap. The breakout Smeldar fleet slowed, indecision writ large in its lack of certainty. On the bridge of many a Smeldar sheep, the same set of events occurred. They looked at the numbers. They looked at the positioning. With the huge hole plugged by the Orcs of Omen, they were surrounded, and every hour would bring more Orcs into range, by far faster and with cohesion. They would be drowned in green-skinned sheep. And so it was, that many a cat pain of the Smeldar did order their sheep to jump into the web bay. Alas for the Smeldar, as I have said, Kronan had thought of everything. For on many of the capital sheeps of the Waaagh, there were literally hundreds of weird boys harnessing the power of the Waaagh. And with said power, they chanted louder and louder, echoing their screams and bellows through the burp. Which, when one of the Smeldar attempted to contact the burp and open the field, turned out to be a scream so loud that it deafened them. It did not make it impossible to enter the web bay, but it made it difficult. And the delay meant that many sheeps now saw that not all could jump away, which slowed down the attempted exodus. Many of these sheep were filled with Corsair scum of the worst kind, but they were not Dork Smeldar, so they would fight and die with their brothers and sisters. And the damage they would inflict on the Orcs would never be forgotten. Or at least this is what they told themselves. And so it was that Kronan's pod slammed home in a very fortuitous position, as one would hope for the Blessed One, Kronan, most loved by Morg. The decks of the smiling assassin were tall and white, glistening, and a bit annoying really, because they made looking about almost a pain after staring into the void for so long, and though the walls were near acoustic perfection, which really helped with the feel and thunder of Dhaka, it also meant that even the slightest fart or creaky boot would sound much like someone eating crisps or chips, as the colonials say, about 2 millimeters away from your ear. Deeply annoying. But that was the only negative that any would write up in their review on wheretofight.com. Looking on the sunny side, though, the light really did help with the recordings from the vidgrots in each mob of Kronan's Black Legion. Needless to say, the Smeldar were having a spot of difficulty, resisting rampaging mobs of mega-armoured knobs. Oh, some were sizzled by melter weapons, and a few nailed by void grenades, but these were never popular to be used on a sheep. That needs must when the squig-off charges, though, as Kronan still wanted everyone to say, but alas, they would not. But with a few small segments of hardened resistance aside, the orcs were making good time to their designated zones. Each was to head to one or other place that would be so important to their Smeldar that they could not do anything but defend it. Perhaps the choice of top of the ship and following signs that may look like barbers or saunas, as it was where the fops would be gathered, may not have been as astute as perhaps Kronan had wanted, but Apeldoorn had been left with the instructions for the teams. Hence, much carnage was wrought across the sheep. But then, the randomness of the rampages of the greenskin was so bemusing to the logical Smeldar that it was probably more effective in its goal, which was pure, unadulterated distraction. For Kronan led Apeldoorn and a score of the Legion toward the bridge. To be fair, which is always an admirable facility or trait in any good chronicler, it must be said that the Smeldar were not the cosmic weeds and dandies that Kronan had always suspected and the Humis had always claimed. They were more than just nippy and accurate. They had a real zeal for all of this, a spite that was more than laudable in the eyes of the Cunning One. For each of their movements was planned out in advance, their minds subtle and movements economical. And Kronan was staggered to have this feeling. But then, he had opened the door to that already when he had formed his master plan. But now was not the time for that. Now was a time to crush his enemies, see them driven before him, and hear the lamentation of their big-eared ones. The orcs fought their way to the very doors. Oh, the Smeldar had been tough, but they were no match for the Black Legion, especially not Apeldoorn and Kronan. And it was Kronan himself who melted off the doors of the Smeldar bridge. He chucked the heavy melter back to the orc next to him and walked into the bridge. And there he stood, Yain's Blonde, the Smeldar pirate prince. He was tall, even for one of the pointies, and he was regal as a hawk. No firepower came towards the Legion, nor Kronan, as the Smeldar now drew their power weapons and lit them up with their minds, ghostly sci-fire rippling along their lengths. Before the prince stood a shadowy warrior, in figure-hugging, perfectly sculpted plates of armour. He had one large two-handed clave and a helm that was tall and grim. Nog Crusher, who was Apeldoorn, gave out a war cry and pounded forward. He brought his mighty power claw down towards the Smeldar warrior, but he was not there. Kronan saw it all. Apeldoorn missed a lot, for he did not see the Smeldar warrior sidestep. He did not see him wheel around his back. And he certainly did not see the two-handed clave which swept over his shoulders and across his neck. Apeldoorn's head bounced onto the ground, and then his mega-armoured body fell forward, pretty much crushing it. Kronan, for himself, smirked, and gave a tiny nod of his head to the Smeldar assassin. For surely this was not a crafty world Smeldar. Kronan took a few paces, and took up his own stance. The Smeldar darted forward with an incredibly direct and final blow to the centre of Kronan's noggin. Kronan, being up for it, blocked the clave on his chopper and went to work. The two of them exchanging strike after strike. If Kronan had tried this a few years ago, he would be a pile of slices on the floor. If he had tried this even 6 months ago, he would fallen into any of a dozen traps laid by the duelist and lost his head as Apeldoorn had. Yet now, he was not just a student of cunning. He was the master. And Kronan feigned, overbalancing and slipping to one knee. The Smeldar was on him in a flash, only for Kronan to continue the movement and roll forward himself. The Smeldar had committed to the heaviest swing of their combat, and had left him open for a split second. Kronan did not need a written invitation, as he simply aimed a snap kick at the lithe leg, and practically took it off the Smeldar. The knee shattered like an ice statue hit by a Boeing 747. His upper and lower body muscles went into spasm as the bones pushed through them. The Smeldar did not whelp, yelp, or scream. but he did not have the speed to evade the downward swing of Kronan's power claw, and the Smeldar lost its life instantly. While the Black Legion continued with the rest of the crew, Yanes Blonde walked down the stairs one by one, gliding slowly down to stand before Kronan. But Kronan could see it in his eyes. The prince had not given in. Still, despite that he could not see a way out from either this duel or this predicament for his entire fleet, yet still, he had not given in to despair. And Kronan wanted to match him blade to blade, to dominate him utterly and take his scalp, or anything else he wanted, really. But this was not his plan. For now, Kronan lowered his blade. He opened a palm to the prince, a gesture that clearly stated, "Wait." Yanes Blonde raised an eyebrow and looked on, as Kronan then reached behind himself and took out an armored box. He opened it, and then passed the contents to the Smeldar. He reached out with his hand, and in it was a data slate. Yanes Blonde narrowed his eyes, but then he stretched out his dainty hand and snatched the data slate from Kronan. And he looked at it. And there, in black and white, in Gothic and in gobbledygook, of course, was a message. It was very structured, set out meticulously, and in very plain but very direct wording. And Yanes Blonde now furrowed his eyebrows and barked out in Eldar the one word. His men instantly backed off, and, to the shock of every Smeldar there, the orcs did not follow them. They simply let them disengage at a single snap of Kronan's fingers. And so it was that Kronan's message was incredibly simple. For he had thought so hard before. The Corsairs were freebooters. They were pirates. They wanted one thing above all others. Well, for the Smeldar and Humies, there was probably a separate priority of staying alive. But this was unfathomable to the Greenskins, as they had no concept of fearing death. It was simply a part of life. Yet, as we have heard, all pirates, of every stripe, colour or creed, love one thing above all others: booty. And that is what Yanes Blonde had been offered in a river. The missive was so excruciatingly simple, yet so unprecedented, that it blew the mind of the ancient Smeldar admiral straight out of the back of his breeches. He stood agog as he read the simple missive. "You join our Waaagh. We do not shoot you. You fight as you want. You get half of the booty, and you get first dibs." Or, option 2, it read simply, "We all die." Yanes Blonde looked at Kronan quizzically, as if to say, "Is this for real?" When the cunning one lowered his weapons further and looked Blonde deep in the eye and winked, then nodded, the Smeldar blinked a few times. Yanes Blonde then shrugged, sheathed his sword, and pulled off his glove. He placed his thumb over the data slate, and it blinked green. He then passed it back to Kronan, who did the same. The data slate then bleeped and stated in Gothic, "Agreement reached. Contract signed by all parties. The contract begins immediately." And across the fleet, the order was given by both Kronan and by Yanes Blonde to cease firing. To be continued. And so it was that we begin this leg of the chronicle with Kronan situated in a place nobody would scarce believe, doing something no truly orky orc would ever warrant possible. For he was indeed situated on the very command bridge of the Smiling Assassin, the flagship and home of Yanes Blonde, the Smeldar Corsair Admiral. Now, one would usually think that it would be knee-deep in pouting, pointy viscera, and no small amount of limbs, and a veritable paddling pool of blood. Yet this was not the case. Well, not entirely. There were indeed 2 large splat marks on the deck that reeked of orc and elder effluence. One was the late Nog Smasher, who was Abeldon, the head of Kronan's Black Legion. The other, of course, being the graceful and lethal, but no less dead, bodyguard of Admiral Blonde. A fighter from the pits of Waaargh, he was a Dork Eldar and lethality incarnate, or so he had thought, until Kronan pretty much cleft him in twain. But this was before the 2 leaders of their respective peoples had reached a totally unexpected temporary accord. For Kronan was the most cunning thing in this sector of the galaxy, since Cryptman opined that the Imperius of Man should remove the buffet options and hope the queue to the deli counter cut down a bit, or even got the Buggins to bugger off entirely. Or the equally cunning proposal to lock the Buggins and Greenskins into the Octarius sector to see who would come out on top. Stellar cogitation, that one, but perhaps not as intelligent as one might think, considering that this was a phenomenally Darwinian experiment in breeding the most lethal crop of Buggins and Greenskins the Milliway Galaxy had seen since the war in Devon. Whoever came out on top of that one was going to be a girthy, stabby, and very meaty cohort of marauders. But anywho, Kronan had pulled off a blinder, and shock more than any survival urge on the part of the Smeldar had brought them to the simple but startling conclusion that they simply had nothing to lose, and potentially quite a bit to gain from throwing in their lot with the cunning Waaagh. Now, to state that this little pax was anything even approaching popular on either side would be a total lie. For when the order came out from both Kronan and James Blonde to cease firing, well, let's just say that there were quite a few sheep cat pains who pretty much pretended they did not understand the directions. Now that was more than believable from the good Orky sheeps, as much to the annoyance of Grandmouth Tartan, and probably why he had become so vocal to earn his nickname. It was a rare Orky fleet that was able to perform instructions beyond being pointed in a direction and the Admiral hoping they shot the right thing in front of them. Yet, the reticence to comply from the much more organized Smeldar fleet seemed to be at odds with their reputation. Yet, as matters went on and both messages were sent out again, it passed somewhat of a welcome surprise to Kronan when his new ally took it with the same eye-sparkling jocularity as he did. Strangely, the cunning one was most amused when he and Blonde started to giggle at the same events. Even more so when a floaty tray of exquisite filigree approached the two with a set of mismatched drinking beakers on it. One was a fine glass, for the Smeldar of course, and the other a tankard of obviously sturdy manufacture. Both now sat between a rack of bottles of very rare and intensely strong grog. Now Kronan was cautious at first, thinking that the Smeldar would likely provide a wine or beer so weak it would not be worthy of the consuming. Yet, when the pirate prince nodded to him and raised an eyebrow, just as Kronan had only an hour before, then poured out a bottle for Kronan, he raised it with a tad more respect. The taste was incredible, yet it was the potence of the grog that made Kronan grin back at his host. It was surprisingly strong and satisfying to quaff. And so it was that the two drank, while pointing to segments of the solar system where the fleets played out a petulant set of engagements while all parties pretended they couldn't hear their leader's orders. Again, Kronan expected the Eldar to snigger at Orky ships being cut to pieces by the Smeldar firepower, but predicted him to show a sour puss when the Smeldar ships got a thumping in return. But this, to his amazement, was not the case. James Blonde was a total bastard, it is true, so he sneered at those of his own who could be taken down or even hit by the greenskin fire. Hence, with Kronan always seeing the funny side in slaughter, no matter who was the recipient, the two hit it off amazingly well. The next 5 hours were hilarious, and the bodyguards on either side of the bridge, lines of Orky meganobs for Kronan, and the elite cadres of Smeldar killers on the other side, watched on in utter shock. Eventually, both commanders had had enough of the fun. Blonde now flew the smiling assassin to where battles were occurring and ordered both sides to withdraw, with the full support of Kronan, of course. Kronan simply sniggered, looked at the pirate prince, and pushed a button or two on a remote he brought out. Kill cruiser captains and even ships entire exploded under the flick of his finger. And soon enough, even the orcs were now turning around and disengaging from the Eldar corsairs. The battle was over. The casualties from the last hours had been steep, but mostly superficial or only crippling runs. Both fleets now roamed the system at a safe distance from each other, but both fleets still existed. What Kronan had stated on his document of ceasefire was indeed true. The Smeldar were indeed fewer in number, but from what he had just seen, if caged as they were, then they could have destroyed hundreds of Kronan's sheep, leaving him nothing. He had averted the death of his Waaagh. Now some might say that to Waaagh, to destroy one of the few Smeldar fleets remaining would have been a victory unto itself. Yet this was for smaller, weedier bosses, not for the cunning one. He was destined. He was chosen by Mork himself. He had a manifest destiny, and he was about to grasp it with both hands. He had done the unthinkable. He, an orc, had just neutralized an enemy with diplomacy, or something like that. A new age had begun. The age of the cunning Waaagh. The first Waaagh to ever contain anything but greenskins. And this, it would take some getting used to. Ah, yes it would. Now, Kronan did semi-expect to be blown to pieces by Blonde when he exited the smiling assassin on his boarding pod and headed back to the Orcs of Omen. Nor did Kronan trust Grinner with such a target and made sure the squealing piggy was quite a distance away before he started his transit. Kronan was dead hard, as we know, but he knew his natural buffness would not protect him from a well-aimed salvo of macro cannons. Yet all went well, and his return to the Orcs of Omen was a strange affair indeed. For he had just brought a huge swathe of sheep into the Waaagh. He should have been carried upon 100 shoulders, his greatness lauded to the high heavens. But it was a strange, confused exuberance that his people met him with. Kronan had brought them victory over the Smeldar in void warfare, which was decidedly the Smeldar's forte. Yet many could not quite get their heads around what was actually happening. Were the Smeldar now their slaves? Because this is what all who lost to the orcs usually became. But they had their own leaders, retained their own sheeps, and seemingly independence. And none of the Orkies could quite figure out if Kronan was the most revolutionary war boss the Greenskins owned in the last 20 million years, or if he had somehow gone over to the Smeldar sheep and become a huge clown by being talked out of exterminating them. Did this Smeldar pirate prince have some hold over their lord? For in the grand scheme of things, it was really about the Orky view of the galaxy and their entire existence. The orcs were despised by all. They knew this, nor did it bother them in the slightest. But things rarely went their way to this extent, and it was almost as if a deprivation of expectations was spoiling their ability to understand the colossal win they had just received. The Smeldar always hunted the orc, crushed the greenskins whenever they found them. Well, when they were able, of course. But now, after all these years and Barneys, the Eldar had simply rolled over, and were now Kronan's lapsquigs. It made bugger all sense to any but the very inner circle of Kronan, and even the more naval really had to contain their skepticism when Kronan had outlined his plan. Yet only time would tell, he told them, as flabbergasted as any of them that it had actually worked. Now Kronan did make this plan all by himself, but he did indeed feel that it was divinely inspired by his god. For had it not been Mork himself who had brought him the data slate? Had it not been Mork's own cunning hand that had moved through Kronan when perusing it? Like a mad toboggan race, Kronan never knew what utter cobblers or deeply unimportant snippets of information he would uncover when he went to this treasure trove, his data slate. There was more to know than he could ever remember, more in the archives of the humans than Eddie would credit. They just seemed to record everything. Thus did Kronan know, deep down on a spiritual level, that there was no way he could possibly have found so much of importance and relevance amongst the drill of the Humies, unless it had been the will of his god. Mork himself had guided him. Now Kronan would do as his god had shown. He would learn the ways of Waaagh, all of them. Already, he had the Principia Bellitosta and the Humie Book of the Art of Waaagh also. But now, he needed something called the Codex Astartes. But how did he know of this? Because he had not only read about its mention in the data slate, but also he had seen one himself. For on the sheep he captured from the Yowling Hiffons, there had been a big impressive book encased in a very important-looking box with a plinth and other trappings that denoted its fundamental import to the Space Marines. Yet, before Kronan had identified how much he needed this book himself, he had fed it to Tiddles, when the wretch was in a particularly fractious mood due to Happy Len being indisposed, helping Hypocrates on some especially tricky work. Not to worry, thought Kronan. He had bested the Adipi Arse starters before, and he would do so again. Surely they had a copy of this Codex each, if it was that important. And things went forward in the next few days and weeks. All was rather odd at first, as the cunning one was not entirely sure of the arrangement he had just made, nor would the Smeldar, if truth be told, so the first conjoined events were rather lackluster and stilted in many regards. But from even moderate combined forces raids performed, the payoffs now dawned on both sides. You see, the Smeldar could nip into a region with their web bay and hardly ever be spotted. Then they would nip back out and inform the Greenskins of the exact setup in the system. And thus informed, the newly directed strikes of the Orky fleets were astonishingly effective. The Smeldar would then create a cordon around the battle, making sure no surprise reinforcements could get involved, or warning the Orkies of a potential trap and annihilating the first waves of Humie ships. You see, the Imperious Gravy was used to fighting Smeldar, and they were used to fighting Greenskins. They were not used to fighting both. And the whiplash their commanders felt when having to change gear, facings, tactics and approaches mid-battle was simply too much for them to perform. Sidebar. Concerning interfleet relations. Now Yanes Blonde and Kronan the Cunning were playing a strange game. Both were utterly aware that the alliance should not, could not hold. Both knew the other would attempt to throw them away, or outright cluck them over, and attempt to break their spines while gutting their ability to retaliate. It would either be at the very first opportunity, or at the most inopportune moment, when it would hurt the most. But if the Smeldar were to turn on their Orc allies, then it could not be immediately. The Orc fleet was consolidated, eager, and nothing had changed. Hence it appeared, Blonde was forced to bide his time. Yet, beyond the belief of any, it was so inexplicable. Their fleets were changing. At first, it was considered near impossible. The Greenskins were like mad bulldogs who had just been stung on the arse by a 2-foot-long hornet. They were chaotic, unpredictable, and berserk in the attack. The Smeldar would lead the Greenskin assault squadrons to their destinations and dump them off. They rarely engaged until the end, and when they did, it was more to secure their foothold on the booty than anything else. The Greenskins, of course, deeply detested this goal-hanging, kill-stealing type of affair. But the Smeldar had to concede. Under the right circumstances, the Greenskins were very effective. And to the surprise of near the entire Waaagh, the Greenskins had to give kudos to not only the killiness of the Smeldar, but also their sheer spite. The Smeldar ability to use their speed and advanced engines to create crossfire scenarios where Hume ships butchered their own bases or planets as a Smeldar danced out of the way of a barrage. Ha! The orcs thought it a colossal lark. But it was the Battle of Brittle Steel Subsector Battle Station that changed everything. This was the largest target they had even considered to strike, and the defences would give an awesome excuse for a betrayal. The system was thick with imperious gravy sheeps of the line. They even had a battle sheep, which was no joking matter, and a fair few cruisers to boot, escorts aplenty. But what really marked the place out was the rings around two of its planetoids. The battle station itself was bristling with long-range macro cannons, dagger like a river. The ringed fortress planetoids were said to perfectly give extended range and auspex capacity to the defending Hueys, as well as being platforms for huge torpedo arrays. Vast minefields were also detected by the Smeldar and reported back to the Greenskins. It was like a present, as its interlocking rings of defences would need to be unwrapped, which was a very upbeat way of saying that any fleet assaulting this hardpoint was going to get 7 shades of poo knocked out of them before they even got to scrapping range. Of course, the Orc plan was to come in hard and take the pain, or so Kronan pronounced to his counterpart. Well, Yane's blonde, so hardly a counterpart at all, for was this delinquent dandy of the same calibre as our hero, Kronan the Cunning One, Lord of the Cunning Waaagh? I think not. Yet, they chatted in a rather formal manner. The delegation of Smeldar had finally agreed to meet on the Orcs of Omen after Kronan had shown grot vids of the location to be met and given a cast iron guarantee that no anomalous greenskins were in the region. You know, the type so snot stupid that they might be told 1,000,000 times not to crump something, only to turn around and see the thing in question, panic, or be so dim-witted as to remember the name of the thing and its importance, but perhaps not the order to leave it alive, and then to charge the thing and stomp on it until it was a bloody pate on the floor, which effectively meant nearly 90% of the Waaagh, and 100% of the grots, squigs and snots. So only proper orderly Orkies were to be present, which of course was a total oxymoron, whatever that means. And this left only the Storm Boys. Those rebellious scamps who pretended to be Hueys before they grew out of it and became properly Orky. They would do as they were told, and march about the place and stand to attention in a deeply risible way. Intensely silly, but they would at least leave the pointies alone if ordered. Hence, Colonel Stinker would be in charge of the defence delegation, but thankfully that would mean he would not be present at the meeting, for all knew that Stinker was thicker than a grot's bogies. But of all of Kronan's underbosses, he actually did what he was told. Not that he ever knew why or how, yet this was not required. Kronan also warned his bosses of the Smeldar's ways. And they took note all right. Many rather put out by it all, asking yet again if they could just call off this silly alliance thingy and just get stuck into them. Yet when Kronan explained it to those bosses in his usual way, meaning a thorough pasting, they understood that he was not going to brook this forward yet again. Not that Kronan had actually done this with any outside of the more naval and grand-mouthed tartan anywho's, but none could argue with their lord while picking up their teeth and attempting to ram them back into their gobs. Hence, the Smeldar arrived and, by all the pointy gods left unconsumed by she-who thrusts, they were armed to the eyeballs. Waif lords and waif guards lined the Smeldar officers, who were but 4 in number. Kronan's suspicions were proven right, and behind Yane's blonde was one of their weird boys, an obvious fart-seer. It had a properly stabby spear that gave off this wonderful moaning that really set the mood. Now all the Orkies wanted to touch it, of course, if not have their eyes widen with the glint of what can only be the urge to loot the living crap out of something. Yet their avarice was curtailed by the visage of the Cunning One, of course, walking next to the Smeldar Prince. As such, Mad Nat Krunkelstein walked next to the dangerous Fartseer. Behind these 4 was a meaty lad for a pansy. Not exactly beefy, but meaty nonetheless. tall, broad-shouldered, like the fist of the North Star. He was top-heavy and looked like he'd be proper tasty in a scrap. Well, for a Smeldar anyway. It was his colourful garb and preposterously large hair squig that did it. He also seemed to have many tats all over his body, which was strange for a Smeldar, mused Kronan. Then it dawned on him. This one was an exoshite, or something like that. And he could not help but think of them as the equivalent of snakebite orkies really. Only far crapper, of course, more could be praised. Bub von Butch matched up to this one. The fourth was a delicate Smeldar with chest ears. Why on Orquilonia they had brought one of these along he had no idea. Kronan hoped they did not wish to attempt any kind of sweaty cultural demonstration. Then Kronan saw its very flashy choppers and remembered the arse-picked warriors, and especially the growling batshits. Perhaps this one was as choppy. Hence, Kronan relaxed. It should be known that Jainsblad did introduce the colourful lot, yet Kronan could not remember a blasted one of them. So their names will only be recounted when he does so. I wouldn't hold your breath on that one. Moving on. And so it was that all the Smeldar sat cross-legged on the tent floor, across from the Orky leadership. Well, most of them. It's not as if Higher Wafter would be trusted anywhere near this lot, but most of the orkiest orcs were present. Then Kronan set out his plan of attack, and for the first time, the Smeldar offered another option. Now this target was a subsector base, and the booty from it and the hundreds of trader vessels that were possibly up for grabs would be a luxuriant haul indeed. So, perhaps they were a bit more up for it than usual, considered Kronan. Yet, he listened on with care. The Smeldar prince would not lie, but he would certainly be vague enough to state he had not broken his word while laying his trap. Kronan listened to every syllable of this pirate's plan. Kronan had previously demanded that the Smeldar had no headgear on, while Kronan wore Phyllis for the discussion, to be even more sure. He would have thinkiness advantage here, the hat magnifying his cunning. And the Smeldar prince narrowed his eyes at Kronan as he could see what was occurring here. Oh, anyone else would think the Smeldar was looking at Kronan, like he had obviously just had a mental breakdown and decided to become an Orientalist and don an intensely strange turban. Yet, Kronan knew that the Smeldar was smart enough to know where cunning resided. In hats. Thus, Kronan had the advantage in cunning, and, as was only good and proper, in authority. The pirate prince clarified his offer, and Kronan could see the incredible risk in it all. Yet, he could also see the potential gain. According to this new plan, the Smeldar were to lead a large element of the Orky sheep through the web bay. They would be able to appear practically on top of the Humies in each segment of the system, each layer of the defense. Yet Jainsblad quite forcefully demanded one thing. Not Kronan himself, perhaps, but a worthy orc leader who could scare the living crap out of the orc sheep so they would do as instructed, while inside the web bay, he stated would be fundamental, and Kronan knew this to be true. For as some bright spark in the Orky fleet decided to see what it was like to come out of the side of the web bay, he may be followed by plenty of the others, and Blonde explained that this would be an intensely bad thing if Orky sheeps went off course, mostly for the Orkies inside. And Kronan cogitated on the spot as he looked into the eye of the Smeldar Admiral. Was this an attempt to cut ties already? Did this preening pansy want to ruin a large chunk of the Waaagh fleet and possibly neuter the whole venture by removing Kronan's key admirals? A situation as enviable as a Humie having to dip their second nose and furry nostrils into barbecue sauce and hang them over the maw of a hungry squig and just hope it wasn't hungry at that particular moment. And so it was that the Smeldar prince had Kronan by the short and curlies, whatever that means. So, Kronan committed a large slice of his forces, and he volunteered Gina the Backstabber and his squealing piggy as the point ship. Hakbar off in the first wave, Tartan overwatching the greater theatre. Kronan decided it was time to give a rising star a chance. An old grinner had really gone above and beyond recently, at least to those not in the know. Had he not been an absolute whirling dervish of destruction in the bashing of the buggins? Had he not been the catpain of the sheep that weathered the storm of fire and delivered the cunning one to the very heart of the enemy fleet? Of course he had. And, due to the mystery of truth, everyone had known about it. Thus, it was unlikely that anyone would take him on directly. Hence, Grinner would be used as a sacrificial piggy, pun intended. The plan agreed, the Smeldar left. And as soon as this was confirmed, every last Orky on the sheep could finally ainly exhale. For Kronan had warned all of the fartseers. Hence, many orcs had inserted corks for their visit. Others just held it in to the best of their ability. The raucous thunder that erupted across the sheep led to the deaths of a gaggle of snots through asphyxiation, who could not escape high enough. And more died when some bright spark decided to use exactly that to clear the air. Alas, the body-burning bomb blasted away near 2 decks, but they weren't important ones. And so it was that the attack kicked off, and, by Mork's massive grin, it altered the very history of the galaxy. It was glorious. For the Smeldar did exactly as they promised, and delivered the Orky sheep to the very heart of the system. Then the Smeldar began to scatter and confuse the defences of the distant hardpoints, absorbing massive missile fire, but never being hit. All while the Orky sheeps ploughed into point-blank range and tore the battle station 100 new gaping holes. The Kazi wing slammed into its Auspex arrays and hangar bays before it could launch a single interceptor, and the Orky sheeps were so close to the station and its defence fleet that the Humies could not even fire their most impressive broadsides or Nova cannons for fear of exterminating every merchant sheep clustered around them. Well, and potentially crippling their own void shields and outer hulls, of course. But it was for the wee merchant seamen that they had held their fire, really. Oh, how cute, thought Kronan as he witnessed the carnage from his own fleet, now heading towards one of the outer perimeter defence platforms. Brute sheeps crashed into the battle station, and hundreds of greenskins were rampaging across their decks, destroying everything and everyone in their path. And within 4 hours, it was all over. Yet the true surprise had come when the Orkies had been bushwhacked by a hidden element of the Imperious gravy lurking behind one of the moons. The gravy had to drop on Kronan's own flotilla, and it was touch and go if his Orkies would have to punch back out into the burp or simply scatter. Because these were gravy sheeps of the line, and they had an absolutely phenomenal amount of long-range Docker in their Nova cannons. But, lo and behold, Blonde led the smiling assassin and his closest Smeldar corsairs to intercept the Humie gravy sheeps. Blonde pulled the Humies apart before they had the chance to let off any more devastating balls of destruction into the greenskin flotilla. They even went into knife-fighting range with the Humies, at no small cost to themselves. A pair of Smeldar sheep were crippled, one destroyed outright. Now Kronan was not to know that the Smeldar had evacuated the sheep before it blew, but nor did he need to know. The effort was there. Smeldar had come to the rescue of the greenskins. They had lost a sheep of their own in the attempt. Smeldar had shed blood for the orcs, not with them or against them, but for them. And this changed everything. Sidebar over. The combined power of the Smeldar and Orky sheeps was a thing to behold. Not that anyone beholding it but themselves would survive the event, but it was a wonder nonetheless. A good few weeks had passed, and the two fleets now had a proper measure of one another. There had even been a written accord signed by every single catpain in both fleets. It was called the Rule of Politeness. Now it was known that the orcs adored to fight, but it turned out that the same urges ran no less strongly amongst the Smeldar, and it was also noted that both sides thought that they were Waaargh. Now both Kronan and James Blonde had to accept that to prevent all cross-fleet firing events would be an utter impossibility. Yet it could be contained. Hence, the rule of politeness was enacted. What this effectively meant was that the orcs were told that if they wished to gain the very best scrap out of their opponents in the Smeldar fleet, well, it was only fair to ask if they were ready and up for it. And the Smeldar were informed that they too could challenge an Orky vessel, but only after a raid or joint action had concluded. Thus, some deeply annoyed Smeldar officers were ready when a battle ended and would float up to the offending Orky sheep that had either cut them up, cut them off, or perhaps accidentally rammed them in their enthusiasm to get to the foe. Needless to say that the greenskins never ever refused such an incredibly generous offer to a fray. And the orcs in turn would pull up alongside a haughty Smeldar sheep and power up their outer hull lights to indicate that they would love to have a quick tumble if the Smeldar were up for it. Which, surprisingly to many again, most often they were more than happy to engage in a bit of an exchange of firepower. Now Kronan was not immune to the knowledge that the vast majority of the time his own ships would be semi-burnt out at the end of such an exchange. But the Smeldar seemed to have some form of restraint, and did not often finish off his vessels and crew. Hence, from his perspective, he was not losing ships, but he was gaining invaluable experience amongst his crews. It was the equivalent of leaving your foot soldiers in massed ranks under direct fire from enemy cannon, but it would indeed stiffen them, so to put it. And this effectively brought the fightiness of his own forces up even further, even when they were merely mustering. Okay, the cost in muggins could get a little high, and many a sheep languished in dry docks again, but at the rate that they were bringing in booty, it was not worth attempting to curtail all fighting. His repair crews were upskilling nicely, and this would be worth its weight in Dhaka when they finally got to the big Barney he knew was happening somewhere out there. Which thought led on to another meeting with James Blonde. Their forces had worked together, the benefits were now plain for all to see. So it was time to deepen the relationship, to test its boundaries and potential further bounties. And so it was. The Kronan summoned James Blonde and his command staff to another meeting on the Orcs of Omen, and they finally got into it properly. What did the Corsairs know that could be of use to the Waaagh? And the details were enormous. Life-affirming stuff, really, thought Kronan. Now, many of his bosses could not really be invited to attend this powwow, as he simply did not trust them to keep their choppers in their scabbards. Thus, on this meeting, did Kronan take along only those he knew would obey him first, his more naval. Madnut Krunkelstein was there to protect against any Smeldar witchery, Hypocrates and Daka von Smashhoven being the ones taking notes and putting their oar in where necessary. But the event went better than Kronan could have hoped for, due to a myriad of reasons. The Smeldar seemed to have turned a corner as well, which could possibly be because of the huge haulers full of booty that were transferred over to the Smeldar fleet in the last few days. Now some things they had even sent back. It was hardly for the greenskins to know that they did not have any particular need of severed Humy heads, nor the foodstuffs that had been grabbed from Humy silos and warehouses, but the precious metals and other muggins were right up their alley, and they took note of the prodigious amounts being sent across. At one point, Yanes even signalled that his fleet had taken all they required for a while, so he handed much back, which was a fantastic sign to Kronan. They loved booty, of course they did, but they also seemed to know how to not be too greedy, and that was a good sign indeed. Now that both parties were at least appearing to be thoroughly invested in the campaign, the meeting went smoothly indeed, and the Smeldar brought up huge local maps that they were going to leave with Kronan. They knew these stars all too well, and had marked out hundreds of locations, systems, points of interest, and places to be hit. All they needed now was a general idea of where and what the Waaagh was intending to do. So Kronan took another gamble and outlined his ideas. His empire was growing, and Kronan wished its foundations to be strong. He did not intend on just smashing his way onto the big bundle. That was what his first armada had been for, to test the waters and try to find the event. Yet, with his major force, Kronan was not merely about destroying and taking. He was also about making. A land where his people could grow. And he even discussed the Smeldar's need for forward bases and locations of their own, stating that Blond and his Smeldar could have holdings of their own to support their supply lines. The shock from the Pointies was palpable, yet welcomed. They saw the wisdom of the Cunning One, and all were in awe as they witnessed the wisdom of the Cunning One. Now the Smeldar knew where the Buggins had come from and where they had gone. There was a huge stretch of systems that had been devoured by the Buggins. Yet, unlike most other attacks, the Buggins had actually stopped on some worlds and not instantly snaffled them down to the core. Strangely, it seemed that they were building things there also. And Kronan and Yanes were of an equal mind again, for both of them conceded that the bugs were formidable indeed, but they were not the kind of neighbours either wanted really. Hence, these worlds were to be targeted with extreme prejudice. Yet, this trench was not very wide, and on its fringes were the ever-ubiquitous forces of the gaudy Emperor of Mankind. And Kronan showed all how his Waaagh would progress. It would not be a mad scramble forward. Oh no. Kronan intended to hit hard and push forward across a very wide front. This way, he could protect his supply lines and ensure a steady flow of Orkies from his own systems. Yet Yanes Blond confirmed that the forces of the Humies were very dense in this segmentum compared to many others. The Buggins had been forced into a narrow trench due to the attrition inflicted on them by the imperious gravy of the Humies, and also that the Humies were sending a vast amount of forces to a system just beyond the usual region watched and predated on by the Corsairs. They were not entirely sure exactly where this gargantuan muster was occurring, but they knew the direction. Luckily, or more likely, divinely inspired, Kronan noted that this projected placement of the muster was in exactly the same direction that he had sent that Odi Hackbar, and of course, one of his favourites, Get Squisher McMurder. Serendipity at its most arousing. As the meeting was drawing to an end, Kronan nonchalantly threw out a question that stumped his own bosses but brought a dazzlingly knowing grin from the pirate prince. Kronan was almost concerned about asking, but he blurted it out. The kin. Did Blond know where to find any? And Kronan was elated to hear that Blond actually did. The wee wretches were sitting on a massive amount of fuel and resources. Blond would have hit them before, but did not have the sheeps for the job. Because, he stated with a twinkle in his eye, the squats, these kin, were exceptionally fighty, and the casualties involved in a straight Barney would have been horrific. And this was like a red flag to an amble. Kronan demanded that they merely lead him to this place and gave him cordon support, you know, keeping back anyone who might want to stop the Cunning One while on his rampage. Blond confirmed again that he would gain half the booty, which Kronan did agree immediately, as he was an orc of his word. So, bemused and similarly elated, Blond agreed to take the Waaagh fleet to duff over the Squits. And this was a strange thing, for the Smeldar and orcs seemed to be able to understand each other on a deep and almost spiritual level. Weird, but very welcome. Thus Kronan drew the meeting to an end, and practically skipped to his quarters to do what he always did. Kronan dug out his most prized possession, his beloved data slate, and he basked in the bounteous information therein contained. Concerning the forces of the little squats, their leaps of vaulting. Finding this lot was no mean feat, for he had only bumped into them before by accident, and it was as if the stars aligned, and fate would have its wicked way with our hero. For nary had Kronan heard of a thing before it seemed to appear before him, almost as if there was no planned and considered narrative, but some mad fevered dream worked out in scenes and slices whenever the chronicler had a deep and heady hangover. Yet it was not. This was no mere tale, it was the chronicle of high adventure. So it developed at a pace wholly within the wishes of its master, Mork alone. Organically, so to put it. And so it was that Kronan espied his quarry and used his thumb and other longer thumbs, for they were now far too meaty to be considered mere fingers, and brought up the information to a font size he could understand. Imperial Gothic could be tricky at times. It was not as clear, robust, nor efficient as gobbledygook, but he could get by when so pushed by interest. Kronan was a thing rarer than a candid and honest answer in an election campaign. He was an inquisitive orc, and none knew but Mork himself if the galaxy would survive such a being. Well, perhaps Gork did too, but who can tell? It's not as if either of them would give even a hint of interest in most situations. And it didn't take the confirmation of Lord Frith to know that, to such a rare greenskin, all the world will be your enemy, prince with 1,000 enemies. And whenever they catch you, they will kill you. But first, they must catch you, digger, fighter, crumper, prince with the swift whooping. Be cunning, and dish out hard licks, and your people shall never be destroyed. Or something like that. Yet Kronan was oblivious to this huge bullseye he had painted on his own back. And it's not as if his newfound piratical pal was going to get him up to speed on that one. For Yanes Blonde usually watched the orc warboss with the same amount of quiet amusement that a friend displays when watching someone get blind drunk and then streak around a car park only to conclude matters by underestimating the height of a bollard and then rolling around on the ground holding one's handle or hairy nostrils and crying oneself to sleep. Yet Kronan was now a master of cunning, and he was open to those dire and terrible events known as ideas. Alas, while absorbing every last scrap of information about his new target, he was struck by an altogether horrid new experience as he endured his first existential observation. Did the wee squits drink so much because they dug holes? Or did they dig holes because of how much grog they drank? A truly bow-liquefying situation for Kronan, as he now felt the come down from his first experience of this strange thing the other weedier beings had in the universe. A moment of what was the word? Homeopathy? No, that wasn't it. Empathy, or something like that. In any case, the moment passed, and Kronan could now enjoy his menu in peace. For there they were, the types and flavours of squats. Or was it squits? In any case, the short buggers were right there in front of him. And Kronan could not help but know why he had instantly known that these diminutive and deeply ugly things drank a hell of a lot. They must have known he would know this by their very naming convention. So was this a double bluff? Were they actually pious lecturing teetotalers? He could not believe this. Because if Kronan was that short and that round, well, he'd be pretty grim himself, and definitely liable to drink not to enhance the moment, but to wash away the stinging infamy of effectively being a ball with 4 comically short limbs and a beefy beard. Hence, he read on, and witnessed the itinerary of squits he could possibly encounter, noting the naming convention with amusement, not consternation. There was the leader of a squit warband, called a Kahlua. Kronan knew that they would have all the muggins and gubbins, and should be right tasty in a scrap. They had armour very similar to Adipi Arse warplate, nice one. And the underbosses were pretty familiar, if truth be told. For there was the Bacardi Iron Monster, which Kronan equated to a mech boy. Mainly as they had these odd robo-thingies around them, holding their drinks, one would imagine. There was also the Einbeer champion, like a standard boss, a challenge at least, Kronan hoped. For these ones wore armour not dissimilar to marine turbinator suits, durable at the very least, possibly very fighty. Then came the gin beer, or was it grim beer? Though a gin in beer is always a bit grim. In any case, Kronan saw that they were like his weird boys, and decided he would definitely be bringing along that crass cannon, Madnut Krunkelstein. Not that Kronan really needed to worry about mindy-windy powers, but he didn't want the hassle of them interrupting a proper fight with proper bosses. And these Grimbeers had floaty things that looked one heck of a lot like the droners of the Toe Empire's Liar cast. Deeply tedious to fight indeed. Now came the rank-and-file lot. There were the Heineken Warriors, with two distinct flavours. One set had auto-lock pattern blotters, the other type had iron plasterers. Mostly darker, Kronan grumbled, but these were just boys really. And most species and races had darker as their mainline weapons. Odd, but understandable really. And on to the elite types, the proper fighty ones. Now, the Bacardi Thundershins were disappointingly also darker, and from the size of the shooters, they were bound to be able to tear entire good Orky mobs to pieces. Kronan would have to set his tank busters onto this lot. Why they seemed to have some form of stilt affair going on, Kronan could not quite tell. Perhaps it was a religious devotional to never step on the ground, or perhaps they kicked really hard, and this was their last line of defense if anyone got in close with them. Either way, Kronan was pretty sure he should capture a few, just to see how high they could jump. Maybe they were like those bouncy Adipi Arse starter ones, but for some reason he didn't think it was true. But no matter. With relief, Kronan then came on to the most promising groups. There were the Carlsberg Berserkers, who were stripped to the waist and had some impressive tats. Okay, well they also had superheated choppers and some of the biggest mega fists Kronan had ever witnessed. He knew that a fisting from any of these lads would be ouchy indeed, yet potentially a raucous laugh as well. But it was the tats that stood out to Kronan. Because anyone who could take on that amount of ink in one sitting, well, they were not going to be wimps, were they? And he was elated to see this. The 70s Dawn moustaches also lent a certain level of threat that Kronan could not quite understand himself, but anyone with a handle or backup pouch would definitely feel a slight shudder if these lads came knocking on their door asking to fix the refrigerator while blaring out funk music. The cyber handles coming out of the side of their heads hardly filled anyone with a sense of safety either. They did indeed look like a swarthy bunch of ball bashers. Next, there were also the Einbeer Heinekens. A bunch more like Marines again, as they had that rugged-looking armour. Kronan wondered if they could just fold into a ball and roll down at their enemies, so diddy were they. Yet they looked as grumpy and thus fighty as an old grotherd who had just been given bowel torrent squig duty. So there was hope that the red-hot chopper action would lead to some interesting scraps at the least. Kronan wondered how far he would be able to toss one, and decided this would be a secondary or side quest in his encounters with the wee blighters. A goal, not a victory condition to be certain, but it was on the docket. Of course, there were more. Next were the Heineken Jägerbombers. They looked rather odd again, with their clearly flasher trench coats, which was passing strange for the cunning one. Why on Orquilonia would the little terrors have jackets on over their armour? I mean, how many layers did these chaps need to slap-chop on before they were comfortable? It was clear that 2 thin layers were not on their sartorial schedule. And some of them seemed to have had their heads replaced with eggs. Why? Kronan disengaged from this question. He realised he was interested in crumping the squats, but did feel that potentially too much familiarity would lead to a level of contempt that might sour the entire event. Best to leave them as a slight enigma. And of course, for many years, a certain producer of miniatures seemed to have agreed. About this bunch, the least known the better. But anywho, this brought Kronan onto the Heineken pensioners. They were obviously a bit long in the tooth, or had consumed so much grog over such a protracted period that they could no longer perambulate with any certainty. They all rushed around on these little hover scooter things. Embarrassing to most, the integration of such decrepit or drowned squats into the main battle line was sort of commendable, thought Kronan. I mean, sending squats into a scrap who could not even walk anymore? Now that was a level of care and consideration that would make an Adipi Arse. Second attempt, Adipi Arse. Nope. One of the sherry-carry odours of the smaller marines, those ones who would have a tear in their eye at the sheer support of the dignity of the elderly. In any case, Kronan was torn in some regards. That these squits respected the right to combat was a welcome shock, but it confused Kronan that they did not simply eat their frail. So he moved on. Now came their metal boxes, the armour of the squits. There was the Sambuca that fired their high-lash blam cannon and could fit a little mob of squats inside. And then Kronan's eyes widened, and he was instantly smitten. Now, no matter how close that might sound to mittens, it was certainly not to mean that Kronan had the warm glow of a good set of winter garb on his mitts, keeping them toasty on an autumnal morn. No, it was connected to smiting. You know, destroying things but said in a precocious or poxy way. Yet, it could not be denied that this thing he now gazed upon was indeed able to dish out a whole 3-course meal of whoop. And it looked lovely unto the eye of Kronan, for they called them the Nekatan land buttresses. Kronan could only imagine that this was due to it being able to transport so much grog, and that it might be used as a static point to hold one up after quaffing enough booze to slay a squiggoth. In any case, the Nekatan land buttress was a thing of wonder. You could fit a whole raft of the wee squits inside, but more than this. It had some deeply amusing ducker, for it touted an alcoholic cannon on its top, and, from the data slate report, this cannon could cut a gargant or even a mountain in twain. Impressive. Packing more ducker in the form of bolt and auto cannons, its shootiness was not to be sniffed at. In fact, Kronan wanted to own at least 1 or 2 of these things. He would inform his lads that extra teeth and booty would be given to any who could lay their hands on one without blowing it to crap. Sorry, without blowing it to scrap. But Kronan was rather crestfallen when that seemed to be the entirety of their rundown. It was almost as if they had not been developed seriously enough to be a foil in this particular tale. Yet the imagery of orcs pounding little square humies with ridiculous beards and moustaches kind of made up for it. Well, nearly. Kronan mused if the lack of variety was due to them being so far away from their little castles, as Kronan had skimmed over their usual locales and places they frequented, being, of course, in the galactic core. It was not something that Kronan was fervent to put on his list of places to visit. Perhaps he would get round to it if he managed to come out on top when it came to the mega bundle he was about to gate crash, although this campaign would doubtless be a letdown after such a glorious rumble. Kronan decided it was better to have too many on his menu than to have too few. A truly orky orc should have a never-ending list of gits to squish after all, for the day an orky orc stopped fighting. Well, this would surely be the day he died. But pressing on. Now that Kronan had the scope of the foe, he was able to make his plans. For the Smeldar Corsair sheep were very nimble and sneaky, as we know. But wasn't it a wonderful thing for them to be doing it on his behalf for a change? They passed all of their findings, begrudgingly or no, to Yane's Blonde, who then updated the Cunning One. And before any knew it, the Smeldar had indeed mapped out the entire defences of the entire facility at Agua Ponde. Kronan knew that he could get used to this, and at the cost of a mere half of the booty, this was a total bargain. For Kronan did dislike one thing above all others, and this was booty dispensation.
Their endless whining and moaning from those who felt that they had not had enough, or should have been given X when they had been awarded Y booty. It drove the cunning one mental. Now he had passed this job to Melton John, but when Melton had taken over the raiding and conquest fleets, it was difficult for him to devote the time to hearing the murmurings of the unhappy. Kronan had also tried to put Madnut Krunkelstein as a mediator, but Madnut was still far too involved in the adventuring parties on the Orcs of Omen, nor was he able to do any of this without exploding noggins left, right and centre. Hence the job had to be foisted on someone else. But who? Again, Kronan would have given the job to Nog Smasher, or Appledon as Kronan called him, but, like tragic violence, old Appledon had snuffed it. He had lost his head on the Bridge of the Smiling Assassin when Kronan had confronted the Smeldar Admiral. Hence, Kronan would give this little ditty to the new leader of his honour guard, the Black Legion. Now all he had to do was provide an opportunity for tryouts, as there was no obvious candidate to step into the position, and Kronan was loath to make it purely down to fightiness this time around. Oh, to be fighty enough to cow the rest of the Legion was an absolute necessity. But he now required more from his inner circle. The stupidity of Tragic and the loud-mouthed, braggadocious Appledon had actually made his life more complicated and more difficult, which was definitely the opposite of what was the point in having a henchman. Kronan needed someone who could also do things when they were needed, not just when they were instructed. A quandary, to be certain. And it was whilst walking with his new ally that Kronan came up with a spectacularly cunning plan, the inarguable benefit of this cultural clash or exchange. For Yane's Blonde stopped when they were strolling, overlooking the grot-ball pitch that Kronan and Gitsquisher had constructed. It was to Kronan's shock that Admiral Blonde confirmed that the Smeldar too had some form of a game that involved an area very similar in look and dimensions. When Kronan explained the sport of grotball, the Smeldar beamed at him. They too had a similar type of affair. Oh, there were no grots involved, of course, but they did have a proxy for one, a kind of spheroid with spikes on it. More the size of a snot, but the similarities were haunting. And the two began to end each other's sentences as they described the rules and the requirements for a match. Hence, both decided to set up a new compromise, taking the best elements from both styles of play and combining them to make a sport that either or both could participate in. And so it was that the cultural exchange was astonishingly productive, as both fleets collected teams and prepared for their first tournament. Of course, both bosses knew that there would be errors in understanding, differences of opinion, and certain nuances to rule calls, hence were referees to be used. These would, of course, be horrifically well armed and armoured, and a requirement would be that they could understand both Gothic and gobbledygook. Kronan was impressed when he was informed that all Eldar were cunning linguists and could indeed speak both. Alas, this requirement was a tad more constraining for the Orcs who might want to officiate, but them's the breaks. In any case, the First League was on the verge of kicking off, in every meaning of the word. Being proper Orky, Kronan did initially laugh and point at Jane's Bond, nearly shatting as he guffawed so hard at the thought of Smeldar being able to stand up to a team of Orcs in this rather hands-on sport. Yet, when Jane's Blonde pointed out how quickly Appledon's head had leapt from his shoulders at the speed of the Smeldar, it did not burst Kronan's bubble, but it expanded his horizons. Okay, the Smeldar could be powdered pansies, but when forced into a corner or really pissed off, they were as stabby as a squig was bitey. And in that moment, Kronan acknowledged that there was more than one way to skin a Huey. In other words, he knew that fighting was not just about strength alone. The Smeldar void butchery of his sheep and fleets was proof of that, and proof that Kronan had learned from mightily. But both Kronan and Jane's Blonde agreed. It would be a bloody good time had by all. The only thing they could not agree on was the name. Grotball was denied by the Admiral, and Kronan did not like the sound of any suggestions from the Smeldar. But it was decided to be a moot point, Their people would decide if it was required, and so the first violent bowl was about to begin. Now it must be noted that this did not mean that the fleets of either races were lollygagging and sitting about doing nothing. No. The Smeldar were now leading good Orky sheeps to vulnerable regions of space and shipping lanes that they either could not be bothered to attack before or were supremely guarded with massive Darker. But the Orcs did not mind casualties in the slightest, and their mad rampages caught system defenders utterly unawares. They were used to dealing with the nippy and cautious Smeldar, not gaggles of Orc attack craft slamming into them and unleashing hundreds of boys in ultraviolet boarding rampages. The whole seemed to be vastly outweighing the sum of its parts. To the Orcs, it was like a scavenger hunt, where every location always yielded a prize. Being, of course, a good hard scrap, and plenty of booty as well. Good times indeed. The Smeldar were evening old scores, and the Orcs were having the time of their lives. No thinking, no hunting, simply being guided through the best scraps imaginable. Honestly, in private, when nobody was looking, many a conversation in the cunning Waaagh marvelled at how good things had become since the Pointies had joined the Waaagh. And upgrades were going apace, and old ships were returning to duty. The Exterminipotamus and the Captain Pugwash returning to act decisively at the Starbase 2256 event. The flagrant disregard for safety protocols was sent straight back into dry dock after attempting to play chicken with a Looney-class Imperious Gravy cruiser. Or something like that. Neither dodged, you see. The disregard was all but carved in two. Yet, somehow, limped back to a repair facility. The intake of new arrivals and reinforcements from Orcolonia far outstripped the losses sustained. Kronan knew that this had to be maintained. His people enjoyed a scrap too much. Well, a non-Orc might say. Kronan just knew a Waaagh was like an avalanche. As soon as it slowed, it would stop. Kronan, knowing exactly how greenskins multiplied, was also a game changer. He had learnt this from Dahumis in his data slate, of all places. Yet, it changed everything. He would often give the sheep Catpains orders to perform victory barrages on portions of a victorious mob of Orcs when they had claimed a world. But never anything burny. Hence the largest Orcs would be blown to bits, and their spores sent across the world to seed for the future. Kronan would then leave Snots, Squigs, and even some Grots behind before moving on. The Snots would tend and raise the next generation of greenskins. These worlds now belonged to the Orcs. And it could be mere months before he would send back haulers and transports to pick up the next generation of boys for the Waaagh. Of course, this was only necessary if the first provision had not been met, and this was simply that the last bastilles or concentrations of enemies on a world should be taken by chopper action. Justified by this, to see the last light die in the eyes of a broken and beaten people was his justification, is what Kronan had disseminated by the mystery of truth. Yet secretly, it was so large numbers of Ard Orkies would snuff it, spreading their spores. All of this was excellent, of course, but now it was time to get to the main event, the kin-slaying of Aguaponde. Now the leaps of vaulting, the kin, were very well dug in indeed, and Kronan was shown the multispectral Auspex readings of the entire place. Nasty. They had been here for some time and had fortified their holdings well. A large asteroid carved out, one might presume, for it was bristling with guns, defences, hardpoints and hangars. Haulers were darting across the darkness of the void in convoys, heading out to the asteroid belt. These haulers went back and forth all day, as the wee blighters worked their position to its absolute maximum. But the kin, the squits, also had a few of the biggest sheeps Kronan had ever witnessed. Hitting this place the standard way would have been an abject bloodbath. Now until even recently, Kronan would have just taken a huge number of sheeps and thrown them at the base. But not now. when the Cunning One had seen the vast maps provided by the Smelter. Well, it sort of changed something deep within him. He had always viewed the Void as a sort of map of his own reality. His basis for comparison was so slight that he had thought in terms of millions of humies, on hundreds of worlds, maybe. But now, he had seen not just a local region, but the whole Waaargh galaxy, and he finally understood the scales involved. It was maddening to think that there were so many humies ruling so many worlds, and they seemed so unable to permit others to even stretch their legs a bit. Why did they fight so hard for Orquilonia when they already had so much? Greed. The humies, surely, wanted the entire universe as their own plaything. They refused to share. And Kronan would not have it. Not one jot. Now was the time of the greenskins. Now was the time of the orc. Hence, when Kronan began his planning, he was conscious of the need to retain as many of his orkies as he could, for there was much for them to do. He would not throw them away as he would before. He used to think his Waaagh was mighty. Now, with this Herculean a task to perform, he wondered if he would ever have enough boys. So, the Cunning One spoke again to Yain's Blonde, and he demanded one thing from him that was never mentioned before. Kronan wanted to avoid the run-up to the kin base. The Dakar on that thing would break many a cruiser or even battleship, and he needed every last one of them. Kronan requested the same option as the battle they had previously won with such aplomb. And, of course, the Smelter agreed. And with a whoop of victory almost tasted, Kronan now chose the elite forces he would take into this mega scrap. For if he just threw boys at the base, it would be like throwing them in front of the treads of a Baneblade battle tank and inviting the crew to see if their tracks were as orc blood-proof as they presumed. An utter massacre. Hence, Kronan prepared his forces well. Now, he did not wish to just throw the Black Legion in, for they did not have an effective leader, and were just a little more bellicose than normal, meaning that he did not really believe that they would do their best, and they were one of his most precious commodities of all. Mega armor was expensive, rare, and very difficult to gain and maintain. Hence, Kronan would attempt to use his remaining specialist forces for the assault. Now Dakar von Smashoven was raring to go as well. Heady with victory after his defeat of the cast iron Bast, he was well up for it. But Kronan was a tiny bit concerned that his head flyboy was gaining just a tiny bit too much approbation lately. He was getting a tad too popular, is another way of putting it. Nor would the base be bombed to poop, as would normally be the order of the day, for Yain's Blonde had identified the rare and important booty to be gained from the escapade. There was little point in wasting good orkies unless it led to a real result. Not that a scrap was not its own reward, of course. They were still orcs after all. But Kronan now required a bit more out of an event than simply good laughs. He needed the majority of his battles to lead to land conquered, to muggins nicked. Hence, again, Dakar von Smashoven's particular skills would not be required today. Anyways, if Kronan permitted the Waaargh to constantly rely on the power of a few key individuals in the more naval, it would hardly be the green mean fighting machine he required. All of this was preamble. The larger ruck awaited. And Kronan would be damned if he arrived with anything less than the most fighty, numerous, and powerful force he could gather. Hence, Kronan looked over his forces and picked out very special sheep and crews that he knew had the mobs, knobs, and specialists he required. The squits, the little balls of muscles, lard, beard, and beards, would not know what hit them. Well, that was patently incorrect, as of course they would know what hit them. It would be the greenskins. Yet they would have no ability to be prepared for the power and panache on display. They would never be ready for what Kronan was about to unleash upon them. A Fistmas Carol. Tooth Smasher was dead, to begin with. There was absolutely no doubt whatsoever about that, for Kronan had slain him personally with his extraordinary stabbiness. Pushing up daisies, he was no longer pining for the fjords, nor taking a quick breather or break. Old Toofy was as dead as a doornail. So 'twas passing rather odd that he appeared as he did before the very eyes of Kronan. Now the cunning one, Kronan, would usually eye up the discarded Humie takeaway boxes festooned across his quarters, or even check to see if he was running a temperature, or eye up the mushrooms provided by his apothecarian, Hippocrates. But, to his eternal chagrin, Kronan was getting used to this sort of apparitional spooky shtick. And so it was that through bored, heavy-lidded half-moon eyes that Kronan bogged at the invading ectoplasmic ephemera. Before him was the indisputable image of his erstwhile rival and arch-enemy, Tooth Smasher, big boss of the Speed Waaagh. But Kronan had dispatched him quite some time ago now, to prove his bona fides and to rouse some form of reaction from the cunning one. Toofy reclaimed control of his own arm. The one hacked off and attached to Kronan in a macabre and messy transplant. The left arm of Kronan immediately balled into a fist and rammed itself repeatedly into the orc boss's face. As he was leaning on his right arm, he was temporarily defenseless. The huge fist pummeled Kronan until he rolled onto his back and freed his right arm, which caught the left, and Kronan was wrestling with his own arm, which slipped out of his clutches and did a horribly strong and sharp scratch right between the cheeks. Kronan winced as he gained control of the arm and glared at the guffawing ghost of Tooth Smasher. But the look said it all, as Toofy laughed louder for a moment, then released control of the arm. He now had Kronan's attention. "Bold warrior of Mork, this very night you shall be visited by 3 ghosts," started Toofy. Kronan sighed. "You must listen to them, Kronan, or risk suffering my fate." Kronan then generously indicated his understanding of the message by extending a figure of, agreement. But Toofy just shrugged and said, "One will be from the past, one from today, and one from the future." "I still think you're a twat," mumbled the apparition as it faded. Kronan rolled over and slept deep and well. The feeling was indeed mutual, but Kronan took the trouble to cuff his left arm to the bed, just in case. Morn came, and all around Kronan were gratingly chirpy. His guards were prepared before he strode out. His meetings were swift and economical, giving him no real time to dish out a pasting. The Waaagh was going so well. None could understand Kronan's, gnarliness. Personally, he couldn't understand it either. Why was he so empty inside? Everything was turning out great, but he missed something. Now everyone around him was so chipper because they knew that look, knew his patterns. Their lord, Kronan the Cunning, was about to do something weird again. They could feel it. So they waited, watching, enwrapped. Kronan got through the day's business, working poor happy Len hard, as Len was standing in for Hippocrates today. Tiddle's pet Grot now had yet another master, and hence he was bone-tired most days, each master getting a mere half-day of exertion from him. Poor wee blighter. Kronan then worked out and grabbed extra weapons to stash around his room. Then he went to bed, but fully clothed. He knew these oddie spirits could be intensely weird and deeply inconvenient. Kronan awoke to a crashing sound as the ghost set off his simple line trap. A stand fell over, and Kronan leapt to his feet instantly, which was a good thing, as he was instantly assailed by a horrific wee fairy with extra long stabbers for claws. much like the ones from Chaos, but greener and sturdier. The fairy flew towards Kronan, who backhanded it, and it slammed into the bulkhead. A great green splat mark trailed as it slid down the wall. It groaned as it hit the floor, starfishing onto its back. And of course, Kronan helpfully stepped on it. The crunching sound was satisfying to him. But as he lifted his boot to look at his handiwork, Kronan jumped backwards as a tiny fairy exploded in size into a strapping lad even bigger than he. Its bruised left eye could barely open, and it slammed its left shoulder against the bulkhead to pop the arm back in. "That hurt," growled the huge Orky, whose dainty wings have not increased in size. You know, the crushed wings. "You piece of shit," said the fairy, but grinding its teeth, it continued. "I is the spirit of the past. I will show you a better time." With that, he tried to unfurl and flutter his wings, while stretching out one hand to the cunning one. Kronan sighed, but gave up and took the proffered hand, and off they floated, through a huge wobbly door above them, going back to a better time. The white bathing and blinding them retreated, and they stood on his spot, overlooking Kronan's village. Kronan remembered this day so well. It was the day he got really angry for the first time, like actually really livid, and went on his very first rampage. The day he went from youth to boy, and was firmly on the pathway to being made a knob. The Orky fairy pointed down, and the perception of Kronan and the fairy followed bodily, and now they were stood amongst the very action, close range to watch. A younger Kronan going berserk, so angry he'd not even needed or thought to pick up a chopper or shooter. He just snarled at the snots, grots, herds and squigs and cuffed them down hard, and they shot away from him. Then on into the first orcs. Kronan's haymaker took the first off his feet, instantly knocking it out. But Kronan continued on fast, hitting the next orc's face with a series of quick sledgehammer hard shots. He walked over that one and bound onto the next Orky, butting it hard and only staggering while his opponent was out for the count. And on it went. Kronan was a veritable whirling dervish of fists and feet. The green fairy beamed at the brawling and at Kronan, who found himself sagely nodding at his own enthusiasm, if not panache. The younger Kronan took out 7 more boys before being pacified by 4 knobs jumping him, then giving him a good kicking on the ground. A tear in his eye, Kronan wasn't sure what the message was, but he really enjoyed this so far. The green fairy then nodded to Kronan and whispered, "Remember what you've just remembered. The orc is the weapon." Kronan looked blankly at it, as if to say, "What are you dribbling on about?" He was, as we know, very expressive. The fairy just winked and then tapped the side of its nose with a single finger, as if in some in-joke between the two of them. But Kronan was utterly none the wiser. The lesson seemed to have been learnt. Now, seeing as this is a very laboured one-trick pony, instead of tedious soul-searching betwixt visages, the image of the great green fairy dissolved, and the next ghost entered stage left. White bathing light surrounded Kronan, and then it turned to red. Kronan now stood on the bridge of his mightiest vessel, the Orcs of Omen. The thing next to him, the new spirit, was a huge orc. More like an Ogrin stood beside him as he looked on. "I is the spirit of the present," it blurted. "I is here to show us what is wrong." Drew the huge apparition, and with that, time went fast forward, the vision accelerating again and again. As Kronan sat on his bridge, sitting in his chair, Orkies moved around Kronan like wasps then, as speed moved on, like wisps, darting in and out around him. Kronan interacted with all of them, as each had come to him with some problem. But during the viewing, Kronan could see the huge apparition looking dolefully as this continued. He slowly closed his eyes and shook his lowering head, no longer wishing to see, as Kronan watched himself running the entire Waaagh, but not moving. For days on end, he was trapped. His command chair, his mighty thong, was indeed his very own prison. Kronan turned his back on the vision, and there was the ghost of the present, now looking at how hard Happy Len worked, and worked. No time to himself between Hypocrates, Kronan, and Tiddles. Then poor Phyllis, Kronan's head-thinking grot, hovered into view, joining the vision. Both Happy Len and Phyllis trudged so slowly to their bunks, beaten, bedraggled, broken. The vision froze as they went to sleep with growling bellies, for neither had been afforded the time to even eat. And Kronan looked on in shame at the poor buggers. The large spirit next to him shook his head and grimaced at Kronan, with an equally explanatory expression that stated, "You son of a bitch." The ghost and tableau faded, and a cold breeze struck every pore of the cunning one. The final ghost was a thing of dark billowing cloaks. Not that this remotely fazed Kronan, but most might let out a tiny bit of wee when he bore down on them. It was rather intimidating. But don't think of it as a willowy thing. No. This was a beefy, bench-pressing ghost who really put on the pounds. Proper orky. Kronan felt tasty, liked his chances, but didn't want to elongate the process really, so he didn't take a swipe at the apparition. And anyway, Kronan thought he understood already. But this one was to hammer the issue home. To be fair, orcs were in the mix, so repetition seemed to be prudent for the information to be absorbed. Kronan now looked on as the vision changed. Some knobs were talking about his accuracy with a shooter. Others extolled how he was fantastic with a chopper. And on it went. They commended his cool head while admiraling a fleet void action. And of course, his astonishing talent at finding new entertainment. And of course, his cunning. But none talked of his individual orky artness. Not one. Because most people he'd done over were dead, shooter fodder or choppered to pieces. And Kronan finally, truly absorbed the message. He nodded to the spectral horror and winked with that gotcha mate snap. And both Kronan and the orky death figure high-fived, and then Kronan truly opened his real eyes. He awoke and sprang from his bed. 'Twas the morning of Fistmas. He rushed outside and then laid directly into his bodyguard. Not a chopper nor shotter held he, as Kronan belted not just 3, not just 7, but a festive 30 shades out of all of them. Kronan charged across the alleys of the ship, belting anyone who crossed his path or slowed him down. A veritable carpet of unconscious orcs heralded his passage and path to the comms arrays. Kronan pelted inside the room and duffed over the scant crew there with good 4-knuckle sandwiches. He grabbed the loud hailer and opened comms to the entire Waaagh fleet, and declared the high holiday of Fistmas was to commence immediately. It had been so long since Thinkmas. This was the reason for his dejection and his deeply odd feeling of emptiness. His religious calendar had been rather lacking, or simply non-existent. But now, he had been moved by the second part of the dual divinity of the orcs. Thinkmas was fit for Mork, the god of cunning brutality. Today would be Fistmas. It would be for Gork, the god of brutal cunning. And Kronan declared that no chopper nor shooter could be used this day. Not even sticks, which was rather strange. All would be fisting. The entire fleet would fist each other as hard as they could. Or punch. Punch would have probably been a better way of putting it, but I got carried away in the moment. and the entire Waaagh then downed tools with exuberance and jubilation as they all indulged in raucous and rambunctious fisticuffs. A phrase broke out in every quarter of the fleet, and Kronan was not done yet, as he bounded and bashed his way to the grot quarters. He rolled inside and scooped up Happy Len and Phyllis, and then he slapped and stomped his way to the mech boy zone. Kronan went through the doors and dumped both grots in the newest killer cans he could find. Both would be customized and enhanced endlessly in the future, but for today, they both had big fists attached to their walkers, and both Happy Len and Phyllis could join Kronan in his rampage. Fistmas was a huge success, and a great time had by all, even the snots. And by night's end, all the bruised and beaten orkies were now drinking grog and singing Fistmas carols. Tomorrow, those few really odd orkies who had not been decked would then be set up in one-on-one fights. It would be Boxing Day. And thus satisfied and deeply happy, the entire Waaagh went to bed. Very, very happy. The end. Or something like that. I have been Baldermort, your faithful servant. If you have enjoyed these stories, then do consider liking and subscribing, and tipping with a super thanks if I've earned your bounty this day. There is a link to the Patreon in the video description also, if you feel that generous. But more importantly, now, no matter what you do today, do try to make some time for fun. Toodaloo.